It's an honor, an absolute honor for me to be standing in front of you as we embark on this journey of transformation, discovery, and empowerment.
Hello, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A very good morning to all of you present here. Hello and welcome to day 3 of SSVM Institutions Transforming India Conclave 2023, an educational conclave with the brightest minds in the country. And let me begin by introducing myself. My name is Sahitya Jagannathan. I'm not your teacher, I'm not going to be scoring you, so if I can get you all to liven up a little and have some fun, I think when there's a little bit more energy in the room, we can have a little bit more fun. So, since you're all the brightest minds in the country, can you also make the loudest noise out here? Make some noise! That's more like it. This is the energy, and we're going to keep building this up as the day goes. And I promise you today is going to be interesting. We've had 2 incredible days with an amazing lineup of speakers. I know you had Saransh Goyla on stage. I'm sure you, like me, if you're following him on Instagram, was wishing that you could be eating his food, but I'm sure he was fun to interact with as well. I also know that here, I don't know about you, I've seen 3 Idiots, and I've also to meet him, so I'm a little envious of all of you that I was not here for the last 2 days and you got to meet some amazing people. So since we're getting you all hyped up, do you want to tell me who is your favorite speaker for the last 2 days? I like this. There's 10 people who've been listening to speakers, and what has everyone else been doing? Who's been your favorite speaker so far? Make it louder. That's more like it. So a lot more of you have been paying attention. By the end of today, this auditorium is going to be deafening. It's going to be interactive. I have one simple rule. Anytime a speaker gets up here on stage, you have a question, please put your hand up. It does not matter how the question is phrased, whether you're comfortable with the language, the grammar, any of it. All that matters is it's not often that you have conclaves like this, where you have the opportunity to interact with the minds of some of the biggest thought leaders, the change makers, the path breakers of this country. And for that, we are eternally grateful to SSVM Institutions and, of course, the entire management. So can we please give them a huge round of applause? A nerd wearing glasses sitting in the first row. If I had access to speakers like this, my. I would have had a laundry list of questions for them. So I'm truly envious of some incredible teachers, because I'm sure each and every one of us, as soon as you hear the word teacher, you can think of this one teacher that changed your life. I had a teacher in primary school who told us the most amazing stories and made history the most interesting lesson. And today, storytelling is what I do for a living, and it all started with a teacher. So when you think back to the amazing teachers in your life, you can think about themselves, but for most of them, they had amazing students whose lives they've transformed, whose lives they've impacted, who felt the need to be their teacher's cheer, dream big and dream different, and walk down that path. It started with one simple institution, and then she built on it with hard work. Not alone, with an incredible team, with an amazing family, with a lot of hard work, with very little sleep. I don't know how to find out. We will have her on the stage, and hopefully we can interact with her as well, and we'll get to know all about it. So can I just say, it's truly a moment of great pride and honor for me to be here today, to share this moment with each and every one of you, the future of this country, the brightest minds of this nation. So thank you once again for having me, and thank you, SSVM Institutions. Absolute pleasure and a privilege to be here with all of you. And today is not just about serious conversations, it's also about having some fun. So what I want to let you know that, as you saw outside, there are multiple, so stay bright, be a sponge, soak it all in. I promise you, today being the 3rd day, your finale is definitely going to be worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, as is customary to begin an event such as this, we would like to get started on an auspicious note. We would like to welcome some of our students out on stage for the prayer song. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can give them a very, very warm welcome onto the We begin today's event with a prayer song and the blessings of the Almighty. Join us in this shared moment of reflection and connection as we embark on a journey of inspiration and purpose. I kindly request all of you to please rise for the prayer song. Thank you for that lovely rendition, and what a beautiful and melodic way to begin this day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, may I encourage all of you to show them a little bit more appreciation. Very often in today's day and age, we all hear the word empowerment. We all hear about empowering someone else. But I love the fact that we have a visionary right here who believes in something different, which is that each and every one of us, right when we're born, we're filled with talent, we're born with power. But it's not often that power is allowed to be channeled, that power is allowed to shine. More importantly, that power is heard and listened to. So I love the fact that the theme this year is Unleash the Power Within You. And that is what an incredible education institution can do, which is nurture the power or the Shakti within each and every one of you so you can shine and be your individual best. And I promise you, we've got a small video in store for you. And we almost have an avatar of Shakti in this video for you. And I promise you, this is a surprising avatar that you've never seen her in before. So ladies and gentlemen, more importantly, boys and girls, keep your eyes and ears glued to the AV screen. We have a short surprise for you.
Mom.
Namaste, everybody. Please sit down. Now, how are you all doing today? You all look quite excited. Great. Since you all are very enthusiastic today, can we do an interesting activity? You all love your country, isn't it? What is India from your point of view? What are the changes you would like to see in India?
Equality. No beggars. No corruption. No pollution.
Okay.
Flying cars. Flying cars. Clean India. AIs everywhere.
Wow.
Regulated traffic. Roads. No exams, probably. No exams? What?
Nice. All right. You all seem to have big dreams for India, and especially you. Now, who do you think has the power to bring about these changes? Come on, let's take a paper and draw the game changer.
You can't see it now.
Who is this gentleman?
He's my father, a policeman. He's the best.
Okay. Well done, guys. Your drawings are really interesting. You seem to be quite a visionary. Okay, now I have someone in my mind who can transform India. Do you all want to see who that is? Some of you form a line. Do you all want to see who that is?
Yes, ma'am.
So, my dears, who did you see? Yes, it's you. It's not Spider-Man nor Superman. It's you who is going to transform India. Now tell me, who is going to transform India? Who is going to fill India with flying cars?
Yes, it's me.
So let me hear you say it. Who is going to be transforming India? I need you to find the power in you. You've had 2 days to find the power in you. We're in day 3. Come on now. Plug into those sockets, recharge those inner batteries. Let me hear you say it one more time. Who is going to be transforming India? That is more like it. Give yourselves a huge round of applause. Here's what I'm hoping, that you continue to find that voice and hold on to that voice as we interact with every single thought leader who comes up here on this stage. Find that voice, ask them the difficult questions, put them in a spot, have some fun. That's what we're going to do here today on this stage. But we all saw the visionary who's sitting right here, the reformer, the lady who's been transforming education, one school at a time, one student at a time. And I must say, those are truly big shoes to fill. And she is someone that inspires me every single day, because it's not often that you hear someone who's achieved so much talk about needing to unlearn. Everyone talks about needing to learn. Everyone talks about the challenges they faced and how they got along the way. But it's not often you hear leaders talking about, this is what I needed to unlearn. This is what I should have done differently. And that's what makes someone a little bit more approachable, because you can celebrate someone's successes all you want, but you learn from your own mistakes and someone else's mistakes. And for someone to be so magnanimous, so generous, and be so vulnerable to share all of that with everybody, it becomes a huge learning process for all of us. And for that, we're eternally grateful to you, ma'am. Thank you. And definitely, those are big shoes to fill. But I must say, that power definitely runs in the genes and it runs in the family. Because, ladies and gentlemen, join me in inviting onto the stage a dynamic edupreneur who's redefining the landscape of education. And I must say, she likes to work hard in silence and let her work roar. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming on stage the Director of Education for SSVM Institutions, Miss Srisha.
I used to bite my tongue and hold my breath, scared to rock the boat and make a mess. So I said quietly, agreed politely. I guess that I forgot I had a choice. I let you push me past the breaking point. I stood for nothing.
Namaste, everybody. How are you all doing today? That's not enough. That's not enough energy for all that inspiration we've got the last 2 days. Can we hear it once more? That made my day. Thank you for that. And I woke up this morning feeling so inspired. In fact, there are so many experiences out there, so much to learn from, and so much to do. Don't you agree? Yes. So today, it's the day 3 of our SSVM's Transforming India Conclave, and I'm filled with gratitude and inspiration by the incredible journey we have undertaken together. So before we begin today, I want to reflect on some of the remarkable moments and individuals who have made this conclave truly special. Our Day 2's guest speakers have left an indelible mark on us. And Saransh Goela, for example, his message about how every success story is accompanied by challenges and how failures often teach us more than the victories we celebrate, reminds us that perseverance is the key to success. Manu Pillai's insights from history have shifted our perspectives, urging us to view society through a different lens altogether. And his wisdom has broadened our understanding of the world we live in today. As I spoke to a few of our participants here, everyone felt a shift within them that the history we know today should be more about human experience. Meghna, our young prodigy, has shown us that age knows no limits. And as we grow older, trust me, we often impose mental restrictions on ourselves, right? And so hindering ability, she has shown us that hindering ability to unleash our true potential is what we should believe in. Meghna's journey reminds us to break free from these limitations and continue exploring our abilities. Aman Gupta, his frankness and real-life business wisdom has emphasized that entrepreneurship and hustling are synonymous in today's world. His insights have illuminated the path for many aspiring entrepreneurs, and we know that there are no shortcuts. And most importantly, we have to be authentic in our efforts. Kishan Das, his humble and rise to popularity as a social influencer taught us to be original and be different and to utilize the media platforms in a purposeful and meaningful manner. And we must also recognize and appreciate the winners of the Studentpreneur Awards from across the country who came yesterday, and their innovative pitches and tireless efforts have demonstrated their commitment to creating a positive impact in our society. I would like to do a special shout out to our workshop hosts who have skillfully imparted valuable knowledge and tricks to our participants and students. For example, we had Haran Robert yesterday who came as last year's speaker and was this year's workshop host, and our students experienced creative art with him. And we had many other workshops like digital media, design thinking, and resin art yesterday as well. And I'd like to also give a special shout out to two of our very own SSVM Vidyans, Surya and Nitila of Cinemo Bakery. Please give a huge round of applause for them. They are real-life entrepreneurs and bakers running their own cloud kitchen, serving delectable brownies and cinnamon rolls right out there in the food zone. So when you have the time to go check it out, please do encourage them, encourage and support their entrepreneurial journey and savor their delectable treats. And before we move forward, I'd like to share also that our student volunteers have done a commendable job in the last few days, and they receive great appreciation. In fact, this morning when I was standing, so thoughtfully, one of the student volunteers came by asking, "Ma'am, would you need some help?" And I'm sure that's how they have been hospitable to every single person in this auditorium. And we've had our student volunteers also in the photography club who've been running around and taking pictures like professionals. So they have taken their jobs very seriously, and we all need to be inspired by them. Now, today what we're really looking forward to is our real stars of the day. Do you know who they are? Our teachers. Our real superheroes who are an incredible part of today's world and in every generation in transforming change makers who are going to contribute to our society in India and the globe. So give it a huge round of applause for that. Today we celebrate you. So thank you to all the gurus, inspirational gurus, for making us who we are today and for inspiring us to do incredible work for our country and for the nation, for the world. So I'd like to share what's these awards will be, we have Inspirational Guru Awards happening today. We are recognizing and honoring the incredible mentors who have dedicated themselves to nurturing the talents and aspirations of our students, not just at SSVM, but across India. So I welcome all of you who have made time today to be here. So get ready to be a part of this inspiring celebration as we applaud these unsung heroes who play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our youth. And as we conclude this transformative conclave today, it's our day 3, we have an exciting lineup of speakers again, and let's carry with us the lessons learned from today and from the last 3 days, and the inspiration gained and the connections formed. We have great speakers like Mr. Chetan, Vidyuraman, and many more today, and you will be hearing from them. Together, we've explored the diverse dimensions of entrepreneurship, from entrepreneurial stories and life lessons, all to unleash the power within you. And our journey doesn't end here. It's only the beginning. Please remember that. And let's continue to unleash our potential, foster innovation, and work towards a better and more sustainable world. And the challenges ahead may be great, but so is our collectible determination to overcome them. So once again, I express my warmest welcome and appreciation to our distinguished lineup of speakers, guests, participants, and our wonderful superheroes of today, our dear educators. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Srisha, for that very, very warm welcome. Thank you so very much. You know, I don't know how many of you know this, but she's an incredible singer, and somehow she manages to translate that melody even to the spoken word. So, how soft and melodious was that welcome? Thank you for that. Thank you so very much. But now that we've gotten the melody out of the way, it's time to get you all skipping to a different tune. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about offbeat careers, I saw some students sketching. Nowadays, being a Marvel superhero is a legit career option. I do know as students, I know they're there and we'll get them to close their eyes, but some of you have skipped class once in a while, haven't you? Let's be honest, we've all been there, we've all done it. They're not looking up, so don't worry about it. See, I like this. Sports competitions. I like this. I like how it's approved skipping of classes that's happening here. Very nice. You're being encouraged for all your extracurricular activities. But speaking of skipping classes or skipping to a beat or skipping to a tune, I'm sure none of you have ever contemplated that skipping in itself could be a career option. So to introduce to you Chetan Tambe, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome two of your own, Shrish and Yudish. Over to you, boys.
Hey there, fabulous folks. Today, we're gonna be jumping into a realm of fun as I honor the one, the only, the legendary Chetan Tambe. Now, we've all heard the saying, learning the ropes. Do you know what is meant by learning the ropes, my friend?
Doesn't it mean to get good at a task?
Yes, exactly. It means to know, learn, understand, and perform a task or a job. Here we have someone who has not only learned that rope, but has mastered it.
Go on, tell us more about him.
Mr. Chetan, a young man with a passion for rope skipping. He started rope skipping when he was just 10 years old and has been competing in it ever since. He has won numerous awards, including the National Rope Skipping Champion over 16 times. Mr. Chetan is also a passionate advocate for the sport. Sir is always willing to share his knowledge and expertise with everyone. Sir is a shining example of what a hardworking and a dedicated man can achieve in his life. On behalf of everyone gathered here today, I would like to congratulate Mr. Chetan on his successful journey. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, how fabulous was that intro? Can we give it up for Shrish and Yudish one more time? I don't know about you, but they loved the fact that they nailed it, and there was a little running man dance that happened backstage. So I must say, I love the vibe of the students here. That was fabulous. You guys are gunning for my job, so off you go. Off you go. Enough with that, but that was amazing. And now that the two young boys introducing Chetan Tambe have done all of their skipping backstage, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Give it up for the 16-time national skipping champion, Chetan Tambe. How are you doing? You saw how they were skipping after they nailed your intro. How did that make you feel?
I just felt really good after watching that video, and obviously this big day for me.
Okay, so I want to ask you, when did you realize that skipping could be your life, your career, your future? Because for all of us, it's that thing that our mothers ask us to do, and we have to do it 100 times while there's someone there counting, and we're like, 50, 55, can we jump to 75? When did that happen for you?
So I started when I was just 7 years old.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. And then slowly I started discovering that I can do this, not as a future, but as a hobby. I haven't still figured out if I can make money through this, but I'm trying my best.
You'll get there. I'm very sure you will. But I want to see a show of hands. How many of you have ever used a skipping rope before? I see more hands going up down here than up there, and you're the young ones. What's happening here? That's more like it. And so what was your first introduction to the skipping rope? Because for a lot of us, it's a line of us, it's two friends skipping, and we're jumping and hopping and having fun after school. What was your first introduction to skipping rope?
I started with karate, and while doing karate, my sir introduced skipping as a warm-up.
Okay.
So basically, you do skipping as a warm-up session for 10, 15 minutes. That's it. That's all. That's how I started skipping.
Okay. And for many of us here, this is the first time we're even aware of the fact that there is a national skipping championship. You know what I mean? Because India is a very one particular sports-centric country, and that's been changing over the last decade. And we're still yet to get to other sports, and skipping is a legit sport. Yes. And it's been a learning curve for all of us. When did you hear about the skipping championship?
When I was in, I guess, 7th, 8th standard.
Okay.
Yeah, that time my sir said that there are competitions, do you want to enroll? And I was like, skipping competitions, like seriously, who takes part in skipping competition?
Were there fun prizes?
You'll get the medal, that's it.
See, usually for most of us, it's the chocolate with the medal that's enticing, but yeah, keep going.
So I started skipping when I was just 7 years old, and then while doing the warm-up, I started learning new skills. The crisscross thing we do, the jumping jacks and all, right? Do you guys do that?
At least there's one guy right there, because he's been doing a lot of actions while you're talking. There seems to be a lot of force skipping that's happening right up there.
Yeah, so I started doing that. I started learning new skills, and one day I got a chance to perform in my school's annual day. So that time I performed karate, and then I got around 1 minute to perform skipping. And that day, the attention I have got from all the students, my friends, and parents of all the kids, I became an attention seeker that time.
I like how you mentioned everybody except the girls in the school, but keep going, keep going.
Yeah, so I love that attention, and then I had this thought that I want to do this, like I want to learn more skill. And then there's this song, Rise Up, which is on skipping. So my sir showed me that video, and I was like, I want to do this, because the skills I was doing, it was around 1% of skipping at that time.
Okay.
So I was like, I want to do this, and then I started learning new skills, and then sir told me there's a competition, do you want to be part of it? I was like, I can try, why not? So yeah.
Okay, so I've seen like your videos up on social media. I know that you have some very, very big fans in the country.
Yes.
Do you want to tell us who some of your biggest fans are? Because I'm sure the audience will be quite surprised to find out.
So basically, I start like from when I started getting attention from big peoples. So in the lockdown, I started making content for skipping. Like people were getting sick and they should be healthy while being home. So I started making videos that do skipping, you'll get fit, you'll burn fat and calories and everything. But one day, I was making that content for 1 month or 2 months. And then one day, at night, my phone started ringing. And I was like, it's a family group. Good morning, good night, happy birthday, that's it. And then, after 1 hour, I again checked my phone. It was buzzing. So I checked it. One of my video got viral on meme pages. So that song was Oh Ho Ho by Sukhbir Singh. Can you guys sing? If you remember that. Oh ho ho ho. Can't hear you guys. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Thank you so much for the response, ma'am. Okay, so it got viral, and that video got around 11 to 12 million views.
Oh my.
Somebody posted that on Facebook. My account was around 1,000 to 2,000 followers that time, and that person who posted it, he got around 30,000 followers using my video. And that time, but then people started searching for skipping guy who did skipping and all, and then they got to know that I did it. Then Sukhbir Singh messaged me that that video was good, he put it on his story. And after that, I have got so many, I got this clear in my mind that I have to make a funny content, or I have to dance with the rope, or I have to, entertain people basically. People don't want fitness, people want entertainment.
You had to become the skipping guy, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So I started doing that, and nothing to brag about, but I have got reply from Noora Fatehi. Imagine I danced on the song Hai Garmi. Yeah, with the skipping. So she got impressed and she messaged me on my account. Yes.
Nice, nice. I like how you seem to be impressing the entire country, no matter what age group they're in, with your skipping skills. But can I ask you, what was the reaction at home when you told them that this is what you want to do, this is what you'd like to pursue? Because, I mean, for a lot of us, that's the first thing we hesitate. Because when I first told my family modeling is what I wanted to do, oh my, we had some fun reactions at home. Straight out of like a Tamil movie or a Bollywood film, those are the kind of reactions we had in my house. So, skipping, who's even heard of it apart from the fact that your sir makes you do it in PT class, or your gym instructor makes you skip, right? So I love the fact that you find joy in it, and you've turned your passion into a career almost. So what were the reactions like? How did that conversation go? Because I'm sure a lot of them have ideas for offbeat careers, and they're going to be looking for a template as to how they can have conversations with their families.
Okay, so obviously it's a sad story that my parents didn't allow me to do skipping in the start. Even now they hesitate, at some point they hesitate, like why skipping? How can we tell other people that my kid is doing skipping, right? So the time I started karate, because my dad wanted me to be strong. All the boys, right? Every parent of yours, mom and dad, just want you to be strong, right?
1 second, this is SSVM. The girls are also strong, and they all do karate as well. That is very reasonable in any other institution, but we are in these hallowed halls and everybody is strong and
yeah, totally, I agree.
Yes.
I was just, I
but
am
back
a boy.
to your story,
I'm a
back
boy,
to your
that's why
story
I
and
just,
your time.
Yeah. So my dad directly said no for the skipping, as skipping you can't do. It's a girly game, you can't do that. That's what his reaction was. Then I kept practicing secretly, but when I was in 9th standard, my dad said that you have to do karate, that's it. Do the police job or the bank job after your 10th, and quit skipping. So again, I kept practicing secretly, but then you guys are gonna get in colleges, right? And if you want to survive in college, you need money. And obviously, my dad was not giving me money for the skipping competition, so I started coaching when I was in 9th standard. So that time, I used to go to colleges and schools, and I was like this, and I was coaching people who were like this. So I got the confidence. Then in 13th standard, I kept doing that. I started new classes. I stopped going to the college, obviously, because I was earning money. And while doing that, I was skipping my college, basically. Studies I was skipping.
So you were skipping all around in your life. But yes, we get that.
Yeah, kind of. So I did that. And then when the 15th standard, at the age where your parents ask you for money, like you have to give money at home and all, my dad did the same. And this time, okay, I want to do one thing. Can you guys do that for me? I'm going to ask you to do something for me, okay? Raise your any hand up. Raise your any hand up. All of you. Yeah. Raise it higher.
My suit won't allow me to do
cool.
that, but we'll let them
raise
to do
it higher.
that.
That's the point. Raise it higher. Okay. Take your hands down. Now, I want to relate this with my situation. When my dad said no for the skipping when I was in 10th, I asked him, he said no, and I stopped doing skipping, right? But when I was in 15th, my dad asked me to stop skipping, and I stood up for myself, and I said, no, I want to do this. Give me 6 months. So basically, when I was in 10th, I just did this. And when I was in 15th, I did this. So if I would have done this when I was in 10th, I would have at some, other level right now, maybe. So whenever you do something, if you want to do it, try your 100% at the first. Obviously you won't get good response, but then you can try for it.
I like that. Give it your all at the first go.
Exactly.
And chase your dreams and never take no for an answer, even if it comes from family at home, because no dream is too big for you to keep chasing. I love that message. I also like the fact that you were hustling to keep your dreams alive and, continue with your family values, but your dreams at the same time. So that's very, very interesting and fascinating to see. So where do you see the future of skipping to be in India? Because you are one of the front runners that's changing the landscape. When anyone in India thinks skipping, they think of you. So what is the future of skipping in this country?
So the time I started it, I was just, my focus was skipping with some freestyle skills. But the time I started coaching people, I got to know when I reached out to the famous personalities, I got to know skipping is what they want to do as a bucket list. That's it. They don't want it for fitness. They just want some fancy moves. That's why they want to do it. Then I went into dancing.
It's great for a trendy reel, I promise you. Instagram reels have spoiled all of us.
So the second thing is how I'm promoting skipping, because when I started it, people used to tease me, this is a girly game, what are you doing? Even now, if I'll call someone, okay, and I'll tell them to skip over here, many people raise their hands, right? If I'll tell you, you'll come here, right? But you'll have that little shyness, right? That's what I want to change. So that's why I started promoting skipping. I started taking workshops, free workshops all over Bombay. I started doing it all over India right now. And then I got to know, obviously I want to make a career through it. So I had this plan. I sat that day, at the night, I just opened my laptop. I was searching what skills I can, include in skipping. So I started getting lots of ideas, like in skipping, I can add gymnastics, I can dance in skipping, I can increase my stamina in skipping. Skipping can help you to build your team bonding. Like we used to play the game, right? Like two people are moving the rope and one is jumping in between. But what if those three people, if anyone makes a small mistake, you're gonna get stuck. So I started introducing that idea into corporate world.
Oh, beautiful. For team building and for better bonding. Yes, that's lovely.
So I started doing that. And I have started, so basically we have PT periods in school, right? But now I have started skipping period in schools.
Wait. You have to define skipping period. We're in an educational institution. There will be a lot of confusion over this. You said skipping period and I saw that entire upper balcony's faces light up. So you need to clarify what that is.
Okay, so skipping PT period is basically you play and have fun, right? So skipping period is basically you learn skipping in that half an hour or 1 hour period you have got. You have to do skipping. You can do with your partner, you can do alone, whatever you want. So it's like that.
I love how at the end of this explanation, all of the smiles have come from the balcony down here. There are no more smiles left up there. Everything is down here. I like this. But hey, I know you do amazing workshops, and I know there are a lot of people out here who are very excited at the prospect of just being on stage, maybe learning a trick or two from the Chetan Tambe. So do we have any volunteers, any students? We can have about 3 or 4 students. We see one right there. Come on up. You're used to training people who are much taller than you. We've already got one to help you out. You've had practice from when you're like in your teenage years. Do we have any more students who'd like to volunteer? A few more students?
This is the change I want to make.
No, we'll get them out here.
I wouldn't mind.
No, the stage might mind. So we have to figure out how many people the stage can handle. Hi, join us right here. We have room for a few more students. Anyone else? Can we have the skipping ropes out, please? So can I take the mic from you and can I get you to get these two warmed up? But do we have any more students up there who'd like to join? Welcome. Be careful with those glasses, because I have skipped my glasses off once. Just space yourself out a little bit so you have room for you to be trying anything that you want to try. Wait, has everyone up here skipped at least once before? Have you used a skipping rope before in your lives? Yes, you have, right? Okay.
Try to keep your hands close. Okay, when you're skipping, make sure you keep your hands very close to your body so that you can speed up. Like that. 20 done? Okay. Now, okay, stop. We're going to do jumping jacks in the rope. Okay? You'll go step by step. It's easy. It'll take max 1 or 2 minutes. Okay? So what you have to do is, first, join your legs. Keep your rope in the back. Take your rope in the back. Yeah. Now, all you have to do is, you have to jump, let the rope pass through you, and the time you land, you split. Okay? So basically, you have to pull your hands back, jump, pull your hands back, let the rope go back, and the time you land, you split. The time you land, you split. Okay? Try it. Just this. That's it. The time you land, you split. Okay. Some of them can do it.
Wait, what I want to know is, how are you flying that high? What's in those shoes of yours? Are you on the basketball team? How come? With that jump, like there's a jump shot waiting to happen. I also love what a pro Chetan is. He's doing this with his laces not even tied. He's like, I'm the 16-time national champion. I don't even need to tie my shoelaces. I'm not human anymore. There is such a thing as casual flex, and then there is that. If you have any questions, he's right here. Feel free to ask him. That's a little short for you. You seem to be managing just fine. And I can guarantee you, every rope we have there is going to be short for you. I like this. One conversation and like, look at the change. You know, before today, I don't think any of us realized there's actually an element of choreography that comes into skipping. And it's nice to see that unfold on this stage. It's very, very interesting. We are going to see Chetan perform solo as well, and then we're going to open the floor for a Q&A session. So if you have any questions for him, keep them ready. There will be volunteers who will be going around with mics.
Okay, okay, stop. There's one more thing that is Yumi. So basically you have one rope, and basically we used to do that in one rope, 2 people jumps. Now I'm gonna show you something different in that, like a small variety.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the students who joined us up on stage. Thank you. I'm going to request you to just hand over the skipping rope backstage before you exit. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. And now we'd love to see you work your magic on stage before we throw the floor open to questions.
The starting would be a little boring, but it'll get interesting slowly, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, the skipping boy himself, Chetan Tamwe, that was absolutely incredible. And is it fair to say that his hair is a paid actor in this act? Like, I want to know who's cutting his hair, because it seems to be dancing to his tunes and skipping right on the beat. And it totally adds to all of that flair. Oh my. And this is a masterclass in how to set up a performance. Set up the expectations right here and then deliver this much. You remind me of that person in my class who always used to say, I didn't really study for this test. I don't think I got a lot of marks. So the beginning will be very boring. But 3 seconds in, it's like you've got turbo boost in your shoes or something of that sort. So, absolutely incredible. Mind-blowing to watch you perform. It's almost like you're auditioning for Cirque du Soleil with an interesting act, and it's amazing to see. Thank you so very much. And now we're going to throw the floor open for questions. If you have questions, just stand up where you are. We have volunteers everywhere. They're going to get the mic to you. Can we have the auditorium lights on, please? Do we have any questions? Like,
Before that, I want to tell you, Raj sir, one of my videos got viral because of you. Yeah, so I have had your course, the one you just, promoted in the last time. And then you said you have to attack the minds of the viewers, your viewers. So I just posted one line that this will blow your mind. And that video got 11 or 13 million views.
But can I just say, there's pretty much everyone in the entertainment space who's benefited from the gyan that this man drops very regularly.
Totally.
I attended a workshop that you conducted on podcasting, and that helps me with my podcast that I do. So there's a lot of us who benefited from Raj Shamani and the truth bombs that he likes to drop. But we'll come to that in the next session.
Questions.
We're going to throw the floor open for questions.
Sir?
Yeah.
So you said that you experienced skipping through your school. What were some other career options which was open for you, which you were stumbling upon in a choice between skipping or that?
Okay, so I didn't tell you guys this. I started with karate, then I learned gymnastics, because if you are doing karate, you need to do the flips and stunts. So I started doing gymnastics. After that, I started doing Malkham. Then I did archery. I'm a national player of archery, karate, and skipping. So I did that. Then I got my sir got a call from India's Got Talent to perform an archery demonstration. So sir said that you have to do archery from Malkham. So Malkham is basically a pole on which you climb, and then you shoot. So we did that. But then somewhere, my dad is an auto rickshaw driver, okay, in Bombay. So somewhere, archery is out of budget. Karate was good. I still do it. I still coach people. But skipping is something which I have the best. Like, there's nobody around here who does skipping. So that thought in the mind was clear that I want to do this. So yeah, from that point, I started doing skipping.
That's nice. I love that story, because it doesn't matter what family you're from, what your parents do, where your beginnings are. You get to write your story, you get to dream big, and as long as you hustle and you hustle hard, your dreams will come true, and hopefully we will see you on stages like these, being an expert in your very own field. We have time for exactly one more question before we wrap up this session. I can hear a voice on a mic.
Ma'am.
Okay, right there.
You mentioned that you go to skipping competitions. What exactly do you do in a skipping competition?
Okay, so skipping is an international game. Those who don't know, it's an Asian game, and it's in Junior Olympics. So there are 4 main master events. That is joggers. Basically, you have to run in the rope. You have 30 seconds. You have to do maximum skippings you can do in 30 seconds. Then the second one is double unders. In one jump, the rope goes twice. Third one is triple under. In one jump, the rope goes thrice. The skills I did at the end, that was triple under. In one jump, the rope was moving thrice. And then there is freestyle, which is my favorite, which I did here. So you have 1 minute, 15 seconds. It's basically similar to the dance. You have 1 minute, 15 seconds. You have to smile. You have to look to the judges and smile. That's the weirdest thing to do. And then you have opponents in front of you. Like, you're the only one who's performing at that time. So everybody is doing this boom and bam. Your team is supporting you. So yeah, that's my favorite event.
So I love this. Tune out the noise, focus on the judges, and work your magic. That's amazing. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, can we give him a huge round of applause? I'm not going to make you talk anymore. I'm going to let you catch your breath. Thank you. That was absolutely incredible. May I please invite the management team to join us on stage to felicitate Chetan Tambe. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Manimegalai Mohan, founder and trustee, backbone of SSVM Institutions, Mr. Mohan Das, trustee SSVM Institutions, Ms. Srisha, director of education, and Mr. Nitin, director of infrastructure. Can I request you all to please join us on stage? Thank you, Chetan. Thank you for being here. This is not the time for you to be skipping on the applause. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make some noise for Chetan Tambe. Thank you, Chetan. That was an incredibly inspiring story, and I'm sure your parents are very, very proud of you now for being a trailblazer and inspiring so many youngsters. Thank you once again. Thank you so very much. Thank you to all of you. I'm going to request you to please be seated. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a dance battle. An age-old battle where we have those that root for classical and there's those that root for new age hip-hop. So, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our very first dance battle on stage today.
The King of Pop, Michael Jackson.
The girl was bad.
fly, we keep it Indian. Reppin' all the billions, better from Melbourne to Michigan. We used to living with villains and I'm killers plus sinners. We never oblivious about God the illest. Far from errors, we high five fellas, divine realists. On microphones, we define sickers. Apart from my name, this one thing. These women like saying Om Namah Shivaya. Dropping the purest of flows. You like that, baby? It's the manjas on the show. We like that. The word's generic, verbs are methodic. Belief was genetic. The fate try and measure it like this.
That was a lovely dance battle. I don't think any of us woke up this morning and thought we would be witnessing some hip-hop for Aigiri Nandini ever. But it was refreshing and absolutely fabulous. Can we please give them a huge round of applause? Once again, a gentle reminder for all of the pictures and videos that you take and you're uploading on social media, don't forget to tag us at SSVM Transforming India. We'd love to see what your experience has been like over the last 3 days. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I love the fact that the students here make my job easier for me and come on stage and introduce the speakers. In fact, our previous act, Chetan already gave a shout out to our very next speaker who's going to be joining us up on stage. But we saw them absolutely kill it with Chetan's introduction. So ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome as hopefully they'll skip, hop and vibe it out on stage to Shrish and Yudesh. I love how all the skipping and hopping is reserved for backstage and they're so dignified on stage. Such well-behaved boys.
Well, it's us again. Well, our speaker today has once said, you can be a really good number 4. You don't need to be number 1. But he himself has proved he is number 1. Can you guess who this speaker is?
No idea. I'm clueless.
Well, it's none other than Mr. Raj Samani, the founder of the company, the House of X. I'm honored to introduce our guest today, but as a prelude to this, I would like to state a fact. Did you know that the demographics dividend of India shows that it is in the top rank in terms of the ratio of young, productive, and resourceful minds? Yes, it's true. And our speaker today is one among these people.
Go on then, introduce him.
Mr. Raj Samani is the youngest Indian to represent India in the Youth Representative Program held by the United Nations for Young Leaders. He's also a 4-time TEDx speaker. His experience led him to pen the books, Build, Don't Talk, and The Secret to Ultimate Confidence. He is the founder of the company, the House of X, which aims to help people reach their goals in life through personal development and coaching. After graduation, Mr. Shamani started a business in the FMCG industry, but he soon realized that his passion was helping people. So he quit his business and became a life coach and motivational speaker. Mr. Shamani is a popular motivational speaker who has spoken in over 20 countries. He's also the host of the podcast, Figuring Out, which is one of the most popular business podcasts in India. Mr. Shamani is a young and dynamic entrepreneur who has made a difference in today's world. He's an inspiration to all of us. Now, let's all welcome Mr. Raj Shamani to the stage.
We have Raj Shamani in the house. Can I get you to make some noise? Amongst the many things that he does, he's the author of the best-selling book, Build, Don't Talk. But today we're going to get you to talk about everything that you've been building in the course of your lifetime, which hasn't been very long, let's be honest, because he's been on the cover of Forbes 30 Under 30. So that's where I want to start, because I listen to your podcast, I follow you on Instagram, and I love that post, which if you scrolled far enough, there's a small little diary entry where here are the 5 things I want to do in my life, and one of them is to be on Forbes. And I also love the fact that in the caption, you talk about how, you know, you were writing it with your sister present right there, and both of you had a good laugh, almost in disbelief that this is just, it's too audacious for me to even put this down in writing, right? Where do you find this audacity, Raj Shamani?
Okay, so I feel everybody is audacious. It's just, it takes them certain level of confidence to put it in front of people. But deep down inside, everybody is courageous, everybody is audacious. In our head, we are Shah Rukh Khans in our own world, right? Like, we are our own heroes. I don't think that anyone here thinks less of himself or herself. We all have this audacity to go out. It's just, I used to put that audacity in a diary. Some people do that with their friends, some people do that with their parents, some people do that on stage, but we all do have it.
And I've heard you talking about manifesting your ideas, right? Like manifesting a future, then of course working towards it and having a plan. But do you believe in the power of manifestation? Because there are students out here with incredible dreams. How do they translate them to reality?
Okay, perfect. Let me ask this question. How many of you know what manifestation is? Raise your hand, or just say I. Okay. How many of you have no clue what manifestation means? Say I. And those of you who didn't answer anything, say I. All right, I'll ask you a different way. Forget manifestation. How many of you here have dreams? Raise your hand. Say I. Okay, guys, let me tell you one thing. All right, like, let's make it very clear. For the next couple of minutes, by the time I'm on stage, I want to tell you a disclaimer. Okay, I want to talk about a personal problem that I have. And the personal problem is that I can't hear well. So you have to be very, very loud, right? So if I ask you, all the people who have dreams, say I, tell me. See, now I can hear you. Let's keep this level, right? So everybody who has dreams, now, what do you do about those dreams? Do you talk to your parents? Do you keep it in yourself? Do you write it down somewhere? Do you tell your teachers? What do you do with it? Is the question that leads to manifestation, okay? So here's what 99% of the people do. They think, one day, no, I'll become this. I'll show everybody what I can do. And then they go back to sleep. Right? If this is you, don't say I, you know it. But the other 1% are the peoples who I believe who are who are strong manifestors. So what they do is they say that one day I'll become the most successful person in my school, in my country, in the world. And they say this to everybody. They just keep saying it. They're like, you have no idea. I'll top this. You know, like, and when you're at school, you have dreams like, I'm going to be a topper. I'm going to be a sports champion. I'm going to get in my favorite college. I'm going to go to US and study. I'm going to be in IITs. All these dreams. And you keep telling your people around you. So when you tell like one person, if they laugh, then you don't tell other people. Right? But if they don't laugh, you tell to 5 other people. And then 10 other people. So I think that's what manifestation is. How many people can you tell your dreams to before you hear whoever has dreams start talking out? Like start just telling people, start telling everybody, start writing down. I have a huge wall in my house. I have a huge wall. The whole wall is writable. So I write random things. I write, when I was 16 years old, oh, you have all have written, right? So I wrote down 2. And this was, I wrote down in a diary and then I put it on a wall. And I was so afraid that I don't want to, because this bucket list had crazy, audacious dreams. One of them was to speak at United Nations and represent my country. To tell you a fun fact, by that time, I cover of Forbes magazine. I want to write a bestseller book. I want to be a millionaire. I want to have millions of followers. I wrote down all these things. There, she just laughed. She was like, Raj has gone mad or something. I don't know what's going on with Raj. And she started telling this to everybody. Now, because all of my cousins made fun of me, I think that I really want to achieve it. So I took that fun, dreamy list and actually got on a mission that I want to achieve all of that. And today I'm 27. It took me 11 years. I think I achieved all of them.
Yeah, I think you need a new list right about now. And it's incredible, right? Most of us, when we hear naysayers, the first sign of embarrassment, we quit. And I think that's the first lesson from today, is use that to fuel the fire in you. Use that as motivation for you to achieve those dreams. And I want to ask you this because I've started your book. I'm halfway there because I knew you were coming here, and I've had the book for a while, so I'm halfway through it. And in your book, you talk about how there are some essential skills that you don't necessarily learn in school. Yeah. Right?
I should not say this here.
We are at SSVM Institutions, and the management is right there, and they're very open to suggestions.
Okay.
So, no, I'm being serious. All jokes apart, I'm being very serious. Because as an adult, you don't quite know how to file your taxes. You don't quite know what to do with the money that you've earned. You don't know, you hear investment, you hear mutual fund, and it sounds a little scary because there's all of these terms. And I think those are essential skills to learn in school because I'm not doing much with trigonometry at this point. Okay. So I loved that aspect in your book. So can I get you to elaborate on that a bit more?
Sure. Okay. By the way, for the last thing, for the dreams thing, here's a step number 1. I think I want to put that in steps for everybody so that people can start taking away something at home. Today, all the people who have dreams, I want you to do one thing. Go home, on a piece of paper, just write whatever you want to write. Maybe it's buying a Lamborghini. Maybe it's making $1 million. Maybe it's reaching the moon or the sun or wherever you want to go. Just write it down and stick it in front of your wall right where you sleep. That's step number 1, right? Are you guys going to do it? Okay, I know most of you won't. But the people who will, please do it. You'll learn the power of it. Okay? Done? So step number 1, if you want to achieve your dreams, you write it down on a piece of paper and stick it on a wall. Whatever that dream may be. Okay, it can be as simple as I want to have a biggest house in the country. Right. Now coming to the school part. I really believe there are things that school doesn't teach. And I'll tell you 2 or 3 things. So coming to taxes and mutual funds, I don't think people need to learn that in school.
But I mean, I do think the concept of financial literacy is essential in schools.
I'll just come to that, right? I'll tell you the one shift I believe that schooling would, more than schooling, I think it's about how we as society need to learn. Okay, that's one thing. I genuinely believe that schools teach us almost everything. It's just us students who don't ask why are we learning this. Because if we start learning, if we start asking why are we learning, probably 90% of the things that we learn in school are going to make sense in the future. But it's just we are not asking. Coming to taxes, mutual funds, financial literacy, I don't think we need to learn at that age. That is one. Now, what we need to learn? Okay. Since childhood, we've been taught that here's something that you will do, so you'll win something. And whenever you win it, you collect it as a prized possession. So for example, you're like, I'll participate in a race, I'll work really hard to win this race, and when I win it, I'm gonna take a trophy and I'm gonna keep it in my drawing room to show it off to everybody. Okay, that's what you learn in school. Similar concept you learn with money also. Your parents are like, you score good marks in school, I'll give you 1,000 rupees to shop, okay? Or 10,000 rupees to shop, or I don't know, whatever money your parents give you. And then your parents give you money to put either in piggy bank or to shop it off. And I think that's where the problem starts. Your parents should tell you, or people should tell you, that you do this, you're gonna get this, but I'll tell you a way how to double this, or I'll tell you a way how to make it better, or I'll tell you a way what you can do better with this. So let's say next time you get 1,000 rupee, or let's say you get 100 rupee, instead of putting in piggy bank, use that 100 rupee to learn something new, to experience something new, to ask your parents to buy something which is gonna help you in future. Like some or the other thing, something which 100 rupee can buy or 1,000 rupee can buy as an experience, that's what we need to focus on. And that's what I think school and society needs to focus on, that whenever we give you 1,000 rupee, don't get things to show it off. Get that money to put it in something that you can experience. An experience can be, you want to attend a concert. Because most of the time, this is where we go wrong. Dad, I want the new Jordans. That's why I'm going to study. Dad or Mom, I want a new bicycle. That's why I'm going to study. I need a new laptop. That's why I'm going to study. And I feel that is what we need to learn.
I love this. Learn about investments later, but when you're young, invest in experiences and learning opportunities for you to grow as a person.
Yes.
That's a great takeaway from there. I want to ask you this because, I mean, we saw Chetan talk about earlier about how from a very young age he started doing workshops for people who were like much older, much bigger than him. And I see you sit down with stalwarts of industries and giants and titans. And is imposter syndrome something you've ever had to deal with? Because for a lot of people, it's hard to walk up to someone who's got years of experience, you know, a living room filled with awards, a career more often than not spanning longer than your own lifespan. So have you ever been intimidated? Have you had imposter syndrome ever?
Every day. I'm intimidated right now.
You have got to be kidding me. And tell me you got that on camera.
No, I'm serious. I genuinely get intimidated by almost everybody. And I'll tell you why. Because I always look at the good side of people. Right? I always just... Every time I look at someone, I don't find that, hey, this is the reason he or she is worse than me. Or like she's bad or he's bad. I always find out, oh my God, this is something that she's doing so good. I need to learn. This is something that he's doing good. Look at him. He looks so good. I need to dress like that, right? I'm always just looking at the good side of people. That's why I'm intimidated. So now when you look at other people and you believe in your heart, mind, every inch of your body that these people are better than you, you kind of have an imposter syndrome that how do I talk to them? What am I going to talk to them about? They are better than me. They're more intelligent than me. They're more accomplished than me. So here's what I do. I learn about something new. And then I talk about a new thing with this person. I don't talk to them about their industry. So let's say I have to talk to, for example, an ISRO scientist, okay? Somebody who is responsible to send Chandrayaan. I have to talk to them. Now, I know for a fact that this person is way more intelligent and way more accomplished than me. I'm going to have like, what I'm going to talk to them? I won't talk to them about space or mission or technology at all. I'll talk to them about, okay, tell me how are kids doing? Or I'll talk to them about, let's say, business and management, because I know that they don't talk about business and management. So every time you see people who intimidate you, talk to them about something you know, not something that they know. And that's the strategy to start with.
I like this. Turn intimidation into inspiration and then push people, get experts, but push them out of their comfort zone and then have a conversation that evens the playing field.
Yeah.
I think that's a great tip for everyone out here.
I'll tell you a trick. Sorry, I'm cutting you.
No, please share all the tricks.
I'll tell you a trick. Okay. Here are 3 questions. You just prepare these 3 questions, ask these 3 questions to anybody, and they'll be blank. Okay, genuinely, they'll be blank. You ask them first question, very basic. Hey, how are you feeling today after all that is going in your life? 99% of the people were like, oh my God. Okay, that's one. Second, you ask them, hey, you know what? I feel that the personality that you're putting out in front of the world is not the real you. You know, it's not the real you. There's something inside you which is not real out, right? Like there's something you're holding. You're way bigger than who you are right now. Done. They're like, oh, everybody thinks that, oh my God, I have something else inside me. Even the best people and the most confident people. That's question number 2. Okay. And question number 3. Just very simple question. It'll put people in pressure. Are you happy? These are my 3 ice-breaking questions with really intimidating people. Because the moment you ask them, as simple as, are you happy? Yeah, yes. Okay.
Hey,
that's where people go.
I've got a question for you. How are you feeling today after everything that's been happening?
See, these are my questions. I'm all prepared, okay?
Okay, but all jokes aside, I love these tips and tricks and keep them coming, okay? And feel free to interrupt anytime. We love this. But coming to House of X, right? From talking to business tycoons to, of course, exploring another entrepreneurial side to you and working with other creators and helping them establish their brand, because I use your food lab for me to cook all the time. And I love the fact, because I was just chatting with Sanjot about this and he was telling me. So can you share how House of X came about and that entrepreneurial journey with everyone?
Perfect. I think more than House of X, the most relevant thing to tell with people, to tell everybody is going to be how to start your company while you're young, right? How many people want to become an entrepreneur? Raise your hand. Okay. I can see a few hands. All right. Cool. So, forget entrepreneur. How many of you here want to do something of their own? Something. Got it. Okay. So the first thing I did when I started, I went to this magical website called www.google.com. Okay. And I searched top 10 tips to become rich. Then Google said, start reading books. How many of you have heard that if you want to become rich, start reading books? Yeah, you've seen somewhere, heard by people. Okay. So I went on Google again. Top 10 books to become rich. And then there was one book which was coming again and again. The name of the book was Think and Grow Rich. How many of you have heard about this book? So I ordered it. Okay. And I still haven't read it. How many of you here order books and buy books but never read them? I know you. So I did that. So what interesting was that in the first couple of pages, they talk about a man called Andrew Carnegie. Okay. And he says, if you want to start something of your own, you need to keep 3 things in mind. Number 1, start meeting as many people as you can. Because the more people you meet, the broader your horizon gets. So that became life mantra for me. It has been 11 years. I reach out to 1 person a day every day. Like, I genuinely meet 1 person a day every day. It has been 11 years. I'll either Instagram them, email them, LinkedIn, randomly talk in a local train or in a flight, wherever. In whichever situation, I'll talk to at least 1 person a day.
I feel like you're going to be getting a lot of DMs just after this.
I reply. Okay, so the moment I do this, what has happened in my life because of this, I'll tell you that. Because I met a random stranger and went to eat Pani Puri with him, he gave me an opportunity to speak at United Nations Assembly. It's crazy. I could have never thought of. Then, just because I meet a random person, that person became my first angel investor in my company. I got my first investment because I made it random. That random person is Nikhil Kamath. How many of you know about Kamath brothers? Right? Zerodha. Right? Yeah. So random things happen. And because I reach out to random people, right, I've met all my girlfriends like that. So you need to, tip number 1, reach out to as many people as you can. Now tip number 2 is you need to start learning about something that you're obsessed with. Okay? Obsessed with. Now what do I mean by obsession? You can be obsessed with movie industry, you can be obsessed with cars, you can be obsessed with space, you can be obsessed with parties, you can be obsessed with business, finance, dance, whatever it can be, doesn't matter. But whatever you're obsessed with, just start learning more about it. You should be the person in your entire class who should know more about that industry than anyone else. So I started learning about consumer goods because I became obsessed with how are people buying day-to-day things, and why do they buy Dettol, not Lifebuoy? Why do they buy Lux, not Dove? You know, like just small things. I became very, like, why is Bisleri here, not Kinley? You know, just random questions. I became obsessed with that. So that's tip number 2. Even if you're interested in cars or sports or Bollywood or Tollywood or whatever you want to interested in, just get obsessed with it. That's tip number 2. And the tip number 3, and the most important is, every day when you go to bed, make a chart of plus and minus. This is the most important activity you need to do. Okay? You write, under plus, you write all the things that you're proud of today. And under minus, you write all the things that you're not proud of today. So I'll give you an example. When I used to start writing plus, I'm like, I'm proud because I read 30 pages in a book today. I'm proud because I did my homework on time. I'm proud because I reached out to a new person. I'll write that. Then in the negative, I'll write, I'm not proud of myself because I didn't write that email that I was supposed to write. I'm not proud because I wasted 3 hours in watching just a movie. I'm not proud because I spent 2 hours watching reels. So I'll write all the things that I'm not proud of. When you do this for a week, you'll realize what are your strengths and what are your weaknesses. What do you think is your strength and what do you think is your weakness? And then plus and minus analysis will make you so self-aware that will eventually help you understand what is my strength and how can I use this strength to start a business in an industry that I'm obsessed with and take help of people that I'm meeting every day. And that's how businesses are formed.
That's incredible. I love that tip number 3 is almost a much easier and condensed form of a SWOT analysis that you do pretty much every day, which is pluses and minuses, and it's so much easier. And I'm going to throw the floor open to questions if any of you have questions, because I want to keep this a lot more interactive, so you're not just sliding into his DMs, you're having conversations with him in person. So if we can have the floor lights on, there are mics around here.
I can see a hand there.
Yeah, the mic's going around.
Hey Raj.
Hi.
First of all, how are you doing?
Good. Okay, what's your name?
I'm Tejas.
Sorry?
Tejas.
Tejas. Everybody say, hi Tejas.
Hey everyone. I follow you on Instagram and your YouTube channel, and every shot and every reel you make involves so much knowledge and motivation. My question to you is, where do you get that motivation from? Like every day you go to bed and then do you think about it, or how do you get it?
Yeah, I don't get out of bed thinking that I want to change the world. But I'll tell you a personal incident that happened and that made me like this. Okay. Is that okay if I take like 2-3 minutes to answer this question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'll share an insight. So I went to United Nations, first person in my entire family to get out of India. And I was in Vienna, Europe. Okay. So I went there to give a speech. The moment I went there, there were like people from 192 different countries. Every country has one representative. I was treated like, oh, you're from India, huh? Like people were not respecting me, and they were thinking as if I'm from some really bad country, and you know, people think that we are underdeveloped, we just live in poverty, there's no infrastructure. You know, there's like so much, just, like people don't know who we are. So I felt a little discomfort, and the whole trip for 12 days, it made me feel inferior about myself. It made me feel inferior about the country I come from. It made me feel inferior about myself, and I thought probably the problem is in me, right? And that was a moment where I was like, I want to change this. Because I'll tell you a difference. I started traveling a lot after this to give speeches. I went to US, where people think it's the most developed and the best country in the world. Dude, India is better than US, right? And I'll tell you why. I'm not saying this because I am like super patriotic about country. I'll tell you facts. New York is dirtier than Mumbai, right? New York is dirtier, and they talk about cleanliness. Then second, I'll tell you the most basic thing. US doesn't have street lights. In US at night, if you're walking alone from one city to another or you're driving, there are no street lights, you can't see. It's so dark. In India, we have street lights even in the remotest villages, right? So infrastructure-wise, we are ahead. Then, the most important thing, when we talk about economy, since 1947, since the time we've gotten independent, we are the only country in the world which has doubled themselves every 5 years. Every 5 years our economy got doubled. So technically we are growing at 14.4%, US is growing at 9%. So if we are better than the best country in the world, which apparently people say, I believe India needs to be branded right? So that became my mission. That how can I create more leaders, because I feel gone are the days of American dream, the time is for the Indian dream to shine high. So that's where I get my motivation from. Like every time I see these reels about some other country and other people, I'm like, wait for us. Just wait for Indians to come there. Because I want to do everything in my capacity to learn from the leaders of India so that I can understand what they do and help each and every one of you, because you are the future leaders of the country and I'm going to do it. That's where my motivation comes from.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a lovely question. We're at the Transforming India Conclave, and this man is talking about transforming India and how it's perceived globally. We have time for one more question. Go ahead, sir. The mic's live.
So hi, Raj.
Hi, what's your name?
Manish.
Everybody say, hi, Manish. Oh, I didn't like it. Say it louder. Say, hi, Manish. Thank you.
Thank you. So, you have told about all the opportunities you have been getting by meeting new people. So I have been doing that for the past few years now. And my question for you is, let's say these people give you the opportunities to do something big, to grow. And when they give you these opportunities, do you ever get scared? Okay, I'm doing something different now, a different scale. How do you tackle these excitement and the scary feeling?
Okay. The question is, every time I get handed a new opportunity, do I not get scared? How many of you are scared of the new opportunities or the new things that you want to do in your life? Raise your hand. I want to see. Raise your high, right, yeah. Okay. All of us, almost all of us. So do I. But here's my excuse. I'm young. And I can afford to make mistakes. So every time I think of opportunities, I think of that till the time I still believe in my heart that I'm young, I can take these plunges and I can just do whatever I want. What's going to happen at max? I'll fail. What's going to happen at max? I'll waste my 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, nothing else, right? Here's the thing, where it gets scary is when you start putting a lot of your money in the things, right? And here's a simple rule. First you invest your time, then you invest your effort, then you invest your money. Usually people do the opposite. What people do is, oh, I have this new opportunity, you'll become rich through stock market. Great. You put up all your money. Done, gone. So I think the way to think about opportunities and not get scared is, first you invest your time to understand. What is this opportunity? How big can it get? Do I have the skills to do it or no? If I fail, what's going to happen? How much time I'm going to waste? How much money I'm going to waste? How much things you just learn everything about it. And you talk to at least 10 people in that industry who have taken the same path and have succeeded and failed. So first you invest time. Then you invest your effort doing that thing and trying for free. And then you put your money. So that's my answer for getting new opportunities.
Thank you. I love that. This reminds me of something Richard Branson once said. If your dreams don't scare you, they're a little too small.
Oh, yes. That's Azim Premji also said this, that I think Richard Branson said that if you get an opportunity, take on that opportunity and then think about it, how to do it. And then Azim Premji said, if your dreams don't scare you, you're dreaming too small.
Yeah.
So I think, and Azim Premji is a real life example for doing
of course.
that.
So that's absolutely incredible. With that, I think our time's come to an end. I wish we could spend the entire day chatting with you. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Raj Shamani.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, guys, just one second. I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you to listen to me. I really, really feel grateful that you guys gave me 2 minutes and 10 minutes or 15 minutes of your life to listen to me. Because this is my dream, to speak in front of people who can listen to me. And a speaker is nothing without their audience, so thank you for being such a wonderful audience. And you specifically, it takes a lot of courage to be on the stage and give your limelight to someone else. You did that. I really respect you a lot for that. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. This has been an absolute masterclass for me and everybody else out here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and all of those 3 tricks that we're going to take home. May I please invite the management to join us on stage to felicitate Raj Shamani. Boys and girls, can I get you to make some noise for Raj Shamani? And since we got a lot of step 1, step 2, step 3 and 3-point takeaways, I thought it's only fair that we send him off with 3 cheers. So let's hear it for Raj Shamani. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! That's more like it. Thank you once again. I'm going to request you all to please stay back because we're now going to move on to our Inspirational Guru Awards. And Raj, I'm hoping you stay back with our management team because I think it'll be a special moment for some of our teachers to be felicitated by one of the greatest students in the country, a student of life. So ladies and gentlemen, this is an SSVM initiative that aims to acknowledge and celebrate a teacher's contribution to a student's transformation by affirming their identities and unique capabilities. We had over 250 entries from across the nation this year. Students nominated their favorite teachers. Some of them were self-nominations by the teachers themselves. 25 of those teachers are being honored on this stage. So may I first invite on stage Bala Banumati. Welcome, ma'am. This is September, it's the month of education. We're going to have Teachers' Day very soon. So can I get you all to welcome every single teacher on stage with thunderous applause. It was incredible to read your nomination. That was something that stood out for all of them. Congratulations. Thank you for everything that you do. The next teacher we'd like to welcome on stage and honor is M.R.D. Naveen Kumar. Welcome, sir. A highly revered teacher by all of his students. We talk about transforming India. We talk about building the future, and every single day this is what our teachers do, and we honor them for their service. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Thank you once again. The next teacher we're delighted to invite on stage is Sudha Malini. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for your service. The next teacher who will be receiving this honor is Alka Kapoor. And may I please invite Sapna Charha to join us on stage to collect it on Alka Kapoor's behalf. Thank you, Sapna. Thank Thank you very much. And the next teacher we'd like to welcome and honor on stage is Mary Sebastiaz. Welcome, ma'am. Again, I'm going to encourage you all to give Miss Mary here a huge round of applause. This is our second year of celebrating Inspirational Gurus, and with each year the number of applications is going up. The representation from across the country in terms of applications been going up as well. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you for dedicating your life to teaching. Thank you once again. May I please thank Mr. Raj Shamani and the management team. Thank you so very much. We're going to request you all to please be seated. Thank you. Thank you so very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a session like that, there is absolutely no doubt that you all don't really need an energizer. But now that you've all been energized, rejuvenated, more importantly, found that vigor for you to pursue your passions, we have someone who took their passion on the national stage. We have Bad Salsa, the dynamic dance duo that clinched victory on India's Got Talent Season 4. They've redefined the boundaries of dance with their astonishing performances. Let's dive into their remarkable journey from auditioning to winning the hearts of millions across the country with their unparalleled talent and their mesmerizing and sizzling moves.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Take
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make some noise for Bad Salsa. I mean, I know they've been doing the dancing, but I'm a little out of breath from just watching them do that. And also, I'm just wondering, I know we all have bones in our body, but do they just have rubber or something? I know Wolverine has adamantium. I'm just wondering if we had an Indian superhero verse, I feel like these two might be the very first entrants in there. My, what a performance. I know it's going to take me a while to scrape my jaws off the floor and get it together and talk to you about who our next speaker is going to be. And trust me, I've really got to get it together because she's got an IQ that's got Einstein beat. So ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our next speaker, please join me in giving a very, very warm welcome to one of your own, Nirmal.
Hey Shrish,
Hey, Nirmal.
have you ever dreamt of skipping a grade?
Yes, I have.
Well, which one would you choose to skip?
Most probably my 11th and 12th. I'm a bit scared of math and physics.
Well, you're in for a surprise because there's actually a person in this world that has managed to skip not one, but 2 grades, all thanks to a remarkable intellect and a studious mindset.
Go on then, introduce her.
Miss Desalani, a young Indian prodigy, has defied the limitations of age and has also elevated human potential to remarkable heights. Her journey has been nothing short but inspiring. Over the years, she's accomplished some remarkable feats, like having an officially tested IQ of 225, which is a real testament to her spellbinding intellect. She has also been promoted twice during her school years. That's right, not once, but twice. And she completed her undergraduate engineering program in just 3 years. She's also an all-rounder, as she's also a professional swimmer, an earnest violinist, a motivational speaker, and a spiritual orator, captivating audiences around the world with her insights. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me acknowledging the incredible, the awe-dropping, and the jaw-dropping Miss Vishalini.
Please join me in welcoming onto the stage Dr. K. Vishalini. You know, I love the fact that in the previous session, Raj was giving people tips on how to handle talking to someone when you're intimidated, especially when someone's IQ is higher than Einstein. It's safe to say, I'm a little bit intimidated. Hi, I'm Sahitya. Nice to meet you. You know, we've all had a lot of teachings and takeaways so far, so I want to start with, how are you doing? Are you happy in life?
First of all, thank you for having me here. Yes, I am extremely happy because I've recently completed my PhD. And those who have done it know that you just feel you are more than on top of the world. You're floating somewhere in the space.
Well, that's lovely to hear. And I want to ask you this. When did you first hear the term IQ? How old were you?
Actually, that was before I really remember right now. My parents And my grandparents, they had identified it well early. So my grandparents were school teachers, so I have that legacy. And my grandmother was a primary school teacher, especially she handles class 1, and she knows what a child does. She has seen thousands of students, and she had observed that my activities, my day-to-day activities, cognitive functions, everything was far advanced than what it has to be of that age. That's how it started, and my parents started noticing several cognitive functions that had been well early. And right after that, we contacted a pediatrician, and he suggested you should go for an IQ test, and that's how it started.
Interesting. So I would love to throw a question your way, which I think a lot of students face, because as soon as kids start doing well in something, that becomes a point of pride for parents. And they start attaching that tag to their child, like my child is great with languages, my child is an amazing singer, my child can dance really well, my child can spell really well, they're in spelling bees. Very early on, you got the title of prodigy. And more often than not, what a lot of them face is when that tag is being attached, with it comes pressure. Pressure to live up to it, pressure to perform. How have you dealt with the pressure of the label prodigy?
Thanks to my parents that my life has not been a pressure cooker. However, my mom is good in setting goals, but it has never been a pressure point that you have no other option than attaining it. So she usually does this. This is your goal, do your best. But I've never felt that kind of a pressure. It never happens to me even during exams, not just my school or university exams, but I had completed 13 international certification exams in computer science right from my 10 years of age. So to give a short intro about it, it's often attempted by students after their BTech or Masters in engineering, especially in computer science. And it's offered by MNCs like Cisco, Microsoft, and etc. All of them are totally rigorous. And during those kind of exams, when it starts at 9 o'clock in the morning, I have to start my exam, I'd be having a photo shoot at 8 a.m. in front of the exam hall. And that's how I enjoy it. I enjoy everything. I enjoy what I do because I was allowed, not just allowed, but more than that, I was encouraged to do what I love. So it has never been a pressure, but something precious.
That's nice. Do what you love, and then there's no pressure, and set goals for yourself. And as long as you have a good support system, you're sorted. And it's nice to have those takeaways. And, you've been felicitated by the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. You've, in fact, met past Prime Ministers. In fact, I think past presidents as well. And I think the earliest was when you were 3 years old, right? And so we were talking about imposter syndrome and intimidation. You clearly have the confidence to back up the IQ and the achievements. But did you ever wonder, what am I going to say to the president? What am I going to talk to the prime minister when I go meet them? Did you have any nerves at all?
Actually, when I met our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, I was 15 years old. Actually, I had prepared a lot that I want to say this, that, everything. But, the time when he entered the hall and he sat down, I greeted him in Tamil. I was the first Tamil student to greet him in Tamil, first that time, in 2015. So I greeted him, Vanakkam. And he replied, I still cannot come out of that. He replied, Vanakkam, in a very unique way that not even a native speaker can make out Vanakkam in that so graceful way. I was dumbfounded. I forgot whatever I prepared. And then it
It's
went
nice
on.
to know no matter what someone's IQ is, we can all be gobsmacked and dumbstruck. And I can just tell you, that makes you so much more relatable to everybody here right now.
Yes. Even I've or not even my mother. My mother is an all India radio announcer, so she, like talking in front of the mic is a job. But not even her has spelled Vanakkam that so gracefully. And then after when it gone, the Prime Minister then told, Visalini, whatever you have achieved in this young age is a great service to our country, India. You cannot ask any more than that.
If I heard that, I'd be like, I'm retiring at that point.
I felt I have a lot more to do.
No, I completely agree. And also clearly, there's an IQ difference right there. And okay, so I love the fact that anytime someone introduces you, it's always about the fact that your IQ is greater than Einstein's recorded IQ, right? Because we go back in time, and when we look at Einstein's recorded IQ, it was 160 plus. And yours is at 225. I'm not even sure most of us here know how to comprehend the difference. So what does that number mean to you? When you got tested, you found that. What does it mean to you?
Not starting from when I was tested, but till this minute, I would say the quantity does not matter, but the quality does. The quality is measured not by these whatsoever hundreds of numbers, but according to the change you make throughout your life. It's about the change you create in millions of lives. So there's nothing I can start saying about what Einstein does. So we are all here, and every minute we are feeling whatever he does. So I wanted to create that kind of an impact. And one small example is a current project that I'm developing for the visually challenged people. So I have my own startup, Vika Innovations, and through that I'm developing a unique technological solution powered by artificial intelligence for visually challenged people. So we all know that they are all using the Braille method. So the Braille has been developed in the 18th century, and after these so many centuries of technological developments, it's still been in the same status, and they are still forced to follow the same. And through my new technological solution, the Braille method shall be completely replaced throughout the world in all languages with Visalini's method in the near future.
I love this. We're talking about the power of manifestation, and you're already putting it out there. And in that line, can I ask you, if you had a bucket list, of sorts, these are 3 things I want to do in life. What are the top 3 things in Visalini's bucket list?
I just saw my bucket list a week ago, and it was like some 150. I don't know what to choose.
I like that you're not scared to dream big.
I cannot say 3.
We'll take one.
I'll take one. That's my ambition, and that's Nobel Prize for India in the scientific domain. And I'm working on that, and by God's grace, if that really happens, I'd be blessed and humbled to become the first Indian-born female Nobel laureate in the scientific domain.
Well, knowing you, you're going to manifest it and work towards making that happen. And I promise you, we and the entire nation will be cheering for you then. I want to ask you this. We are talking about transforming India, and you're doing that actively every single day. We have students out here who have big dreams. And for someone so young, you're incredibly accomplished. Where can they start?
The moment they are born.
I mean, it's a little late for that. We can't be talking to newborns in the nursery, but we're talking to young students here. So for those of them who want to start something now or start something as soon as they're done with their schooling, do you have any suggestions or tips for them?
Not after they finish schooling, but right from they are in the schooling. I have to honestly admit a fact that when I had been in school, or you had been in school, my parents had been in school, we did not have access to this kind of technology. Today, everything is available online. YouTube is becoming one of the important gurus. And there is Coursera and every other platform that offers you literally everything you can learn that you want to learn. And honestly speaking, my specialization is computer science in engineering and artificial intelligence precisely. But for the sake of my research work or for the sake of whatever I want to learn, I go to internet and start learning right away. Even today, I'm pursuing MA Psychology from IGNOU simultaneously. And then I'm also pursuing human neuroanatomy in Coursera and different other sites. So everything is available for you, especially, mostly it's free. So make use of all the content that you have access to, come up and brainstorm ideas, come up with your ideas and share it with your teachers or whatever mentors you have. Contact people, start networking, and just manifest your ideas. And especially make sure your ideas or whatever products, technologies, projects, whatever you're developing, small or big, make it efficient and ease of access for the end user. Contact or reach out to the end user first of all. That is most important. So when I started working on this visually challenged project, I think it should be 2016. So for all these years, I had been regularly in touch with visually challenged people from grade 1 of their schooling to professionals, IT professionals, banking officials, so people of various walks of life, various age groups and everything. I make sure every single step I take is comfortable for the end user.
I love this. Do your research, talk to the end user. I think like Raj was saying earlier, at least talk to one person every day. You're saying talk to your end user and figure out what you're creating for them. And that's a lovely idea and an interesting takeaway. And I want to ask you this. We see the youngsters of this country, especially right here, dreaming big, aiming for the stars, using the internet as their library, their universities. What do you see as the future 5 years from now? Because we're looking at the Vishalini method, changing the way visually challenged go about their lives. So clearly, you are someone that has a vision for the future. Where do you see us 5 years from now?
India is one of the topmost destination for technology and everything, I should say, in the world. And in terms of technology, I would say artificial intelligence, and that's where I am, and I should be voting for AI. And in terms of AI, I would always suggest every single human to be conscious in terms of using it. Don't use ChatGPT for your school homeworks, but you can still use it for whatever things you cannot do. Just use it not to make yourself lazy, but to make crazy things.
I like that. I really like that. Don't use AI to make yourself lazy, but use it for the good kind of crazy things. I like that. That's lovely. We're going to throw the floor open for questions. If we have any questions for Vishalini, again, if we can have the auditorium lights on, there are mics that are being passed around. Please raise your hands. And I'm going to get the question started while we find students. You specialize in AI. And for a lot of people out there, there is this real fear of how AI is going to replace a lot of career opportunities that we know and we're familiar with now. Where do you see AI going?
This talk has been there everywhere, but I'll just ask you a question. So, during the olden times when my grandmother was going to the banks, she used to say there was some ledgers where people write the transaction on the large registers. Do you see it today?
No, we don't.
And what you're seeing today, do you find it efficient?
Not really. We're hoping it can get better. I mean, it's a lot more efficient than the past.
Than the past.
Yeah.
That's the transformations. So when there was no wheel, everything was happening. People were transporting, but it was not in a very efficient way, the same thing. But when it comes to AI, we are just afraid that it's going to take away jobs. But no, it's going to give jobs that never existed.
I mean, that's fair. These were the exact same fears during the Industrial Revolution,
Yes.
and we are living in the era of what people like to call the AI revolution.
Exactly.
So thank you for addressing those fears. I believe we have a question right there. Yes, could you introduce yourself?
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Ria, and one doubt I have is, you have achieved so much in such a young age, but how do you find the time? We only have 24 hours in a day, no? How do you find the time to achieve all of this? What is your daily routine? And can you give tips on how we can structure our routines to achieve more, learn more, all those things?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we all have 24 hours, but it depends on how you organize your day. My mom has taught me one mantra, that's time to work, time to play, time to sleep. 3 important parts of your life every single day. And it's all about the schedules and how efficient you stick up to your schedules. That's I always do. I never miss up my swimming routine. I never miss up my work. I never miss up reporting to my mentors or my higher authorities, even if it's 1 in the night, but I always ensure I sleep for minimum 7 hours. So it depends on how much you organize your day and stick up to that routine.
Okay, thank you.
I love how there's efficiency in every aspect of your life. This is so fascinating. I have a friend who actually uses ChatGPT to organize her day. She says, here are my tasks, here's how much time it takes, now can you give me a plan for the day? So I love this, efficiency in all aspects of life. Do we have our next question? Up there.
Ma'am, myself Mohan Kumar, ma'am. Can you give us some tips about how to be someone like you, ma'am? Some tips?
What tips?
How to be very more efficient, how to study well, how to become someone like you, ma'am.
Be you, not me. You know, you are unique. Every single of us are unique. And there is no point in becoming someone else, but achieve your own dreams. Dream for yourself and fix on it. Never change it for anybody else. Just stay on track and get updated. That's enough. And work on it.
I love that. Celebrate your individuality. But if you're still interested, you might want to figure out cloning and then you can be the next Nobel Prize winner. I'm just saying. That's also an option. But do we have another question here? Time for our last question. Someone will get a mic to you.
Hello? Here.
Hello, you have a very sweet voice. Can you tell us where you are?
In the gallery.
Thank you. Oh, right there. Gallery, over there.
Yeah. How did Narendra Modi come to know that you have IQ?
Because he is the Prime Minister. Because he is the Prime Minister of the country I live.
Can I just say, what a sweet and earnest question. The innocence of children is still being preserved in SSVM. I love that. And we have time for one last question over there, the young man. Do you have a mic with you? Can you find someone with a mic on your floor? I'm going to request that you introduce yourself. This will be our last question for this session.
I am Ritik Patel from SSVM Metupalayam. My question is, what type of questions were asked to you in your IQ test?
Okay, a tough question. Actually, an IQ test is not like a regular examination. We do not have a standard blueprint or something like that. So right now, being a clinical psychology student, I can say that it's about everything you do. You are being observed. Every single way, like how you sleep, the position you sleep is also being counted. How, like the pitch when you cry, when you're bitten by ants. like there are different, several tests, but questions is all about the way you think, how your cognitive activities actually work, how you perceive a single thing. That a normal person, it could be a different thing, but to you, to your eyes, it could be something unique in a very different way. So they test, they give you just regular questions, but your answers just determine you're normal or abnormal or extraordinary or everything else.
Sorry, I'm still thinking about getting bitten by ants and someone evaluating how I cry. I understand there's more to this, but this is taking ants in your pants to a whole different level. It really is. But all jokes apart, can I just say what an incredible young woman you are. And like Raj said, your achievements are not intimidating, they're truly inspiring. So when we talk about transforming India, you're transforming India just by existing, just by doing. Thank you for being you.
Thank you.
May I please invite the management to join us on stage to felicitate Dr. K. Visalini. Can we give Dr. K. Visalini a huge round of applause? You know, I love that question about time management because I was wondering how she's been raking up all of these degrees and managing everything that she does while looking at changing the world for the visually challenged. There is exceptional and then there is you. Thank you for joining us once again. I'm going to request you and the management to please be seated once more. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is someone I've had the good fortune of knowing from my high school days. And as much as I would love to introduce her, we have with us a very accomplished young woman. Her name is Chavi. Can we please give her a very, very warm welcome on stage as she introduces our next speaker for the day.
Hello everyone. A remarkable South Indian actress, an inspiring talent in the world of cinema. With her exceptional skills and charismatic personality, she shines brightly as a phenomenal actress, comedian, dancer. Known for mastering diverse roles, transitioning from comic timing to emotional depth, she's known as the queen of expressions. In an industry defined by stereotypes, she has carved her unique identity. She went on to break the internet when she spoke about her physical transformation and became an icon for body positivity. In today's generation, when the main question is put about health and fitness, it is easy to say that the person I'm talking about knows exactly what to say about putting health first. She is a shining star in South Indian film industry with multilingual talent, infectious energy, and strong desire towards encouraging people to become the healthiest version of themselves. To recapitulate a movie, we remember the hero, the heroine. But what truly lightens your heart is that one iconic dialogue by that certain character. And imagining the South Indian film industry without her is now next to impossible. I'm sure you'll be able to find out whom I'm talking about when I say that she's worked with a very famous show Cook with Komali. So, please get ready to hear from our own very superstar, Miss Vidyulekha Raman, as she lightens up the stage with a gracious presence to talk about the importance of body positivity, how it impacts our health, confidence, and the way we live. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the lovely Miss Vidyulekha Raman for our taboo talks.
Thank you so much, Sahitya, and thank you so much for that very, I was blushing actually as she was saying all those things. I was like, really? And that's when I don't know, something kind of clicked in me when I was right there that, okay, maybe we should stop doubting ourselves so much. Because I was like, every word she was saying about me, I was like, really? Am I really all that? Am I really all that is what is perceived of me? But then came the big realization, you are what you perceive of yourself.
Yes, it is.
So
I love the fact that you're changing people's perception while you're working on your own inner perception, and thank you for sharing that with us. And this takes me back to conversations we've had from school to behind the scenes while doing theatre, and you know, it is about taboo talks, and we are a country wherein from the moment a child is born, the child's appearance is discussed. People discuss everything from the child's complexion, if it's too chubby, not chubby enough, too light, too dark, darker than this person, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And appearance is something that gets discussed, dissected, criticized, very rarely complimented or spoken about in a positive, reinforcing way.
Yes.
And I've seen you battle public perception from even before you had a career to through your career, right? Because let's start with how you made your debut. Yeah. In fact, we did it in the same film together.
Yes.
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 And
which is why this talk is so wholesome, because I get to talk about my debut, and you were very much a very integral part of that debut with me, because even though we've known each other from high school, never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would enter the film industry. For me, I was always a theatre buff, a drama nerd, whatever you want to call it. I wanted to go to Broadway, I wanted to go to New York, I wanted to go to London, and just,
I remember doing production on plays where I've changed you from a man to a woman, back to a man, all under a minute, and sent you out on stage.
Yeah, that was quite the experience. But those were moments that made me realize this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. You know, this is my calling, because I feel throughout my life I was chasing that calling. Throughout school, I was much like all of you sitting there. And I had no idea what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a scientist, but I was bad at math. I wanted to be a mathematician, but I was bad at math. I wanted to be a doctor, but I was bad at math. Basically, I was bad at math. And I felt that whatever career I wanted to get into, I was always pinpointing my flaws and my weaknesses and never pursuing that. So today I could have been a big neurosurgeon, I could have been so many things, but that self-doubt in me from a young age, probably for the better, instead of taking my route like this, took it like this. So no regrets, but I wish the younger me had more self-confidence, had more self-awareness about what she was capable of. Like, if I could go talk back to me in high school, I would tell her, you are awesome. You are meant to do the things you dream of doing. And I didn't do that. I did that much later on in life, after battling with several things. Like, I would join tennis thinking I would become, the next star player. I would go join chess thinking I could be the next grandmaster. But I never found that calling. And that calling occurred when I was in the 8th grade. And I just by chance happened to do a high school drama. And I just fell in love with being on stage and having people clap for me, whistle for me, laugh with me, laugh at me.
I still remember that performance.
Yeah.
I remember it.
Yeah. And that was that spark. That was like, I want to do this for the rest of my life, whether it was in front of a camera or on a stage much like this one. I knew I wanted to entertain people, whatever you want to call that. And that is how the debut of my movie began in my first year of college. I happened to just go for an audition, again, ton of self-doubt, ton of, is this even something that is for me? Should I really be doing this? Let's just finish my degree and go maybe do a master's somewhere, get something, another degree somewhere else, and go about my usual life.
I mean, we all come from families where your safest backup is to have a degree and then pursue an alternative career.
Yeah.
But we're going to do this movie style where we're going to cut back and forth in your life. And let's talk about your debut, because your performance was noticed. It was successful. They said a new female comedian has arrived.
Yeah.
But from then to all of your roles, it's almost like you were typecast.
Yep, pretty much.
And to a large extent, correct me if I'm wrong, that had everything to do with the industry's perception of your appearance.
Yes, because back then, and even maybe now, a chubby girl, a plus-size girl or boy, you have no place wanting to be a lead role. You have no place wanting to be anything else, even a dramatic role. You are a comedian. That's it. Full stop. You're chubby, you're round. People can make a couple of jokes on your size. They can make a couple of jokes on your appearance, the way you talk, and that's it. Boom, you're a comedian. It was much like when a girl is born in today's society, she's automatically like more than her career being decided, she's decided that she's going to get married and have children. That is unfortunately the way the society perceives a woman. For me, when I was born into the industry, whether I liked it or not, I became a comedian. Even though I have done a ton of dramatic roles in my past, I have broken down on stage. I have cried on stage. I have made the audience cry with dramatic performances. But still, they were like, no, you are best as a comedian. You better stick to your strengths. I remember that's what they called it. They called it my strengths. And I was this 20-year-old girl, 19-year-old girl. I didn't know any better. I was like, wow, I have gotten this break into the film industry, something most people would kill to have. Let me just go with it. But then in retrospect, when I look back at the roles I've played, I have never regretted even a single role I've played, because every role is a blessing. And every struggling artist knows what it's like to want to even get that 2 minutes on screen, you know? Even if it's just a come and go role.
I mean, we've all done movies where we've shot for 30 days and we've been edited down to 3 minutes on screen.
Our debut, pretty much.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it happens, but I wish, maybe back then I didn't have the command, the authority, the experience, or even the knowledge to say, I'm not comfortable doing this role. I'm not comfortable with you making this comment about me.
Is that a conversation you have now with directors, scriptwriters on films that you're working on?
I do my level best to make my point across. I try to tell them, like, there's always a way you can do it. You know, there's this very, if I may, I don't want to switch over to colloquial dialect, but I will translate it in English. It's called putting a needle inside a banana. You know? So, basically, when you put the needle inside the banana, you are conveying a message in a very, very sweet way. So, I won't go tell the director or the actor or the producer, I don't like what you're saying about me, I don't like this dialogue. I will tell them, sir, maybe we can avoid this. Maybe it's better if we don't say that dialogue this way. Because not for me, audience will get offended, sir. Audience won't like it. Girls in the audience won't like it. Boys in the audience won't like it. So best, why make our movie a controversial movie? Let us avoid this. What happens? I end up not saying the dialogue I didn't want to say. So
I love this. I absolutely love this. Now I also understand why they told me, I know how the two of you interact. You guys need to behave on stage. So, I want to ask you this because especially during the lockdown and the kind of content you start to create is a lot of conversations you've had in private with friends, wherein reservations about your body, your size, your shape, how it was discussed in public, how you were trolled, and more importantly, just the general narrative around people and their bodies. And that really resonated with people, right?
Yeah.
What is that switch that went off in your brain where you were suddenly comfortable having these conversations in public? Because they're not easy conversations to have.
They're not. For as long as I remember, Satya, I've always been the chubby girl. I was never skinny growing up. I was never skinny in my adolescent age. And I am certainly not skinny now. I don't aspire to be as well. I just want to be healthy. But being always on the plus side had its negatives on my health. I was diagnosed with PCOS at the age of 16 or 17. And for a woman who deals with PCOS, much like so many people in the audience, I can just close my eyes and say, how many of you in the audience have PCOS or think you have PCOS? I'm sure a ton of you will put your hands up. It's become so common now to have this. And the one thing doctors always told me, have a balanced diet, lose your weight. If you lose weight and have a balanced diet, your PCOS won't disappear. It will be under control, your symptoms will be under control, and you will be in a much overall better state of mind and body. Now, I was very adamant. I said, no, I don't want to do all that. I don't want to. Why should I go to the gym? Why should I do any workout? Why should I go play a sport? Who wants to sit and have a lettuce salad voluntarily? You know, I'd rather have an ice cream or a burger. I'm a through and through foodie. So to rewire myself, when that happened was, I love my job so much and I'm very fortunate to have a job I love. I was on, I had to stand up for quite some time. That particular shot in a Telugu movie, my knees were packing up. They were hurting like as if someone took a baseball bat and hit it. My back, my lower back was just, it was like as if someone had put 100 kilos on my back. And I've never experienced this before. I'm only, 23 years old at that point. Why should a 23, 24-year-old be having back pain, knee pain, ankle pain? And that's when I was like, uh-oh, I'm a bit overweight, and my knees are not able to handle it. My back's not able to handle it. And my body's crying out for help. My skin was bursting with acne. I was having hair fall. And my moods were all over the place. One minute I was happy, the next minute I was sad, then I was happy again. I thought I was, something was wrong with me. And that's when I was like, let's give this a fair shot. I've never ever given myself a fair shot with my health. Let me give a fair shot. This is not about reaching a particular number in the weighing scale. This was not about touching that golden figure.
This was about feeling good in your own body.
Yes, because I was hating the way I felt, not the way I looked. I hated the way I felt. I woke up feeling exhausted. I would have trouble sleeping. I was having insomnia. Let me just tell one thing straight up. Being on the very, very obese side does not have any good side effects to your life or your mind or your health. How much ever we talk about body positivity, I am a body positive person and I want to be a body positive advocate, but body positivity does not mean letting yourself go. Body positivity is embracing your body in whatever shape you are, but being your healthiest best. Many people are like, I'm body positive, I want to be 100 kilos, what's your problem? I have no problem. You are going to face the problem in the future if you are 100 kilos. And you have to be 50 or 60 or whatever your doctor tells you. Forget that number is what I'm saying. I'm just saying be active, have a good diet. And it took me so long to know this. And I wish I had started it from my school days. I wish I had gotten more into fitness, into playing a sport in my school days, into being active and not sitting and just watching the television the whole day. Because that, what it did was it made me feel lazy, and that laziness was like a seed that started from my school days and went on till my mid-20s. And for me to have woken up only at the age of 28 and realize, no, my health is precious, my body is precious, I need to take care of it. I don't want you guys to go through that. I want you guys to start now. Because you should not be where I was and go through the pain that I felt.
I like that. You're encouraging them to lead a more active lifestyle and take care of themselves both inside and out. And that's truly important. And what I want to ask you is the mental health aspect of this, because I know you've literally dealt with brickbats and whatnot from trolls, from newspapers.
Yep. Yeah.
I have read headlines about you that I balked at.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine how you might have reacted to it, or the comments you get on social media, because you go on a holiday, you're wearing swimwear in the Maldives, and along with a bunch of us that are raving about how fabulous you look, there are also people with the opposite end of the spectrum.
Here's the sad part. So many people would have said positive comments, but that one negative comment would be enough to bog me down. Bog me down the whole day. I have deleted my social media at one point. I had just resigned to the fact that whatever I do, people are going to troll me. People are just going to find something nasty to keep saying about me. But then I realized I wasn't obviously alone. We choose this life. We choose to put ourselves out there on social media, and we are going to get a ton of hate along with a ton of love. The sad part is we focus on the hate. It's only natural and human too. I'd be lying to the whole lot of you if I said, no, trolls don't bother me. Negative comments don't bother me. Negative headlines don't bother me. Of course it bothers me. I'm a human too. Just because I'm a public figure doesn't mean I don't have feelings. And I was so hurt. When you go swimming, do you wear a sari? You wear a swimsuit. That's just the way things are. If you're not comfortable wearing a swimsuit, don't. But what I'm saying is, how can you shame a person and shame her morals because she's wearing something that she's comfortable in?
Yes, somewhere in our country, while we're shopping for clothes, you buy clothing, you get morality for free.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah,
pretty much.
So somehow when you buy a sari, you get 6 yards of morality with it, but when you buy a bikini, you only get 3 centimeters of morality with it.
Yeah.
At least that's what the morality police say, and we'll leave it to them. It's their expertise. I love the fact that you're breaking all of those things.
Because if you look at this picture, I'm wearing a sari.
Kudumba kuttuvilakku you are
What a Kudumba kuttuvilakku. What a decent girl. Such a homely girl. But then cut to me in Maldives, like she said, or even in a club in Chennai where I'm just wearing a swimsuit and I'm working out. How can you wear this? How does your husband even like this? You are definitely getting a divorce. Wait, what? I've been married 2 years and you guys are already talking about my divorce. Like, to be a newlywed girl and my husband is clicking those photos of me and saying, I'm looking fabulous, I'm looking good. And to have people saying, yeah, it's girls like you only who get divorced. It's girls like you who make bad wives. It's girls like you who make bad mothers. That hurt. That hurt because I'm entering such a new phase in my life, getting married. Life is already so different. You go through so many changes. And on top of it, to have the judgment of the public. I'm not saying everyone said this. I'm only highlighting the few trolls and the few haters and the bot accounts, whatever you want to call them. It hurt. But I told myself, if I live a life dwelling on negativity, my life will be miserable. If I live a life where I remove negativity, I will have a whole life ahead of me and the life that I make for myself.
I love that. Just like every fire needs its oxygen, do not give the trolls any oxygen.
Do not. Because I know some celebrities talk back. Some celebrities give it back. But I've noticed, why do people troll? Why do people spread negativity? Even when you post something nice, when you post something good, something that made your day, why does that person take that extra 15 to 20 seconds in a day to type that out anonymously? His or her DP will be a picture of Aishwarya Rai or Asin or something. And the account will be goodboy236 or something like that. It's obviously a person who wants to stay anonymous. A person gets so much of confidence through anonymity
and through being behind a screen and a keyboard where no one knows what you're saying, when you're saying, and how you're delivering it. I can promise you they won't dare even look at me or look at any of you in public and say the same things. But they get an extra confidence doing it behind the screen. And on top of it, they get pleasure. Because such people, they are like the leeches. They thrive off you. They thrive off knowing if I say this to her, I know she's going to feel bad.
I love the passion when you say leeches.
They are genuinely the leeches. I mean, leeches at least do some good. They do leech therapy and they do all kinds of things like that. Here they have no job only. They have nothing to do. At least if they did something useful with their life like a leech, they may, I shouldn't even be calling them a leech actually. I'm so sorry, leeches of the world. I should not have insulted the leeches, even though I'm petrified of them.
I'm going to let you catch your breath and, you know, get everyone in the audience just to do a show of hands. It doesn't need to be online. It can be someone you met in real life. Has anyone ever body shamed you? If yes, put your hands up. And that's the thing, right? We went to the same school. We had the same childhood. I was permanently Olli Kuchi Odambakari and you were at the other extreme and we both got trolled.
I was just going to say, guys, people would assume someone like Saitya won't get body shamed. Trust me, every person, every shape, size and weight gets body shamed. You're too thin, you're too fat, you're too dark, you're too fair. You're too short, you're too tall, who'll go marry you?
Yes.
5'11", oh, your height? Minimum we have to find one Maple who's at least 6'2".
I've had that with movies.
You know?
They're like, how are we going to find you a hero?
How much heels to put on the hero?
I
Here,
said
take
no.
mine. Take mine if you want, is what I wanted to say. My point is, body shaming is not just for fat people. Body shaming is for everybody and anybody because it's the worst and most free advice everyone loves to give.
That's very true.
I, from 86 kilos, went to 66 kilos. 2 years it took me to make the transformation. It was a transformation I did for my health. And the plus, thank you. Thank you so much.
I love how they understand the amount of effort and hard work it takes to do that.
It was so tough because I love my burgers, I love my pizzas, and I love my croissants, and I love my jam and my butter and my toast.
Okay, we're not going through a menu now. You love food.
Sorry, I'm just thinking. It's been a while since I had carbs, so I'm
it's
just
also
thinking about
getting
it.
close to lunchtime, so stop tempting people.
My point is, guys, I love food just as much as all of you put together. But life in moderation, everything in moderation. I never cut out anything. I just had it when I really wanted to. I didn't make it a daily thing. So I came from 86 to 66 and I felt fabulous. I felt great and I was at the peak of my health. That is what is most important. I went to my gynecologist and she said, your PCOS is pretty much nil. Your insulin levels are great. Your cholesterol is great. Your blood pressure is great. Something good happened doing whatever I religiously did for 2 years. But even at 66, you know the kind of comments I got? Who are you trying to please? You're trying to become a heroine, is it? Why do you want to become a heroine? Arya, I didn't even say I wanted to be a heroine. No, but obviously, from going from so fat to so slim, you obviously have a hidden agenda. You want to become a heroine. Or you want to, you're not happy with your current role, so you're trying to get better roles. First of all, you're not even looking good like this. Moonjila doku indirchi. Which means they said my face was sunken in and hollow. I looked like a skeleton. Which I promise I didn't. You can look at all my wedding photos. I looked anything but a skeleton. But they still had something nasty to say. Even though I felt so great about my accomplishment, because it was something I didn't do for 29 years of my life, I did it. Still they said, you're not looking good. We miss the old with you. We want the old with you back. When I was the old with you, you told me to get slim. You told me you look so beautiful if you lose weight. What happened then? My point is, that is when I realized you will never, ever, ever in your life please everybody. You please yourself.
That is very true.
Because I was shocked. I thought people would be so happy for me. The complete opposite. They took one U-turn and did one total opposite. We miss the old you. Go back to looking like yourself. You will not get work anymore. Producers told me I won't get movies anymore.
Didn't someone say that bubbly charm is gone?
Yes.
that bubbliness you had.
I don't understand
totally
how
gone.
bubbliness is like equal to kgs on a scale.
The point is, they could not see the bubbliness, and for that I told them one thing. Producers and directors both told me, you lose weight like this means audience won't accept you, number one. If audience doesn't accept you, you won't get movies, you won't get roles. Okay, sir. That's all I said. Why? You still want to continue being slim? Put on one extra 5-10 kgs. No, then only it will suit your personality. I said, sir, let me tell you one thing. I have lost the weight, not my ability to act.
You know, before I throw the floor open to questions, I want you all to introspect 1 second. Because, you know, with you and I, when we asked you, have any of you ever been shamed for your appearance? A lot of you raised your hands. But stop for a moment to think if you in the recent past have commented on someone else's appearance. You probably meant that with the best of intentions. But sometimes it might not have been received the same way. And that's how most of the body shaming happens in this country. So the next time you want to compliment someone, maybe let's skip appearances and move on to something a little bit more substantial. Okay, that's just food for thought while we open the floor for questions.
Yeah, I think that's wonderful what you just said. So true, because sometimes we may not say it in the most hurtful ways, but it will be, remember what I told you, needle in banana. The compliment will be like needle in banana.
With you, behave.
Sorry. My point is, let's take a minute to just reflect on what she said, because I have been also, as much as I don't want to admit, I have also been guilty of telling someone something which I meant in a very positive way, but then I was like, again I commented about their appearance.
Exactly.
You know, let's maybe talk about how much they are awesome in their work or at the house, or how they are as a mother, or how they are as a wife, or how they are in their career, or their personality, or their smile. Let's start complimenting people with maybe those things, just food for thought.
For example, this is the happiest I've ever seen you be, and I'm glad to see you that way.
And this is the most I have seen you thrive, and I hope you keep thriving.
Thank you.
You see what we just did there? We complimented each other, but we never spoke about our dress or our looks. Oh, we can speak about a dress. I think that blazer is awesome.
You can borrow it anytime.
Thank you. But knew I was getting at that.
I know. I know where you're getting at. Do we have questions in the audience? I saw raised hands. Have mics reached you just yet? Can we have the mic right here to the gentleman in the front?
I'm Dr. Kannan. I'm
Hello,
a
doctor.
psychiatrist. I've worked with a lot of people with this body shaming. I think what you're doing is so fabulous. You are so authentic, the way you spoke. It takes guts to come up on stage as an actress. That's an honor, ma'am. You're a true woman, you know, that people should look up to. You know, people come and show that face. You are so authentic. I want to compliment you on that. Second
thank you,
is,
doctor.
I'm married to a very beautiful woman, and she's my life. And after marriage, after a couple of years, she put on a little weight. Yes. So this is one challenge I'm having. I want to ask a suggestion from you. So when she wears something good, and she asks me, how do I look? I don't know what answer to give.
Always say
Because
you
if
look
I say-
fabulous.
So when I
Doctor,
say
I'm trying to save
fabulous-
your life. You save people's life, I'm trying to save your life.
So when I say fabulous, she's like, I know you're always lying like this. If I say, I don't know me, see, you know, and invariably, you know, when I say you're fabulous, she feels very good. We go to a function, and invariably someone sees and comes in, you know, we are from Malayali community, so you know how it works there. Indai, ayyo, ittara veta. எனக்கு அங்க செருப்பு கழட்டி அடிக்கணுமா என்ன பண்ணணும்னு தெரியலங்க. But as a husband, I'm like, I don't know what to do. And then immediately, I have to keep silent because it's a decorum. And immediately she looks and says, oh, so you're sitting and enjoying that. So what do I do as a husband is just
I mean, doctor, I've been married only for 2 years. I don't feel I have the wherewithal to give you marital advice, but I completely can empathize with your wife, because I too gained weight after my marriage.
Sure.
I too gained weight.
And I'm in the process of again losing that little bit of extra weight I've put on. I'm in the process of losing it. I just wanted to ask you one thing. Does she want to lose weight, or does she want to?
So she has a health issue because of which she's not able to lose weight.
Right.
Same PCOD she had.
Yes.
And she had arthritis.
Yes.
So we had taken
So
on
it's
steroids.
overall, yeah.
So, and we had a child also. So it's all
It's
because
been
of it,
it's been a toll on her overall.
Yeah.
I think for the longest time, me personally, I always told myself I will wear certain clothes only when I am a certain size. And what I ended up doing was I just ended up wasting my life away, because that beautiful dress would end up sitting in the closet, because here I was waiting to get to a certain size, socially acceptable size, to feel beautiful and confident in it. My only advice, more than to you, but to your wonderful wife, is tell her to wear whatever she wants, because she has your back, and to hell with the rest of them.
Thank you.
Who cares what they say? If they say, you cannot change people. You can't go around in public and pick fights, right? If someone says something derogatory to her, let her just smile and say, oh, thank you so much. Tell her, if they say, ayo, if they do that, oh, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to have such a wonderful reaction to me. Let her just take it as a compliment. They will just look confused and say, okay, now I'm going to go eat, bye. And just tell her to leave.
I'm not
Avoid
so
it.
gracious. I usually ask them, sorry, what do you mean?
Yeah.
And once they've explained it, I didn't quite understand. Could you repeat yourself?
See, the thing with Sahitya
They
is,
repeat themselves three
she
times.
likes to
Yes.
needle. She likes to needle. That is Sahitya. She will make a person feel physically uncomfortable by continuing.
Hey, we're having a talk about making people physically comfortable. Thank you very much.
So that is another approach. The reason I took this approach, she can take this approach, which is fabulous, because to see the other person, how they will look and react will also be priceless. So you can take her approach, or you can even take my approach and just make her say a very gracious thank you and walk away. That way she has peace of mind. She will not think about that negative comment, and they will be out of her sight, out of her mind quickly.
Okay, wow. I use one small technique sometimes when they come like this. I said, please look at yourself in the mirror. So that's something I just give back. Yeah.
True. That's a great way of looking at it, but you have her back, and that is what I'm so happy about.
And
always have her back.
Exactly. And in terms of compliments, find something that you can genuinely connect to, that color brings out your eyes. I think you light up when you're wearing this color. I like seeing you in that. I think we prefer genuine compliments and observations over just adjectives which are generic, like fabulous, amazing, and good looking. And I think that will make your comment a lot more considered. And we have a student up there with a question for Vidyu.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Gaurav.
Hi.
I have a question. You said that you had self-doubts and all. Even I have every now and then. So how did you overcome them?
Like I said, Gaurav, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Like I said, Gaurav, even when I was sitting there and one of the lovely students gave such a nice introduction about me, I was still going through self-doubt. Why is she saying so much about me? Why is she saying such nice things about me? Do I really deserve that? So I'm still going through it even now. I have not overcome it. But the one thing I can tell you is self-doubt is very common. It's very normal. You are considered maybe a bit too arrogant if you have no self-doubt. What ends up happening is when that self-doubt consumes you, that is when you are in a problem area. It is good to have a little bit of self-doubt now and then. It keeps you grounded and it keeps you a bit more in connect with people. Have a little bit of self-doubt, but just know that you need to focus all that wonderful positive energy you have towards your passion, towards something you truly love. I'm sure there is something extracurricular or academic, or maybe even both, which you're so passionate about. Focus your energies on that more rather than the doubts that are lingering in the back of your mind. Because it can always linger a little bit in the back of your mind, but when you let it consume your full mind is when you get clouded and you lose direction. So all I wanted to say was focus your energies on your passion, just like what I did. Because when I started focusing all my positive energy on theater and drama
and things that made me happy, I had very less time to doubt myself.
Thank you, ma'am. Hi, ma'am.
Hello.
Ma'am, here. Down.
Down? Oh, sorry, getting a bit blind. Hi.
How are you, ma'am?
All good, thank you.
Ma'am, my question is like, how do you spend non-shooting hours? How do you spend it in a productive manner?
Oh, that's a nice question. I have a lot of things that I love doing when I'm not shooting, because shooting can be, as much as you all see the glitz and glamour on screen, it looks like it's done like that. I have been shooting one particular show that I did. We would start rolling at 6 a.m. and I would go back at 6 the next day, wearing the same dress without a break, without a bath, without anything, because that was just how grueling and demanding it was. Be it events, be it shoots, they are very, very physically demanding and mentally draining. So what I like to do in my free time, I love baking. I love making nice treats and cookies, and I try making it very healthy.
I saw in Cook with Komali how you did.
Yeah, Cook with Komali was one of the shows that was very, very physically and mentally taxing on me. So what it ended up doing was, I was so exhausted, I had no time to do anything else but shoot, come back, practice my recipes, practice my skills, cooking skills for the next episode, and then run back to the next shoot in 2 or 3 days. So I barely had any me time. So when I have me time, I love hanging out with friends, I love hanging out with family, I go out with my husband, we go for like nice dinners. I love cooking, I love baking, and I read, and I do therapy. I think that's very important, because to focus on your mental health is also very, very, very important, more than just your physical health. All this while I was talking about physical health, getting into a sport, being physically active. What happens up here? No point having a six-pack but being upset up here, right? So I've been doing therapy for the past 6 months, and I've been feeling really light and really good, because anyone and everybody, I feel, should do therapy. This is not for people who are going through depression, anxiety, marital problems, relationship problems, family problems. No. Problem does not equal to therapy. Anybody and everybody should have a neutral, resounding board to talk about your feelings, to talk about what you go through, and it doesn't have to be something tragic has happened in your life for you to go seek therapy. I feel what's happening nowadays is we are kind of talking about counseling and therapy like as if only those with mental distress need it. No, absolutely not. All my friends go for therapy. It's something that is very important for you mentally, to set goals in life, to feel like you're going somewhere in life with some direction, some purpose. Talking to a third neutral person, for me, I'm not saying everybody has to do it, for me it's really helped, because I've noticed my friends and families will obviously have personal bias and they may guide me differently, but when I talk to a third person about it, it makes me feel better and gives me more clarity.
That's nice. I love the fact that you can discuss all of this so openly and everyone can benefit from it.
Thank you.
Thank you for that lovely question.
We're talking about taboos, and therapy is not a taboo. Trust me, it's not. In India, we still have a way to go. We still need to normalize so many things in life.
Well, we have people like you making a difference, so I think we're in safe hands.
I hope this has benefited someone out there who maybe in the back of your head you wanted to go talk to somebody. You know I'm going and talking to somebody, so I hope that's motivated you to go talk to somebody as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I've enjoyed talking to this somebody. Can we please give her a huge round of applause?
Thank you so much.
The incredibly talented, very, very open, vulnerable and amazing body positivity and now mental health advocate as well. Thank you, Vidyu, for joining us. May I please welcome the management team to please join us on stage to felicitate the lovely Miss Vidyu. This was Taboo Talks with Vidyulekha Raman, and honestly, it would be a little bit taboo if you all didn't clap and show us some appreciation. Thank you, Vidyu, for entertaining us on screen and off screen. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. It's been a complete pleasure to be here. I was just telling your school pupil leader and your ASPL, I got to meet them outside, and I was telling them, I miss this. I miss coming to schools. I go a lot for events, I go to colleges, but I really, really miss seeing school people and to see wonderful people like you here. I hope I spoke from the heart, and I hope it made a difference. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and just remember, love yourself, because if you don't love yourself, you can't expect others to. So, peace, and may the force be with you all.
Thank you, Vidyu. Thank you to the management team. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to love you and leave you all, and hope that you're going to enjoy lunch and fill your tummies with the incredible food that you get at the SSVM Institutions. I promise you, I'm going to be joining you there. We'll see you all back here after lunch for some more incredible sessions. We're requesting you all to join us back here by 1:15. I repeat, 1:15, that is 15 and not 50. Thank you, have a great lunch. We'll see you all back here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back after lunch. And in case lunch wasn't heavy enough, we thought we'll get you started on a thoughtful note, discussing a very, very difficult subject in a beautiful manner being addressed on stage. We have the students from SSVM Metupalayam with a beautiful dance performance making you think, introspect, and wonder how you can contribute towards the eradication of child abuse. What a beautiful Theyyam-inspired dance performance highlighting a much needed cause that needs to be talked about. I love this. It almost feels like Diwali up here on stage. The festive season is starting and it truly calls for celebration when young minds are thinking and contemplating about causes and issues like this. And speaking about issues that needs to be discussed a little bit more openly, the students of SSVM Mettupalayam are going to be back on stage with another performance. And this time, I like this. We have a few students from SSVM Mettupalayam up there. I hope you've not had too heavy a lunch. Can I get you to make a little bit more noise? That is more like it, not bad. Everyone hasn't binged on Tair Sadam just yet. We're still awake for the afternoon session. So back on stage with another poignant performance, this time highlighting the issue of transgenders. Welcome your friends, your colleagues, and your fellow students.
In the backflip, burn the devil, cause him to turn into ashes. With the wrath of a woman combined with raw courage, clash with the tech and the sign to cause ruckus, and you're quick to flee out the door, feeling giddy when I'm bold and ready, holding swords and machetes, y'all.
What an energetic dance performance that was. Can we please give them a huge round of applause? You know, I don't know about you, but I'm looking at the sari in an entirely new light after that performance. My, the stunts that they are getting up to. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a lot of people on this stage who've been sharing their stories with you. But up next, we have someone who is a master storyteller. So, to introduce this incredible storyteller, please give a very, very warm welcome to the lovely Ayana, who was here skipping on stage earlier. But hopefully, she's going to be just as good with words.
Let's get ready to dive into the captivating realm of Miss Geeta Ramanujam, a true master of storytelling magic and the driving force behind Kathalya's International Academy of Storytelling. With an incredible journey spanning over 4 decades, Miss Geeta has embarked on storytelling adventures in a staggering 43 countries and across 27 vibrant states in India. Her influence has touched the lives of an impressive number of adults and an astonishing 500,000 children, igniting their love and passion for stories. Miss Geeta stands tall as a trailblazer, energizing the ancient art of storytelling. Her workshops and certified courses have not only shaped professional storytellers, but have also earned recognition from all around the globe, with accredited affiliations in the USA, Scotland, and Sweden. This storytelling guru has earned her stripes, being honored with numerous prestigious awards. So, if you're all ready to be swept off your speed by the world of narratives and wonder, Miss Geeta Ramanujam's story is where the magic begins. I welcome Miss Geeta Ramanujam on stage right now. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to everyone. And I specifically and intentionally would like to thank Manimekale ma'am and the entire team, staff, and this wonderful school, SSVM, for always keeping me at the zenith of Mount Everest. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So the children this morning were a little, and after a while I saw them settling. And I'm so happy now all these children are already settled. But you know, for storytelling, you need some energy. Do you agree, children? Wonderful. Now I can hear the yes. Okay, great. So, who am I? Huh? All right. So, I'm going to tell something and you're going to repeat, but in the same sound that I'm doing. Will you do that? Wow. So, you said I'm a storyteller, did you? I am a storyteller. I love it. Okay. I am a storyteller. a storyteller. What should you say? Ah, good. I am a storyteller. I am a storyteller. I am a storyteller. I am a storyteller. Okay, you are a storyteller. Lovely, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, I'm a storyteller. Are you happy? Very happy when you listen to a story? Okay, when you're happy and you know, you clap your hands. When you're happy and you know, you clap your hands. When you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. When you're happy and you know, you clap your hands. When you're happy and you know, you snap your fingers. When you're happy and you know, you snap your fingers. When you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. When you're happy and you know, you snap your fingers. When you're happy and you know, you slap your thighs. When you're happy and you know, you slap your thighs. When you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. When you're happy and you know, you slap your thighs. Older children too. When you're happy and you know, you say hello. When you're happy and you know, you say hello. When you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. When you're happy and you know, you say hello. When you're happy and you know, you do all four. When you're happy and you know, you do all four. When you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. When you're happy and you know, you do all four. Hi children. Hi older grown-up children. Yay! So, how do stories begin? So once upon a time, and not a long time ago, I'm still thinking what story to tell you. So because you know what happens to a storyteller, you have a lot of stories, isn't it? Story from Japan, story from Sweden, story from Tamil Nadu. What story? One person. Okay, story from India. Story from India. Okay? From Tamil Nadu. Done? All right. Okay. So a long time ago, near the forests. So where do you have forests in Tamil Nadu? Western Ghats. Very good. So Western Ghats, lot of greenery where the trees are big. You have the banyan tree, the peepal tree, the banyan tree, the jamun tree, every tree. All right? All these trees, they don't fight with each other. One tree doesn't say, hey, your child went to see that new class, went to that artificial intelligence class. I must send my child also. The banyan tree and the peepal tree don't talk like that to each other, do they? No. And when they have their little ones, they allow them to grow as they are, isn't it? So these trees were very happy, tall, large, broadly built trees, trees with small trunks, trees with huge roots, and everyone in silence, not making too much sound, except when woo, which blew? The wind blew. That time they used to whisper sometimes. But you won't have so many trees in a forest, and yet there is silence, isn't it? So many people in one building. You, right? Okay, so we have a lot to learn from nature. So in this nature, in this beautiful forest, in the middle of the forest, there was also a very big, beautiful pond. Okay, so pond, another thing for pond? Lake, very good. So there was this beautiful lake. And in the middle of that lake, crystal clear water. And just one lotus, calm and quiet, blooming. Now, it was early morning, and there was the breeze, and one animal. That animal was feeling wonderful. He always had a very positive attitude. When he got up in the morning, he would fan himself. Very good. This was the elephant, and he was now he was a jolly good fellow. So he started walking through the forest. He just did one trumpeting, and he went through the forest. Jakka naka naka naka, jakka naka naka naka. Bo, oh, 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 oh. Ha, jakka naka naka naka. Where are the sounds? I'm not hearing. Everyone, jakka naka naka naka. And he went under a peepal tree. And on that peepal tree, there was someone. What was he having? Nuts. Who was this? Fantastic. I am very happy you found out. Okay. So, this squirrel. Anna. Ane Anna. அண்ணா அண்ணா தலை மேலே கொஞ்சம் வரட்டுமா அண்ணா என்ன ஒரு ரைடு ஐஷன் போகிறீங்களா ப்ளீஸ் நான் நிறைய நட்ஸு உங்களுக்கு தரேன். What do you think the elephant said? Yes or no? No? How many people say yes? Aha, majority. Very good. So now, came down, sat on the head. Nandri. Jakka naka naka naka. Jakka naka naka naka. And as this elephant went, there was one more tree, which was the banyan tree, and someone was swinging from that banyan tree. Monkey. And the monkey said, can I also join? What do you think the elephant said? And what did the monkey do? Jumped on top of the elephant. Jakka naka. Jakka naka naka naka. Jakka naka. And now he suddenly stopped because he was about to stamp someone. And that was pyong pyong. Oh, saru saru sano. Pyong pyong. Rabbit, he wants some duck. And the rabbit said, but I can't climb. What to do? What do you think the elephant did? Picked him up, put him on his back. And what did he say? Yeah, Jaka naka, naka, naka. Jaka naka. Shh. A snake. And the snake said, you are all making too much sound. Shh. I'm going to now hiss slowly, and you will not make a sound. Even the elephant stopped. The snake slipped slowly through the grass. And as he slipped, Chakka naka naka naka, Chakka naka. Everyone was happy again. But finally, the sun was slowly setting, and beautiful blue, orange, pink, lovely sky, and the waves that were coming slowly the monkey got down. He climbed a tree and went to Pyong, pyong, pyong. Went inside the hole and... Who else? Huh? Snake? Snake is already gone. Elephant. Elephant also quietly went and found a tree. Ooh, beautiful, lovely breeze, and like diamonds and rubies, the orange color all reflected on that lake. And slowly that lotus was closing, and one bee went zzz, and then it closed. Beautiful, lovely silence. And then the night went on from 11 to, what is after 11 o'clock? 12 o'clock, which is called midnight. So midnight, when the whole forest was asleep, there was one person the lion, and this lion woke up. And he started and he went to the tree where monkey was. He looked at the monkey and said, "Hey, you monkey! Better wish me good morning." What did the monkey do? What do you think the monkey did? Did he say good night? What did he say? Okay, he said, "Wish me good morning." It is not morning. It is midnight. Yeah. Why are you disturbing எல்லாரையும் ஏன் தொந்தர பண்றீங்க? போங்க. ரொம்ப சத்தம்லாம் போடாதீங்க. You know what I can do to you? I'm up on the tree. I'm having a good sleep. You can't do anything. Go. So now the lion was very upset and he went to the tree where. And the squirrel said, "I already heard. Go, go. Hey, you tiny. Shoo. Good. Nobody is listening to me." And then he went and he saw in that hole, there was the. And the rabbit went inside and said, "You can't do anything to me. Na, 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 na. Anyway, I was sleeping and all my kuttis are inside. Go, ya." Now the lion was getting even angry. And the snake said, "Shh, sattam podadinga." He was getting very angry and he went near the lake. And in that lake, what was there? And the lotus has a big leaf. And on that leaf, there was someone dreaming. Wish me good morning. I'm telling you, wish me good morning. You, what is your problem? Why are you thinking you're not allowing me to dream also? I will crush you, you tiny kosu. You mosquito. Wait. I go to SSVM school. Morning I have to go to school. But before that, my mummy always told me something. She, parents of SSVM school also very nice. So they teach me manners. So my mummy always told that when you wake up in the morning, you must always brush your teeth. So you wait, okay? Hey, I want to crush you now. I'm getting angry with you. Okay, you get angry. Wait. I have to do one more thing. I have to comb my hair also now. Are you ready for the fight? Wait. Before we get into fight and all that, okay, I have to put lipstick. Now the lion was getting said, okay, we have one condition. What? If I win, I am the king, okay? What? You kosu? You better give me respect. Okay, I also have a name. My name is Lily. You tell me, Lily, let's have one fight, Billy. Oh, you're getting too much. Wait, I told you no condition. Okay. And he pounced on the whom? Leaf. Where? Who was there? Psst. Mosquito. And the mosquito went. What? Hey, come in the the front, yeah. I told you, no, if I win, I'm the king. Ah! Tell me I'm the king, 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 tell me, tell me I'm the king, tell me I'm the, okay, you're the king. And now the mosquito. I told you, no. Now you better go back. No more shouting. You must go back without making any sound. I told you no sound. And so the lion slowly went back into the jungle. And now the first light appeared in the sky, and the mosquito, I'm the king, yeah, I'm the king, yeah, I'm the king, went to the tong, I'm the king. Rabbit, squirrel, tong, I'm the king, 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 I'm the king. And he was getting really big. Well, we don't know what happened after that. But the lotus slowly opened, and under the leaf of the lotus, there was someone who was weaving a web. Who was that? Spider. And he was watching the mosquito coming. I'm the king, I'm the king, I'm the king. I'm the king, I'm the king, I'm the king, Well, we don't know, isn't it? Because times change and life has to go on. But then, the morning in that forest remained the same, and our elephant went about his journey. Jakka naka naka naka. Jakka naka naka naka. Jakka naka naka. Yes. Thank you. So, it was a story from Tamil Nadu, and we have a lot of folk tales in our own backyards. We don't have to borrow tales from anywhere. And I think these are the best treasures that we have. But I want to leave, do I have another minute? So I want to leave all the children also. I want you to listen to this. Please don't give me answer. I want you to think about it, okay? Especially the grown-ups too. Once upon a time, there was a camel, and she was a very proud mother camel. And she was, you know, children always imitate the older people, isn't it? So, below was her kutti. And the kutti looked at the mother. And the kutti also did. After some time, the kutti was different little bit because they are learning, isn't it? They were curious. So the kutti looked, Amma, tell me, Mama, why only camels have one hump at the back? Toing. Why? Oh, because when we go through the desert, we have to store a lot of water. Oh. Like how you're all sitting now quietly, that camel also sat quietly, but only for some time. After some time, Amma, one more question. Kelpa, very patient mother. Amma, why only camel have long eyelashes? Why? Oh, because when the wind blows in the desert, these eyelashes protect, isn't it? Oh. Yes. Mama, why only our legs are bent and we have flat hoof like this? Why? Because when you go through the sand, our legs should not sink. It will help us to walk through the sand in the desert. Mummy, ask her last question, Mummy. Sure. Mama, you told that we have hump because we store water, and then eyelashes to protect from the wind, and leg so that we can walk through the sand. Mummy, then why are we in the zoo? Okay. I want you all to think. With our children having so much potential, what are we doing with them? Think about it. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Can I just say, we, India as a country, we're a storytelling nation. Before we started writing things down, it was the spoken word, which is how our traditions and our history were passed on. Thank you for keeping that rich heritage and culture alive and doing it so fabulously. Huge round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. May I please welcome the management to join us on stage to felicitate our master storyteller, Geeta Ramanujam. I must say the only time I'm ever doing voices is when I'm reading to my twins, and it's nowhere as close to what you do, but now I have a benchmark for me to meet. Thank you for that. Thank you so very much. I believe you spoke to the inner child in every member of our audience. They gasped with joy, they laughed and enjoyed, and they had a whale of a time listening to you narrate. Thank you. This is the power of storytelling. Thank you once again. Thank you, Ms. Geeta. Thank you so very much. May I request the management team to please stay back? We have a few more people we'd like to felicitate. Thank you, Ms. Geeta. Ma'am, I'm going to let you head on downstairs. That was absolutely fabulous. Thank you once again. A masterclass in storytelling, something to learn for all of us. We also had some incredible experts in their own field conduct workshops for students here. We had a workshop on performing arts. So may I please invite Jayatesh to join us on stage. Thank you once again. The students are still talking about your workshop at lunch, and that tells you so much. You've left quite the impact on those young, impressionable minds, and this is something they'll remember for a long time. To all of our boys and girls in the gallery, can I encourage you to show Mr. Jayatesh here a little bit more appreciation? Thank you once again for being here with us at the SSVM Institutions Transforming India Conclave 2023. Next, we have the DIY makeup workshop that was conducted by Yegammai Vijay. Your DIY lipstick is still being discussed by everyone backstage. I just need you to know. There's lots of plans and ideas for trying it at home and showing it to their friends and showing off. Thank you for a lovely workshop. Can we show some appreciation for Yegammai Vijay, please? And I know you can take very little credit for this, but what a beautiful and unusual name you have. Thank you. Thank you so much to the management team. I'm going to request you all to please be seated once again. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you once again for a lovely workshop. I know some of you were attending workshops in halls nearby and you missed Bat Salsa's incredible, mind-bending, physically astounding performance that we had in the first half of the day. So they are back with another incredible performance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for these two young talents whose bones are truly made of rubber. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and welcome on stage the talented duo from Bat Salsa.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Jamás podré interpretar el sentido de las palabras que me dedican, pero el calor de tu mirar me hace sentir como la más bella señorita.
निगाहों से कहीं अरमान की दास्तां है सेñorita चाहत की मोहब्बत की सारी दुनिया में एक ही जुबान है सेñorita मुझसे अब नजर ना फेरो आओ पास तुम मेरे मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो समझी ना
You know, it never gets old. I've seen them on TV. I saw them this morning, but every single time it amazes me. And every time he flips that little girl over, my heart does a little flip in here. And here's me hoping that she lands just right. It is true when they say motherhood truly changes you, then you start looking at everything and everybody else very, very differently. But I'm going to request the team at the console, can you help me with having the lights in the auditorium on, please? We've got a little bit of time. If we have runners on the floor with mics, we want to take the time to get a little bit of feedback from you. And again, a simple note, when I say feedback, I'm not asking you about the food or the water or the AC temperature. I'm going to ask you about what you've liked about the conclave so far. If there's a favorite session, an important takeaway, something you'd like to see next year, a speaker you'd like to see and why. We would love to hear from you. In case you're not comfortable sharing any of this on the mic, there is the feedback box right outside the venue. Feel free to write in anonymously. We would love to hear your thoughts. But if any of you want to share an amazing experience from any of the workshops over the last 2 days, or something a speaker said that left a mark on you, that made you introspect, now would be a great time. Feel free to put up your hand. A runner will get a mic to you. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Not just in the balcony up there, anyone down here as well, any of our speakers so far whose insights you've really enjoyed, a talk you've really enjoyed. I heard a lot of you walk up to us during lunch and share these conversations. Anyone would like to do it on the mic right about now?
Here.
Hello there, sir. Could you introduce yourself to us, please?
I am Hanumanta Deshmukh. I am from Pune. So the ambience first, which had brought me here at Coimbatore, thank you to Coimbatore first. And then, of course, it will be like Krish sir had presented demographic data, which tells me about the vegetarian and non-vegetarian, how it goes into the people's attitude as well. So far, my family concern was that my wife's side is more rice eater, and ours is more with bakris and chapatis more. So it made me understood why they were inclined so, because it is at Karnataka and Bangalore side. So it had made me realize more. So why it is so? So we need to understand the things beyond the regular demanding things. This is what right from the beginning of that soil it nurtures and it goes till the life. Thank you.
I just need to know SSVM's Transforming India Conclave is going to take credit for your happy marriage after this. If you guys are not fighting over chawal or roti after this, we take full credit.
Sure.
Ma'am, we'd love to hear from you as well.
Thank you. Myself, Naina Nagpal, and I'm from Modern Public School, Shalimar Bagh, Delhi, and I'm here with my colleague, Miss Sapna. And I begin, first of all, by thanking the management of SSVM for having this conclave and inviting us here. We are indeed pleased to be here with this wonderful congregation of educators and the young children who are the futures of tomorrow. They are the leaders of tomorrow. And being first-timers in Coimbatore, yes, I love the weather first thing. I love the saris. And I love the audience. And I love the speakers. So my takeaway, yes, India is a transforming society indeed. And it has been brought alive on this stage. That's all I can say. And thank you very much, all of you, for hosting this. Thank you.
Thank you. How kind and gracious of you. And I promise you, you approach any woman here, we'll give you a list of shops where you can go buy all the lovely saris. Because you look fabulous in yours, and we wouldn't mind seeing you in a Kanjivaram next. And we'd love to hear from all of you. Ma'am, we'll wrap up with yours because we have some eager students who've been practicing for an entire month and they're waiting to take the stage. Over to you.
I'm Sarah. I come from Pune, from Oysters International School. It's been a lovely place to be here and the warm welcome. Thank you, all of you, for that. And no wonders, you know, all the speakers that you got, all the performances that happened here were excellent, I would say, you know. But the best part that I liked about SSVM are your students, okay? the way they've been trained, you know, to talk about the 7 habits, inculcating that into various aspects. Yeah, a tremendous, marvelous job done. Yeah, so a big hip hip hooray for all the students here. Hip hip! Louder, that's for you. Hip hip! Hip hip! Okay, thank you.
Thank you. How lovely of you to take note of that. I think for all of us, from the moment we walk in, to be greeted by a kind smile. The mic's live, ma'am.
Namaste, everyone. So that's the first thing that we have learned. Instead of saying good morning, good afternoon, let's say namaste. That's wonderful. We have learned it from SSVM. Of course, the ambience, all the speakers, all the arrangements, the comparers, management, everything is wonderful. Everything is amazing. And one takeaway that I am taking with me is unleash the power within you. And one more takeaway that I'm taking from you is that instead of making generic compliments, make specific compliments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. How kind of you, and congratulations on the honor you received earlier. Thank you so very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome the lovely young ladies from SSVM Metupalayam for a dance performance. Thank you to the lovely students. May I please invite our management team to join us on stage. Earlier today in Raj Shamani's session, we were discussing the importance of financial literacy. Little did we know that, of course, the team at SSVM thinks a few steps ahead. So they planned a financial literacy workshop this year, and we had the lovely Ms. Shreya Kapoor to conduct that. So if we can have you join us on stage and the management team, so we can felicitate Ms. Shreya Kapoor. Can I just say, Shreya, what you're doing is truly invaluable. And I wish every single school school and college had a workshop on financial literacy. So thank you so much. If I can have you center stage. Thank you, Shreya. Thank you so very much. Thank you to the management team. Ma'am, if I can have you stay back, because I've always wondered, this is the second edition of the SSVM Institutions Transforming India Conclave. And this is one of the very few institutions that also celebrates teachers from other institutions across the country. And how did you come up with that idea, and why?
Actually, we say, no, without gurus, there's nothing that you can learn. So in our regular prayers, daily, every student, they say, Mata, Pita, Guru, Devam. So without they, we are not there. So when you take the guru, how important guru plays a role in everybody's life is very important. And today's generation, they should understand the value of elders. That's very important. And at the same time, every guru, you also have to understand the fast-growing generation's knowledge speed. When both of you are able to complement each other, of course, there are students who are celebrating their gurus. So when a student came to me one day and asked, ma'am, we celebrate every year Teachers' Day. And why is that our teachers who get highest score for the board exams are always honored, not the rest? So that's when we thought of, and last year we started with the teachers who had been traveling with us right from the scratch. And this year, for a change, we went on thinking like, so the first day we had the Teachers Award from our own institutions, where we asked the students, you nominate your teacher. You will not believe wonderful sentences why they love the teacher. And again I felt, oh, these have taken. So when I am giving today this inspirational award is for the teachers, for the reason for it is, how you capture their heart is there, one, and how you have to play a major role in their life is number two. When these two things are going to get complemented, when they achieve the height, it is not that they are going to say it's because of my mother or because of my father I am in this stage. They will say it's because of my guru. That's the reason why every guru should understand you are an inspiration for every student anywhere in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much. In a little while, we'll have many of those inspirational gurus on stage. Thank you once again. How very thoughtful of you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about unleashing the power within us. Over the course of the last 2 days, I'm sure you're all very familiar with our theme and why it was chosen. But we have some eminent guests who've joined us here today. So let's have a look at our theme video one more time.
Namaste, everybody. Please sit down. Now, how are you all doing today? You all look quite excited. Great. Since you all are very enthusiastic today, can we do an interesting activity? You all love your country, isn't it? What is India from your point of view? What are the changes you would like to see in India?
Equality? No beggars. No corruption? No pollution.
Okay.
Flying cars. Flying cars? Clean India. AIs everywhere?
Wow.
Regulated traffic? Roads? No exams, probably. No exams?
What? Nice. All right. You all seem to have big dreams for India, and especially you. Now, whom do you think has the power to bring about these changes? Come on, let's take a paper and draw the game changer.
You can't see it now.
Who is this gentleman?
He's my father, a policeman. He's the best.
Okay. Well done, guys. Your drawings are really interesting. You seem to be quite a visionary. Okay, now I have someone in my mind who can transform India. Do you all want to see who that is? Some of you form a line. Do you all want to see who that is?
Yes, ma'am.
So, my dears, who did you see? Yes, it's you. It's not Spider-Man nor Superman. It's you who is going to transform India. Now tell me, who is going to transform India? Who is going to fill India with flying cars?
Yes, it's me.
SSVM, let's hear it one more time. Who's going to be transforming India? That's more like it. I get goosebumps every time I hear it, and it's fabulous. In true SSVM style, of course, us professionals get to sit backstage and let the students do most of the work. We have a very, very esteemed guest of honor here today. And to introduce our guest of honor, may I please invite the lovely Inia.
We are elated to have amongst us a dynamic leader who we, especially the younger generation, look up to. No guesses for who it is? It is none other than our Honorable Commissioner of Coimbatore Corporation, Mr. Thiru Pratap M. He is part of the team under which the beautification and rejuvenation of lakes and also the development of modern roads which have helped Coimbatore city which have helped Coimbatore City bag the first place in the built environment category in the 4th edition of India Smart Cities Award Contest, announced by the Union Housing and Urban Affairs Ministry on 25th August 2023. Congratulations, sir. We are so proud of this achievement. I, on behalf of SSVM Institutions, welcome you, sir, to the 2nd edition of SSVM Transforming India Conclave, the largest educlave in the country. Thank you for gracing this occasion with your esteemed presence. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let us all welcome Mr. M. Pratap with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Enea. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if we can give a very warm Kovai-style welcome to one of our own, the Commissioner Corporation of Coimbatore, Thiru M. Pratap IAS. Sir, if we can request you to please join us on stage. We have all been eagerly awaiting your address today.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. The Managing Director and Chairman, Mr. Mohan Das, and Madam Mohan Das, and Ms. Shrisha and her better off, and the SSVM family, the teachers and other esteemed panelists who graced this occasion for past 2 days, and this is the 3rd day, and the teachers from various institutions, and parents of the children from SSVM and also from the other schools, and dear students from all over the district. So this is my great pleasure to address you, and that too on a Sunday afternoon. It's very difficult because Sunday afternoon everybody used to sit in home, watch TV. What do you do on Sunday? Sleep. So this is the deep sleep time, so I should not disturb you, right? So it's good to be a part of this great conclave, because when Mr. Mohan Das sir, he came and invited me for a conclave, I thought it's some small event should have been there. So then today morning the district collector and the police commissioner, they were saying that it was looking like a carnival. So my sincere hearty congratulations to the SSVM team, because they have did really great things, and I was astonished to see this list of speakers who are present here, because Mr. Sonam Wanchuk, so it's unlucky that I missed that session, because I happened to hear his talk during my training in IAS Academy. So we were all flattened by his lecture. So I hope we'll get a time soon, and he must be inspirational to all of you, because he is the one who never studied, but then he has invented so much, and he has did this creative learning, and also this education is not about only just reading and writing and then reproducing in the examinations. It's more about your values, it's more about the life skills, it's about the skills to develop certain things which are needed by the society, is the one which is education. So he is the real transformer of the education in the country, and hope you would have enjoyed his address here. And today we are going to give the inspirational gurus. So when Madam told there were a lot of beautiful sentences to say how you love the teachers, I guess there would be some statements which say I don't love teachers also. So it's basically it would be there, because usually we may not, it's not about the person, it's about the subject. So some subjects, whoever take good will say that I don't like the subjects or like that, but still the teachers can really transform the students. I may sit in a class which subject used to bore me a lot, but if the teacher is intelligent and if teacher is efficient, the way the teacher teaches the class, he can transform my mind, he can actually changed my mind to be the best student in that particular subject. It's all about teachers. So, and that is very, very important. So now it has become, actually the open competition is there. So my hearty congratulations to all the winners who are going to get the awards today. And many of them must have been applied, but they may not have got. So it's not about winner or loser here. It's about a small point that which made the people to come here on the stage and people to sit on the beside the stage. So it's those who didn't get this year, please work hard. Please increase the style of teaching and the coordination. And next year, I'm sure you would all be in the stage for the next year set of awards. And even I've requested Madam to include the government school teachers to be part of the award function. So, and thankfully that both of them agreed instantly that we'll do it. So my thanks to them. So, and also the students. So whenever your teacher is getting the award is not for the teacher, it's for the entire students, because you are the one who made them to stand here. And now, so that you should all feel proud when your teacher comes and stand and get the award. You should all feel proud. And nowadays, when the trend I'm seeing is the communication or the relationship between the students and teachers is little decreasing. And then there are some instances where especially in other schools, I see that when teacher scolds, students get angry, students get some kind of dejection and those things. It's not about, there is nothing to get dejected or nothing to get anger. Then they are not they are not scolding you out of their personal vengeance or something like that. It's for the betterment of you. It's for the betterment of the studies. So you should always think teacher as your elder friend. So that's how the the relationship between students and teachers goes. So still I have contact with my LKG teacher. So still I have contact, then because there is a great difference between kindergarten teachers and other teachers. What are the difference? So in other classes, so my take is, in other classes, if you sleep, teacher will scold. In kindergarten, if you don't sleep, they will scold. So that's why I like my kindergarten teacher. So because after that time I used to feel that as a punishment. So ennada eppa paathaal thoonga sollite irukanga, and if you open your eyes, she will beat. No, but after that, whenever we feel sleep, when you sleep, the teachers gets why, how stupid you are sleeping like that. So, and there are many things. No, they are the one. See, they are the first person you are seeing as an outsider apart from family. So you are just going in. You don't know what a school is. You think all the people there are as aliens, but the kindergarten teacher is the one who actually comforts you, who makes you sit in the class. So there are a lot of, so most of the students will cry when they sit in the class, but then, and the same student at the end of the school, they will cry not to leave the school. So that is the relation. So that's a great transformation which you have, no? So that is the speciality of teachers. So there are two types of teachers. One teacher is you would not like to forget, and some teachers you would like to forget. So I would all want all the teachers present here to be on the first set. But wherever I go, I used to say, if a doctor do a mistake, only that patient will get affected. So if some other professional, he makes a mistake, there are some few. For a mechanical engineer, if they make a mistake, a car gets affected. But if a teacher is doing a mistake, the entire society, the entire generation gets affected. So you are all in a very prestigious position, and you are all in a very sensitive position. So one good thing, because whatever good traits or bad traits you follow or you exhibit, the same will be done by the students right from the start. Because teacher style அந்த ஸ்கேலை பிடிச்சிட்டு நிற்கிற மாதிரியே we used to go and stand in there. Teacher teach பண்ற மாதிரியே we used to go and teach to our parents. So that's the mannerism, no? The mannerism which the teachers exhibits will be followed by students throughout their life. So I want all of you, I wish all of you, because all the teachers are best here. So the campus is best, so teachers must also be in best. So you are doing a great work. So I would also tell that the teachers should not only teach the subjects only, they should teach values, they should teach things which actually make students to be prepared for the better society. Because nowadays students are getting, there are a lot of people who commit suicide if they don't get what they want. They get dejected when they don't get what they want. So you should all teach them how to be strength mentally also. It's not about only physical strength, it's about mental strength also, because mental strength is the one which actually sails you throughout your life. Nobody will be successful all throughout the life, and nobody will be a failure man all throughout the life. So it's all part and parcels of life. So in the life, both will be there. In some time the success may be higher, on some other day the failure may be higher. So whenever you are taking success with some kind of joy and happiness and everything, you should also learn to get the failure also in the same kind of thing. Because when I come to here in public service, so she introduced me that I got national award. So I would be I'm very proud and pride to take that thing also. But next day people will come and scold me. In the road sari illa, inge thanni varala. So there is that one day I got call at 3 a.m. in the morning. 3 a.m. in the morning I got a call, and I took the phone, and then one lady, she said, "Sir, enna pannittu irukeenga neenga? Enna solunga, enna ungalku prachane? Enga veetukku naan velila rendu naai korachittu irukku, adala neenga paaka mattingala?" So this is a real exact word she told me, and then she cut the phone. She didn't even say which address. So then I called her again, unga address solunga, unga theru solunga. Then she told. So these are the things. On the time la ungala poi because she is having some frustration, so she is pouring it on us. That's okay, but we should take both success and failure at the same kind of, because it's more of like a Zen philosophy, whatever best you get, the same kind of worst is also coming up for you. So you should all be prepared for both of that. So I congratulate all the winners here, and I congratulate the future winners who are going to get here, and my best wishes for all the students who are here. So such a great, because when I saw that presentation, that symposium where all these exhibits were there, so it was all very real. So it was all very nice. I was seeing when I walked by. So you are all very talented. I would see a lot of brighter minds here, and they would be a great asset to this country. So I wish many of them to be a great asset to this country and bring laurels to the state and the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May I please request the management team back on stage? Thank you, sir. It was absolutely lovely hearing from you. It's so endearing to hear a man of your stature reflect back to school days, and I love the fact that you liked kindergarten because you got to nap so much. I must say you've got more fans in the house just for that one statement. Thank you once again. May I please invite the management to felicitate the esteemed Commissioner for the Corporation of Coimbatore. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, can we please give Thiru M. Pratap IAS a round of applause. Thank you, sir, for gracing us on this special occasion. Thank you. So something special happened in Mauritius recently, which is that the SSVM Institutions and the management team, of course, received 2 incredible awards recognizing all of their hard work. This was in the presence of the Honorable President, the Vice Prime Minister, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mauritius, in the presence of Mr. Virendra Sharma, Member of Parliament, Erling, Southall, United Kingdom, and Mr. R.R. Bhatnagar, Advisor to Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir. The first award was the Educationist of the Year award, and I'm going to request the Commissioner to please present it for the first time in India. The Educationist of the Year award, of course, went to our founder and managing trustee, SSVM Institutions, Dr. Manimeghalai Mohan. This is truly an incredible honor, ladies and gentlemen. A special moment. We talk about transforming India, and that starts right at the top with the leadership here at SSVM. Congratulations, ma'am. Truly well deserved. And the next award for the Excellence in Exchange program was presented to our trustee and secretary for SSVM Institutions, Mr. Mohan Das. Thank you for representing us on a global stage and bringing back so much pride to not just Coimbatore but all of India. And speaking of inspirations, speaking of leaders, we're now going to continue with our Inspirational Guru Awards. Again, we celebrated some of these incredible teachers earlier today. We had over 250 plus entries, and this is SSVM's initiative to celebrate teachers, and we heard that from Manimeghalai ma'am herself, and I love the fact that they're open to suggestions, and hopefully next year we'll have government school teachers as well in the mix. So the more the merrier, and we get to celebrate all of the teachers. The very first teacher we'd like to invite on stage to honor, and before we do that, by popular request, Mr. Ranvijay Singha. By popular request from all of the teachers, we have to get you up on stage because they want you here to give away the awards. I promise you, we'll introduce you much better again in a little while, but if we can have you up on stage. Okay, now I see all the teachers there are happy and smiling, because as soon as I started the names, there was a lot of, please call him up. We've got to keep the teachers happy here. The very first teacher we'd like to honor on stage is Neha Gupta. I believe Neha is here from Gurgaon. Congratulations on the honor. The next teacher we'd like to invite on stage and honor is Isha Verma. I know we have a few teachers to be celebrating here on the stage. I'm going to encourage you to keep the applause going. Congratulations, truly well deserved. Congratulations.
I am sorry to give a pause for 2 minutes. And first of all, I would like to thank the SSVM Transforming India Conclave 2023. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? So, I'm overwhelmed with this. I would just take 1 minute. Right from the time when we had the first round of selection, after that, 2 rigorous rounds of interviews also. It was like sitting, after 13 years, I gave an interview online because I have been connected with the school for the last 13 years, and this award is for my school, This award is for Scottish High International School. And you will all be amazed to know, not one, not two, not three, 4 teachers from Scottish High have been selected to receive this award today. So thank you so much. And Coimbatore, you have been awesome this day. Right from the time we landed till the time we are here, your hospitality, everything amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Isha. Thank you so very much. Next, I'd like to welcome on stage Satish Kumar Palanisamy. Welcome, sir. It's nice to see an honor and an award where the recipients went through a rigorous process of interviews. And I must say, the students must be thrilled that the teachers are giving interviews after this long. That must be nice. Just a small suggestion. I think they'll all like it if you want to live stream the interviews next year. Sunday afternoon entertainment. The next teacher we'd like to invite on stage in honor is Uma Balaji. Welcome, Ms. Uma. Next, I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Deepa. Can we put our hands together for Dr. Deepa as we honor her on stage? Next, I'd like to welcome on stage Dr. Chitra. Congratulations, Doctor. To all of our students up there, we heard with you talk about a healthy lifestyle. I promise you, clapping is a very low impact workout. You can burn off some of the calories from lunch. The next teacher we'd like to welcome on stage is Zoe Robbins. Congratulations, Dr. Chitra.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really happy to be here on this stage and receiving this prestigious Inspirational Guru Award, that too from our beloved Commissioner Sir. This is the second time I'm getting from him, such a dynamic leader of Coimbatore. And thank you, management. And one more thing, I'm from government school. I'm a teacher of English. And I teach astronomy to my kids. And they have selected right persons. So you told me that no government school teachers have been come here, but I'm the only teacher now. Thank you management for selecting us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for highlighting that. I stand corrected. And now, can we please put our hands together and welcome Zoe Robbins. Next, I'd like to welcome on stage Lakshmi Sirisha. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I have been welcomed from the moment I arrived. The whole team that has organized event is outstanding, world-class, and I say that as someone who's come from many years on stage in theatre in Australia. I've been here 17 years doing service in India. India is my new home, my passion, my love. And 15 years teaching. This is the first time that I've actually had any acknowledgement from my peers. So I really appreciate all of your love and support. It's because we need to support each other so much. In this profession, it is a true profession. We must do it because we have the passion for education, to constantly keep educating ourselves in becoming better citizens for this society. And now, as it is for all of us, the reality is we are a global society. We are not just for our village or for our town, our state, our country. We are also citizens of the world, of humanity. So thank you one and all. I truly appreciate this honor. All blessings to my guru.
Thank you once again. Congratulations to Lakshmi Sirisha. And now we'd like to welcome on stage Sara Sheikh. Congratulations, Sara. Next, we'd like to welcome on stage and honor Gurjot Kaur. We have 4 more teachers we're going to be celebrating. So again, can we please show some appreciation for each and every teacher that walks up on the stage? Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite on stage Sakshi Puri. Congratulations, Ms. Kaur. Thank you once again for your service. Next, we'd like to welcome on stage Shweta Vora. Congratulations once again. Boys and girls in the gallery, I'm counting on you to show the teachers up here a little bit of love, if you can lead the way. Next, I'd like to welcome on stage Hanumant Deshmukh. Congratulations once again, truly well deserved. Thank you so very much.
It's indeed a great honor for whole India to gather over here. So it's like why the butterfly color is yellow and red over there. As ma'am mentioned that it's a 26th year, am I right? It's a golden period for SSVM to continue and let one more zero to be added in the future.
Thank you, sir. How kind. Thank you to the members of the management. Thank you to both of our guests. We're going to request you to please be seated once again. Thank you for giving away all of these awards. We have one final one, but we had Kiranbir Sethi who couldn't join us here today, so we have a video message. As soon as we have our guests seated, we'd be happy to play that for you. Can we have the video, please?
Namaste. My name is Kiranbir Sethi, and it is such a delight and honor to receive the Inspirational Guru Award for 2023 from your wonderful SSVM institutions. You know, for me, I think when we ask what is transformation, especially in the space of education, it is not infrastructural transformation. It is not just getting a wonderful swimming pool or a robotic lab. It is really at the heart of transformation starts the ability to be curious. What are you curious about? How do children learn? What does pedagogical practice look like? What does it mean to build citizens of not only India, but of this wonderful world that we live in, that will honestly graduate to make the world a better place? If that's the purpose of education, how does the school, the structures, the processes, and every day's timetable support the vision of making children change makers? For me, that's really at the heart of transformation. So I think in the last 23 years, ever since I started Riverside School, it has been the single point focus. We have never shifted away from that guiding principle that the purpose of education is to build citizens who will make the world a better place. Have things changed? Yes, in 23 years we've just become more aware. We are stronger and more capable and more competent on how to achieve this particular vision. So for me, transformation has been an eternal journey of curiosity, of not just finding the answers and feeling happy that, oh, last year we did this, so everything is fine, but really to start with the questions. What does it mean to love our children? What does childhood mean? What is learning, and how do children shape the world, not just navigate it? So I am so honored and thankful that the SSVM organization and institutions have recognized the work at Riverside. It really is an endorsement of the entire team, the parents, the students that you have honored. So it is not just me, I'm just the custodian of this beautiful vision. But again, once again, to Dr. Mohan and the entire team, a big, big thank you, and I hope to see you very soon.
Thank you so very much. Before we move on to our next session, which is a fireside chat with someone who's been in our living rooms for the last 2 decades. So ladies and gentlemen, before we introduce the star, the man of the hour, I will not call him the ladies' man, but today I will call him the teacher's man. Can we please give all of our inspirational gurus, those who received an honor this morning and this afternoon, a huge round of applause, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you one of the OGs when it comes to television in India, our teacher's man this evening. Please join me in welcoming one of SSVM students to introduce our next guest.
A daredevil with a love for bikes. Going on crazy adventures is like second nature to this man. Coming from a family where 6 generations served the Indian Army, the love that this man holds for the nation knows no bounds. It's safe to say he's one of the main reasons why the youth of our nation come forward to bring about revolution through the show Roadies. Like he loves to say, Roadies is not just a show, it's an emotion that connects us together and makes us human. A popular VJ, he has also hosted several shows like MTV Stunts Mania, MTV Splitsvilla, MTV Troll Police, MTV Force India, and The Fast and the Gorgeous. He was also a part of the MTV show Ran VJ Run, where he went to 10 different places around the globe to try extreme sports. Now, let's give it up for Run Vijay Singh Singha as we get ready to hear him talk about maneuvering the difficult road to success.
I like how you're defaulting to the fact that you think you're going to be doing this interview. You're like, please take a seat first and let me take over.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. To be amongst teachers is very daunting since I was very young. And thankfully, there are a lot of kids. That's where I actually belong. How's it going, guys? I'm going to ask you again. You weren't ready for this one. How's it going, guys? Well done. So, when I'm sitting here, I'm very humbled because the kind of achievements that we just saw, the teachers who are coming here, and ma'am was telling us, people who are who've taken over a village, teaching them away from their own homes. A lady who's come from Australia and she's working in this village. Then Sir told us, the lady from the government college, how she's a teacher of English, but also astronomy, and they have this telescope, and they've seen some asteroids, and they have a collaboration going on with NASA. I mean, with people like this, I'm wondering why anybody wants to listen to what I have to say. That's my first. I mean, like a normal human being, you're sitting in a place, and you're like, what have I done to be sitting here? And why is anyone here interested in what I have to say while there are so many great people? So then I look back, like they said, oh, adventures, this and that. And it all boils down to how you've been brought up. It is not the things that I've done by default, it is who I am on those things. It could be other people who did the same shows. But how I have been consumed, because I'm in entertainment, is not how good I was as Rahul or Raj, is because I've been myself, and that then I can't take credit for, because that's my parents, my grandparents, my family, and all the teachers in the 9 schools that I've been to.
9 schools?
Yeah, so when I meet people and they said, Arey, Mrs. Srivastava has been the pillar of my, I'm like, I have to, like, there are 15 of them. And I was in sports, so they're also coaches. And for me, everything that I am today is not a basic skill like this guy who's so good at skipping. If you see him skip, you're like, sab chhod do, skipping shuru karo. You know, or singing or dancing, or I can do a bit of everything, but there's no particular skill except for the human that I am, and I can't take credit for that, because that's only my parents and all the teachers and the coaches and all the army officers that my parents left me with while they were going for a party or they were going for some commitment, and they left me with another person who's also a trained army officer. So I was so privileged to be just brought up in this army environment where when I'm just chilling in the afternoon with this one uncle, he's teaching me how different knots. But ye knot aise hota hai, this opens like this. So just privileged. And so yeah, that's what I was wondering. Now that I'm sitting and I've spoken a little bit, I'm okay. Let's go.
Let's dive right into the deep end, because I love the fact that you brought up the values with which you were raised. Because I think for 19 seasons, am I right? 19 seasons of Roadies, we saw you. And it is a reality show at the end of the day, and that comes with its own frills and trims. But I think one thing that resonated with everyone was your value system and your core personality. And I think that's what made everybody, no matter what their age group, connect with you. Which is also why, like, you're the father of 2, but Gen Zers still think you're absolutely cool. But, you know, in today's day and age, somehow cool and values don't seem to be 2 sides of a coin. You know what I mean? Somehow to be cool is to not have the value system?
I feel there's only a sect of people who feel like that. If we're sitting in one of the biggest events today, both of us, SSVM Institutions, if we're talking about this here in a big event, that means it exists. That means it's cool, yeah. It's cool. If I'm sitting here, it's cool to be an adventure daredevil, but who has values. That's why the kids are here. So I feel like I always look at the glass half full. For me, this is a win. The fact that we're talking about it means it's cool, yeah. The two of us, the way you speak, the way you compliment people is because we have the value system, and we're so lucky that we're in India because there's a lot of emphasis on that growing up. You could be a cricketer with tattoos and half your head shaved, but when you see an elder gentleman or a lady, you know, you will put your hands together, you will bow down, you'll get up and you'll like, pani piyo, kuch karo. It's in our system and we're very lucky. Abroad, when you go, it's very difficult to put these value systems because they're very casual in a lot of their relationships, which works for other things. We have other problems. I think we have other problems because the communication between parents and generations, that is our real problem. The value system, as soon as a kid understands, like every kid here when I came in was like, namaste. I'm like, wow, this has been taught. This kid already has that whole value system. And I hope the lines of communication are open between this kid and the teachers. And that cannot happen from down upwards. It can happen from upwards down. It has to percolate down in the system. If the teachers are cool, which I've seen, they're nice, and they're also from our generation, right? These are not Khadoos teachers, which we used to have earlier. Only because their exposure was that. Nobody wants to be Khadoos. Nobody wants to be with a stick.
That was also a generation that equated disagreement with disrespect.
Yeah.
And that's where the biggest difference came into play.
So communication is key. If it is communicated to a kid that your value system is very cool, which is what we're doing, the kid's going to take it. If I say it's cool, man, to wear a traditional jacket, even if you love sneakers, you keep your tradition and you keep your coolness together, it's pretty okay. So I feel like if we talk about it, if we lead by example, this leading by example is very important. So we see a lot of our teachers, and Sir was saying that the first heroes that we have, right, before we know our parents now, the dad or the mom, they're working, they're going out, they're coming back, khana khao, take a shower, sleep, this, that. It's a lot that parents are young. Like they're also, it's not just the kids you're not seeing your kids grow. The kids are also seeing these two people grow from young parents to whatever age they're going to go with, right? The first heroes are the teachers. Some of these physical education teachers, now the way they used to walk, they were fit, and that just stand. All the other women teachers were looking at this guy. So we want to be like this guy. If he was respectful to the other teachers and to the principal, and he would stand and only sit when the other ladies would sit, we just learned it. So leading by example, because kids are sponges. Kids are sponges, like more than theoretical knowledge. You should stand up and sit. You just see it a couple of times in the guy or the lady that you admire, done. So our responsibility as youth leaders or as people who are just older than the kids is just to be great human beings and not just talk about value system, just have it in our lives. So the example is, I love my parents, for example, right? I love my parents, I love my grandparents. Every time they meet me, they don't say, there is no, wow, you did this in my house. There's no, arey, wo film aa rahi hai, or you've done something on Netflix. Nothing, nothing of that. It is not a value in my household. When my parents go out and somebody learns that, oh, they're Ranvijay's parents, and then those people go and say, we want our kids to be like your son. Those are the awards that I have. My grandparents also, my grandfather is actually the director of a management college in Ludhiana. He's now 90, 91. So his students come up to him saying, please call this guy. He's like, why do you want him? He's like, wo to fati hui jeans pehanta hai. My grandfather says, he wears torn jeans. Why are you looking up to him? And then they tell him, and he knows, he just wants to listen to it, that you're a well brought up kid, you respect people, and you're in a position where you can also influence other people to be like this, I think this is very less to ask from a human being. Just to be nice, just to be respectful. And if you just do that much, you're admired in your family, where other people had to get medals of gallantry. They had to get gallantry awards to get appreciation in my family. They had to have real medals. All I have to do is be in a profession where people are looking up to me and be a good human being. This is not too much to be asked of. So I think if kids see that, and if we can communicate that to kids, we're doing our job.
That's true. I mean, we were having conversations about Rue early years, and I'm a young mother of twins who are 2 years old. And
Taliyan, zordar taliyan, wow.
And you know, what you say is right. They're sponges, and it's not what you say to them, it's what they learn by example. And sometimes it's a lot harder to live that life, though, than you say. You're a lot more experienced at it than some of us are. But what I do want to ask you is, especially a lot of them in the age of social media, especially, there's a lot of peer pressure. There's a lot of social pressure. And it's hard to navigate that, especially when you're a young teenager, you have these hopes and dreams, you want to be cool, you want to have the values, but you know, you want to have the right kind of friends. How do you navigate that? Because there are a lot of pressure points there.
It's very, very interesting, the time that we were born in. I was born in the 80s, there was no phones, there was no social media. These kids are born and social media exists. It's just natural. It's like when you grew up and you were born in India and you just love cricket. It's a natural thing. Nobody asked, why do you love cricket? In the 80s and 90s. That was the only thing. You just love cricket. Everybody plays cricket. So these kids, why do you love social media? This is part of their life. So we are that first generation that has seen life without social media and with. Say, for example, social media is a tool. We agree? It's a tool. So is a knife. Knife is a tool. Yes? Or a car. Now with that knife, Golian was here, Saransh, butter chicken. He makes great food. Cuts onions, tomatoes, uses the knife, puts butter on bread. Amazing. We're all happy. With that same knife, somebody kills a person. Not nice. At least for the family, not nice. We don't care. It's a tool how you use it. There's a car. The family has aspired to get this car. Kids are going to school in that car. Parents are going to work. We're going for functions. That car is everything, is part of the family. Somebody uses that car to rob a bank. Dreams and aspirations of a person's life. It doesn't have to be so serious. I'm just giving an example. Social media is a tool. It's empowered people from homes to build businesses, to travel the world, to educate people. And with every situation, there's a pro and there's a con. The cons are, not the actual cons, but there are cons on social. The cons are that some people use social media for this fake persona of themselves that they actually want to achieve, which they don't have. So then you see a lot of, I'm looking like this, I am here, and I have to get enough likes. Because a lot of, when you're young, that peer pressure is that earlier it was, if your shirt is ironed and you've put white on your PT shoes and no dirt is there.
Some of us just used chalk and got away with it.
You used to get a like. You used to go to school, teachers, and you like. Now the like is actually on a photo. So we also have to kind of accept it. We can't question it. Why are you worried about? He's like, मेरे class में 40 बच्चे likes 35 क्यों हैं? From here, maybe you can say those other 5 people either are jealous of you, don't like you, or they don't care about you, which is also okay. So the communication is important. Don't ask a kid, why is it so important? Asking the kid, why is it so important to get these likes, and then maybe reasoning with them. Like when I would go and I was made to stand outside a class and I felt bad. I came home and I told my mom, first of all, that communication lines have to be open. A lot of us didn't want to tell our mom, because you tell your mom, patak, one nice one you'll get. So one, you've been punished there. Second, you can't tell your mom. So if you tell your mom, she'll be like, why are you standing outside? blah, 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 blah. So she's like, listen, every action, equal and opposite reaction. So if you do something wrong, you will be made to. But meri bahut besti hui, all the kids saw me, other class kids saw me standing outside. I wish she punished me inside. So my problem is not punishment. Punish me, I don't care. But why other people have to know, other classes? I'm cool, na?
It is the embarrassment that's associated with it.
If that communication line is open with your parents and your teachers, that what is the problem, and then you would never want to be in that situation. I don't want to be embarrassed. So then let's not do that mistake. So with social media, what happens is the navigation is very important. One, it's not the 40 people that you know who are your classmates. It's millions of people. You've got to not care about them. You have to not care about them. Nobody sitting in another city who doesn't know who you are can say whether you're looking good or not, can say whether you're right or wrong, because you don't know them. Their opinions should not matter. The opinions of your family, your friends, teachers matter. Value that. That is why they say Sangati bahut who are you around? So if you're around nice people, the people who are achievers, people who are positive, and then one of them says something like, no, dude, this was not good, then you can question yourself, because you know that this person, you hold them in a certain esteem, and you can improve yourself. The best part about being a human being is that I can be better than today. I can be better tomorrow. I can also be worse. Like Sir said, there are successes every day, and then there are failures also. So if you take your success well, you got to take your failure well. And one place that I learned that the most was sports. You know, to be a success in academics, you could be number 1 in unit test, number 1 in half yearly, but in the final exam, if your rank is 2, you feel like from first you come to 2, failure. Whereas you're second out of so many people. In sports, first day you lose, failure. You're like, tomorrow na, you come up with strategies. I will go from this side, you do the offside, the snick will happen, we will catch this guy, we'll catch this ball. You win. You win, you're not very happy because you know tomorrow again you have to play. So in sports, you win and lose every day, and that makes you so okay with not being too happy when you get that trophy. Happy, enjoy. But there's another tournament coming. And if you lose, doesn't matter. I can work on myself, I can be stronger, whatever my weaknesses are, work on it. And because this life is not one occasion, it's not one prize. The life is actually living it. Living it is the prize. We're living it. So, like he said, successes and failures. So sports, if this is what I tell kids, even if you don't want to be a professional athlete, just the physical pain that you go through when you play sports, you break stuff, you're in the sun. A lot of these kids don't build resilience. Sir was saying, how do you build resilience? You build resilience by being uncomfortable. No other way. Our lives are so comfortable. We are not hunter-gatherers anymore. None of you know how to hunt except me, because I'm really good at it. You have to see me with a bow and arrow. It's only because I'm obsessed with what if all these things are taken away. This infrastructure of schools, if it is taken away, will these kids be able to navigate a life for themselves? These guys are getting fed in almost golden spoons. Their parents have put them in this institution. Oh my God, I would go clean my parents' feet and drink that water every day to be in this institute. 100%. So if you put these kids who are in an AC auditorium outside somewhere in the sun, will they be listening to me for 2 hours without doing a chew? Let's put them there, build resilience now. Sports does it by default. You will break your bones. That ligament will tear, and you will know that it will be okay. It's okay to get pain. Put yourself in that cold water. That's the only place where you build resilience. A lot of other chemical good things happen. And once you build resilience, it helps you in a boardroom, it helps you in a government job, it helps you being an entrepreneur, it helps you being a teacher, because once your body has resilience, no amount of shock will put you back in a way where you're like, what do I do? You'll take it and you'll say, okay, let's see. Let's be part of the solution. Let's not just recall that this is the problem, this is the problem. So building resilience is very important, and sports by default for me. All of the things that have happened in my life were because of default. Like I love bikes, and if you're a rider, you will always be in a situation where you're either hurt or paining, back is paining, there is sweat, there is this. There's no, the only cool part about being a rider is that photograph in the leather jacket next to the, everything else is tough. That's why a lot of these actors who want to portray that they're motorcycle enthusiasts and all that, photographs and videos are good, but the actual riding to Leh is painful. There is atmospheric pressure, there is, you don't want to eat, you're warm, a lot of those things. So everything that you actually want to do helps if you've failed a lot. And instead of failing in class, which I've never, fail in the sports every now and then and you become better. So that just should be included. And I'm pretty sure in a place like this, because I see all these kids, they're not just, their personalities are very well rounded.
Yes, it is.
Very well rounded. They speak well, they're confident, they smile, they're respectful, and they're fit, which means that, you know, bringing up good human beings, you have to have all of these things.
They do have a well-rounded curriculum here, and it's nice of you to notice. But you brought up a point where, you know, you spoke about we are the company that we keep, and it's important. Change and growth is only possible when you're uncomfortable, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a time in your life, like sometime recently, where you've been quite uncomfortable, and what is a lesson you learned from that?
You know I'm married, right? It's uncomfortable.
Why do I feel like a marriage counselor today here?
No, I'm very uncomfortable because my aspirations and my goals keep changing. Right now I have 2 kids, they're 6 and 2. I don't want to miss a single moment with them. So every time I'm away, I'm like, I should be with them because they are with us for another 10, 12, 13, 14 years. Then their sports, their girlfriends, boyfriends, music, whatever they want to do, they'll have
They're teenagers. They say bye-bye, mama and dada.
Once they're 14, 15, you know, they have their own personalities. They have to be spending 8 hours doing some kind of sport or music or coding or something to excel in it because they should be passionate human beings. So in the prime of my life, my aim is to work 15 days a month. That's my aim. And how do you achieve that? I'm in the prime of my life and I want to work the least. So I'm very uncomfortable the days that I'm working because I want to be relevant enough. I've been relevant to the youth, the biggest youth in the world for 20 years. I pick and choose projects where, if you've seen, I've done something on Netflix. It's not underworld, it's not, it is to do with the youth. It's called Mismatched. If I do another show, because I want to connect to what my strengths are. So those 15 days that I'm in with my kids, I'm picking, dropping, going to beach with the kids, going to a park, working out in front of them, making them work out. You can see that on my social media because as a tool, you got to represent who you are. You don't have to be like, if I'm with my kids going to a park, that's good enough, man. It doesn't have to be a yacht all the time. You know, it doesn't have to be, this is my car. So what happens that you attract those kind of people? Mothers and parents are coming to me, how are you so fit and how are you keeping your kids fit? Hey man, I see a bar, I do pull-ups, my kid, he hangs on it. You've seen that, right?
I do the exact same thing,
Simple.
so I know what you mean.
So now, when I started working, I had one show and I used to get a small salary per month from MTV, but I had one show for 35 days. I would work and then for the rest of the year, for a couple of years, I had nothing. So I was just chilling, playing basketball, riding the motorcycles, doing all the things that I love. Now I'm in a place where I could work every day, but I want to spend time with my kids, quality time, because I want to, like the lady said, make them great human beings. If they're very, very successful or it doesn't matter. I want what my grandparents and my parents get. What a kid, yeah. What a kid. What a nice kid. Not what a strong kid, oh, what a jump kid. No, what a kid. What a nice kid. Because a lot of these guys who achieve so much and you meet them that day, they've got medals and they've got movies and everything. And on that day, they're obnoxious. It goes down. That's it. That's the last time you want to meet this person. Right? But if it's a good kid, like Saransh, what a nice guy. Is he the biggest chef in the world? Not yet. Would you want to meet him again? 100%. Such a sweet guy. Right? That's what parents want. I want that. I don't care if my kids... I've also worked hard. My parents have worked hard. Everybody works hard. We're Indians. We'll work hard. Don't worry about it. If you have the right set of skills. If you go to an institute like this, everybody will be successful if you're nice. So I am uncomfortable because in 15 days I work for a month. So in the last 30 hours I've done 5 flights. I went from Dubai to Delhi, from Dubai to Jaipur. Then I worked in the sun. I'm doing something with some kabaddi league. I finished the shoot by 6 o'clock. I was on a flight to Delhi because next morning, which was yesterday, I flew to Lucknow. I finished that thing, and in the afternoon from Lucknow, I got a flight to Bangalore, which was connecting me to Coimbatore. Today, I'm here. By the evening, I'm going to Bombay. Day after, I'm back to Dubai where my kids are. So I'm uncomfortable. But guess what? Building resilience. The next time a week like this comes, I'll be like, Arey, I did that one. Nothing happened. I worked out last night at 12 o'clock. Right? At 12 o'clock. You gotta do it. You gotta be uncomfortable in your own terms. And you gotta have your age mates look at you and say, how are you doing it? And if they're looking at me and saying, how are you doing it? What are my kids gonna do? They're not gonna look at, they're gonna look at me and say, if he does it, hame to karna hi padega yaar. Right? So you gotta be uncomfortable. And of course in my life, so I don't look at this, you know, a lot of people say, please tell us about your struggling time in the industry, and you'll see a lot of people in the entertainment industry. First of all, if you're talented, if you're skilled, and if you believe in yourself, and your parents have instilled that confidence in you, and your teachers have told you, you know, you're worth your salt, it could happen. Then it's a matter of when is it going to happen. It can happen at 20, or it could happen at 41. Do you know who Mr. Amrish Puri is? God bless his soul. Does anybody know? Yes. Oh yeah. You know his first film? What was his age? 41. First film. First film. Most of us are not 41 yet. I'm not. Neither are you. ये तो अभी 30 years के लिए 41 नहीं होंगी. It is crazy that a man that we've seen in how many hundreds of films got his first film at 41. Mr. Boman Irani. Anybody knows Mr. Boman Irani? When did he get his first film? Around 40, 41. It's so when people say कि मैंने बहुत struggle किया, मैंने इतना किया, yes, but that's part of every career. The teacher doesn't become principal on the first day, right? B.Ed भी तो करनी होती है. You have to do your B.Ed. You have to prepare, right? It's not the first day, so you don't call it struggle. An army officer is a lieutenant, yeah. Then he becomes a captain, then a major, then a lieutenant colonel. Doesn't become a general straight away. They struggle. Do they call it struggle? Nah. That's so. Everybody goes through tough times. In our line of work, it's more. I mean, people talk about it a lot because some people don't get it. Because some people don't get that success, but that's okay. The one thing that I want to tell people is that if you could start saying no to opportunities that you think are opportunities because of other people, which is, say, for example, if your parents think, like there was a show that we have time, right? We have time? So, okay. This is an example. I want kids to hear this because I can't give general worldview examples. I can only give examples pertaining to me because I've lived it and that's it. I was 23, I had an MTV job where my income was very less, but I didn't care because for me, all the fun things were free. Basketball was free. Hanging out with friends in a home, watching something was pretty much free. If you already had a motorcycle, petrol is like 500 rupees, full tank. Going to Lay's, right? You have to go. What happened was that I got an offer from a daily soap where they offered me what I was getting in a month per day. So I was getting, let me tell you, I was getting 50,000 rupees a month. That's 6 lakhs per annum. But I was offered 50,000 rupees a day at 23, which is around, and they said you'll work for 28 days a month for the next 4-5 years. And you'll be the biggest name. I was 23. I didn't want to be in a studio in a kind of thing where I'd be doing a daily soap. I know a lot of people who want to do that. I didn't. So to identify what you don't want to do, and what did I do in the other days of the year? I played basketball. I went for a lot of adventures because I was free. I wasn't waiting for a company or how these influencers saying, why isn't somebody taking me for a trip of adventure? I did it myself. I played basketball. I played a lot of sports. I stayed fit because I had the time. Many years later, of course, I didn't do that show, but I had the time in my 20s, those 3-4 years that I would have just been in a studio and become very big and earned a lot of money. But those 4-5 years when I went to Barcelona, when I went to watch an NBA game, when I went for a football game, I went with my friends backpacking because this is the first time I had some money because I was working in MTV. When NBA came into India, and they're like, let's get somebody who can be the face of... The last 10 years, everybody had seen me just play basketball because I was free. If I was in that studio, I wouldn't... So NBA got hold of me, I was there. Red Bull came into India. They looked around, they were like, who can be a brand ambassador? No, not the biggest actor. We want somebody who's an adventure junkie. Somebody who can... I was their brand ambassador. G-Shock came into India. I was their brand ambassador. Not a hero, not one film that's done 100 crores, not one. Not one film that is a hit. G-Shock finished, Garmin says, we want you to be a brand ambassador. Why? I'm not a successful film star. Bike companies come, can you please ride a bike to Northeast? Can you please ride a bike to Leh? We don't have too much money, but we have this much. I'll get paid to ride a bike? In my head. You'll pay me? And the bike? Okay. I'll take my dad with me. Okay. I'll take Nagesh Kuknur, who's my friend. Okay. So I'm now doing these things.
I bet your manager is not very happy about any of these things.
My manager wants to live like me. Every manager that I've had end up saying, we don't want to be with any other person, and also Ranvijay, please 15 days off. We also want to do the things that they want to do. You don't have to do adventures only. This is what I want to do. But if I was a pianist, I would want to spend more time there. I had more time for that. Some surtal. I have no music in me, but I wish, So the idea is that by default, I chose not money, not fame, not success, but everything like now.
But a happy work-life balance.
Everything that comes back now, 10 years later, is, hey, we are going for a river rafting trip. We want you to go with these 100 people and Ranvijay, just river raft with them. How much will you charge? I would do it for free. Don't tell them. But because that's what I did and people saw it. So when people say that, oh, kids, I see kids, 13-year-old kids sitting on the couch. मैं बहुत अच्छा cricket खेलता हूँ. Dad, if you send me for coaching with this coach, I will play IPL, I will play for India. And Dad's like, nah, I don't think so, man. Because if the same kid got up at 4 o'clock, went to practice, went to school, came back from school, finished his or her homework because he wants to play again, played for 4 hours in the evening, came back home, ate well, didn't hang out with friends, slept, got up again with his kit bag or her kit bag, went and played again, went to school, did 4-5 days, 1 month, 2 months, the father will be like, son, daughter, coaching classes, cricketer. We see that passion in you. It has to come from downwards, this one. The passion, you can't keep telling, if my parents put my coaching, if there was a music teacher. No, they have to see it. While your occupation is a student and you're good at that, what are the other things that you keep doing is the passion. Not, oh, because I am a cricketer or because I'm a gymnast, I have to do 14 hours, I can't finish my homework. Then you're not passionate about your actual passion because you would want to do everything that is good, which is your occupation, finish it, and then have no time for anything else but your basketball, your coding, your studying, your writing, your poetry, whatever it is. And your parents will be like, is bacche ko to SSVM mein bhej do. Simple.
I love this, and I'm going to butt in here and ask you something, because to have clarity at this age is understandable, coming from your family, the value system, having lived life for so long. In the previous generations, aspiring for money was still considered taboo. That's not the case with Gen Z. Aspiring for money, it's a legit vision board goal. There are Pinterest boards dedicated to it. And so how in your 20s do you have the clarity to refuse what you make in a month, you're going to get in a single day and be an overnight star? You're either slightly off your rocker.
Yes.
Or there's a great amount of clarity which you're crediting to default, and I'd like to know which one it is.
It was just, I knew from the age of 14, 15, the things that I want to do in my life. Things, like practical. I want to ride motorcycles. It was a thing I want to do all my life. I want to play sports. I want to play basketball in the evening. In the morning, it could be badminton or ultimate frisbee or whatever. Okay? I want to hang out with my friends. And till the time I was in school and college, all of this was happening pretty much for free. It didn't really need money. I actually played for India. I was under 19. I used to play for basketball for India. I played nationals from Delhi. I went to a very good college called Hansraj College in Delhi University. 99% was the cutoff, but I went because I was a good player. Just playing, hanging out with friends, riding motorcycles, and being a good student. Great life here. I just want to do this. So if you have the clarity of the things, that, what do I do today? I ride bikes. I'm hanging out with my family and friends, doing all the adventures, all the river rafting and everything, playing basketball, all the sports. And because I'm that guy, a league will call me and saying, we want you to do the face. Kabaddi bhi khelo. We want you to be doing an NBA interview. We want to fly you and your brother, or whoever you want, to LA to watch the All-Star Weekend. Right? I am a sneakerhead. I've been collecting sneakers since 2001. Now sneaker companies send me the sneakers and say, can you please promote this sneaker? So if you're clear about what you want to do, none of this was money oriented. Your question, it was never I want to earn money. And even till date, a lot of people have a lot of money. Are they leading the life that they want to lead? So if your goals, and today I see more number of people are actually aware of the quality of life that they want to live, especially after the pandemic also. You want to live well. There is no point at 80, if you have 100 crores, 60. My parents spend the least amount of money right now. And they have more than what they had in the middle when they were 20s, 30s, 40s. My dad as a major had a 2-bedroom house. As a lieutenant general had 10-bedroom, but only mom and dad living. So the kind of resources that you want at the end of your life are the least, whereas you have maximum money. So you might as well live now, right? Where you'd rather choose the life that you want to lead than to accumulate so much. What if you have 100, 200 crores at 60, but you can't physically go down, you know, in a Grand Canyon and camp because you're 60. So I think the clarity of what kind of life do you want in the end and how early can you achieve it. And if you can achieve it early and spend it with your friends and family, kind of life I wanted.
Interesting. So you brought up mismatched earlier, and we have a lot of teachers out here, and you played, wait, let me get this right, Siddharth, Professor Siddharth. And first time for a lot of us where we saw the representation of a teacher which is almost the Indian equivalent of what you saw in like Dead Poets Society or something like that. Wow. So it was nice to see a professor who had a life of his own, was human, was flawed, still cared about, you know, his students and their growth, and he went about it in a very, very unique manner. So how much of that was in the script? How much of that was you? Because from interacting with you, it almost seems like a lot of it was just you, being you on screen.
It is. So a lot of times I get cast by people who know me, right? So somebody, Akash Khurana wrote this, whatever, Ghazal wrote the script and everything, and then he didn't know me at that time, but the thing is, if you've seen me, you kind of know me, because I don't play a character. I don't play this guy. I mean, this is very daunting to just look at a big image of yourself. I am this guy, right? So you've consumed me as Ranvijay on Roadie, Splitsvilla, or this thing. And if I'm angry because somebody said something. If I'm funny, I'm funny. So Akash is sitting with his casting team and they're like, who should we get for this thing? He's like, dude, if I want a guy who's a cool professor like Ranvijay. So somebody said, why don't we get Ranvijay? He's like, yaar, wo karega kya ye? Wo to matlab bahut family ke saath kahin ghum nahi raha hai. So I said, let's ask. So they asked me, they said, this is the kind of guy and we just want you to, you know, be a professor who's very good at teaching, but could be a cool guy. And I was like, yes, man, teachers are very cool. I remember looking up to these guys. I wanted to stand like one teacher, have that kind of this thing, and the way lots of teachers speak, the way they articulate, the way they're caring and all of that. Of course you want to be like your teacher. So I said, I want to be. So I have actually met a lot of teachers now who look at that character and say, thanks. We are also, you know, thanks. Because that's a good representation. And any community, if represented well in fiction or movies or series, they feel good, yeah. They feel good. If army officers are represented well in a movie, I get calls, my dad's like, that uncle, just call that producer, tell him we are very proud of him. You know, so when you get represented well, it's good. So I'm happy that in a place like this, you've recognized it. Thank you.
Well, I must say, it was an eye-opener for a lot of us because, like you said, our teachers are the very first people who influence us outside of our family, outside of that inner circle. And in a lot of ways, sometimes we forget that they are people with personal lives of their own.
Yeah.
You know, and we immortalize them with that look, some of them with their iconic hair clips, someone with their starched cotton saris that they're known for. And we all have these visual identities for teachers. But in a way, we forget that these are people who deal with heartbreak, who have families, who have problems, and they set all of that aside to come in and ensure that they can teach you and do the best of their ability. And that show, in a way, reminded us that there is a person there and there is another side to them. And looking back, it makes you want to go back and just tell your teachers, thank you. You probably had a bad day, but you still came in and made it a good day for me.
I mean, some teachers took it out on us also, but it's okay.
We're
You're
not
right.
talking about those.
You're right. So in a boarding school, things are different. But teachers, you know, they used to come and they'd be nice, they're loving and stuff like that. And then you're like, man, this teacher loves me. And then you will see that teacher with their kid and you're like, ye kaun hai? She has a kid? She, what? I thought she was my mother, you know?
She's
and all
my teacher. How dare she have a
all
child
the
of her
other
own?
39 of us are looking at each other. Ye to hamari hai? Why is she loving? वो गोदी में बैठी हुई है इनकी मैम की. What is this? We are longing to be, you know, hug. So teachers, man, to leave all of that, because now we are married. We know that marriages are not easy. Being in a family, kids are going there, here. All of you, the two of you, trying to figure things out. Imagine leaving all of that. Like, I don't know how, shutting it, and then going and then dealing with meri pencil isne le li, this is happening, such menial things, and then trying to make them good human beings. Maybe you have split personalities. I don't know how you're doing this. Really, it's very tough, because a lot of this, that's what people say, no, don't bring your work home. But in teachers, it's like, don't bring your home and your baggage to work. Because everybody, those 40, I don't know, 40, aajkal kam ho gaya, 20 kids in a class, right? Because I'm very particular about how many kids in the class in this school? 20. Okay. Put her in the school, because that's the new thing. You're like, oh, 40 mein to you don't know what my kid is even learning or not. So these kids are just looking at this person with all their problems, because they've also left their parents who have their different issues. They come, ma'am, what about this and this and that? And the ma'am is like, okay. And she has her own kids. But, so it's crazy how you guys do it. Unbelievable. And I'm very happy that there are places like SSVM where it's recognized. Because that's another thing about this profession. Log aage jaake, oh, I thank my boss for this promotion and this and that. Oh, this is, but teachers, and that's why I love and I connect to Sir. He remembers his kindergarten. He's in touch with his kindergarten teacher. That's amazing, man. If you're in touch with your coaches and your teachers, and I call my teachers, there's my eco teacher, Mrs. Pant, then she became the principal of APS Dholagwa, and I actually went to a very good college right out of school. Nobody believed that, because 99% nahi aate kisi, mere to nahi aate. So there was SRCC, there was Hansraj, Stevens, and Hindu. These are the 4 colleges that if you went to, you would go back to school right after you've passed out to just say, Arey, where have you gone, Hansraj? Oh, just to do that. So when I went back, Mrs. Pant called me to the staff room, and all the teachers there, and everybody knew me, but teachers sometimes didn't even know that I was in their class, because I was always in school playing or debating or doing something, never in class. Like 6 months later, one teacher was like, what are you doing in my section, Anvijay? I'm like, ma'am, I am in this class. So I was one of those guys, but I was never bunked school. I loved school. So teachers, and they were like, how are you? Where have you gone? They all knew I'd played for India and this, and they were just so excited, and they took me to their classes and said, listen, you want to study and get 99%? Great, we're with you, we'll help you. You want to be dramatics, music, this or that, or sports? There are other ways. And this is 2000. Now that we've seen those movies and where, you know, be yourself and parents let the flower blossom like it has to. But those years, our teachers, you know, they took us as examples that this guy is also through. Now I had to study, of course, after, you know. But it's those teachers that leave an impact. So every time I do something, and because she said, you know, your sports has taken you so far in 2000. So every time, like I was somewhere doing some kite surfing in somewhere, with the best in the world. And I said, ma'am, do you know what I'm doing? She's like, you must be doing something crazy. I'm here. And remember that my sports is taking me to places, and I'm going to 10 different countries across the world with the best extreme athletes trying their sport out and doing something. And she's like, well done. When are you coming to school and telling this to the kids? So I do that a lot. I go and tell kids that, but there's a lot of hard work, and always stay uncomfortable to build resilience, even now.
Thank you for that. With that, we're going to open the floor for questions. If we can have the floor lights on, please.
Oh, there were kids up there?
Yes,
oh, nice.
they are.
Finally. I'm joking, I knew that.
I'm sorry, I thought you were busy cozying up to the teachers.
I'll tell you why. And these kids are very well behaved. Well done. There's no chew, there's no restlessness, there's no like, yaar, ye baate karke kya bore kar diya hame. None of that, because we've all been kids and we're not dancing. Like those salsa. Please, a round of applause to that boy and girl who did salsa. Yeah. I'm telling you, we've all danced, but she was upside down, he was holding her leg, and they were doing, that is...
Yeah,
for somebody who does push-ups and pull-ups, only, let me tell you, that is not possible. I don't know how they did it. So a round of applause for them. So when things like that are happening on stage, it's amazing. When their teachers are coming up, but for these kids to be so patient, thank you so much. And you're amazing, very well behaved. Oh, are there strict teachers standing there also?
No, there are no teachers up there.
Okay.
We have volunteers with mics. If you have a question, please raise your hand. A mic will reach you. We'll start with you, Ayana.
Sir?
Hi.
Over here.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking up. How's it going?
Good, sir. So, through your life, you've done so many different things, like we all admire you. What's that one thing you always say to yourself to stay true to yourself?
Sorry, what was the last part?
What do you say to yourself, like a quote which you say to yourself to stay true and like down to earth?
What's your name?
Ayana.
Ayana. Very sweet, very nice question. You're very sweet. Please sit. Please sit. I'm not very well off, and I've worked for every penny, but every time I look at the assets or the money that I have, it doesn't give me any kind of validation from my parents. They don't care about even 1 rupee. They never needed anything from me. They're army officers, they're very nice. What did they need from me then? I've done very well. Everything that I want, validation is from my grandparents, my parents. Hamara bachcha bada acha hai. That's all I want. So every time I'm down and I'm thinking of, should I do this? Why didn't I do this? Oh, bad times. At this time, what would my dad want me to do? What would my mom want me to do? She would want me to say, get up and fight. That's my mom. And that's all I need. Because that's the only yardstick in my life. When I say mom, parents, I also mean people who have helped me come here, teachers. They don't care about how much money you make. They don't know if you've had 2 companies or 3 or you are a billionaire. Nothing. They don't want anybody to come to them and say, kaise baatein kar rahe ho? What? Are you ashamed? I just want to make my parents proud, and it's nothing to do with money. Everything that I do, like if one of the teachers goes back to Chandigarh and say, your son was there in SSVM, and badi achhi baatein ki usne, my mom will be happy, I'll get a call. That's what I want. Anything that blemishes that, no. So that's my driving force. And now to my in-laws, now to my kids. Like my kids, when they go to school, and like I went for that 100-meter race, right? Parents' race. I took it very seriously. I was first, and I will be till these kids, because everybody knows me as this physical guy who does everything. And imagine if I had to show that to my kids in videos. Look what I've done. Look at this. I used to be this. I don't want to be that guy. So those few things drive me. My current family and the fact that my parents need to be proud. That is another insecurity that I'm dealing with, that if one day they say, we're not proud of you, to pata nahi kya hoga. I hope that doesn't happen though. Thank you for the question.
We have a question up there. Can you introduce yourself first?
Hello sir, myself Netra. First of all, I'm a huge fan of you. And the Netflix series you have acted in. I'm a huge fan. So the question I have for you is, if you had to choose between acting and adventure, what would you choose and why?
Netra, very, very good question.
Thank you, sir.
Very clear about it. It definitely be adventure, because that's how I want to live my life. Acting helps me have fun, gives me more resources, but there's like, my life is adventure. Now, by the way, I'm just waiting for my daughter who's 6 to be a little older, be fully because I want to take her for treks and for adventures where a six-year-old's not allowed yet. So once she's like 9 and all, we have some treks, some river rafting. So I'm really actually looking forward to a lot of adventure with my kids, build their personalities, make them strong. You know, when you actually live in a tent or you live in the wild, when you respect the animals around you, because if you don't, you're done. When you respect the water and the nature and the fact that you have to walk, pick up your own bag, do all the things that a human being needs to do out in the wild, you then come back home and you're grateful for the washroom that you have, the bed you have. So I want to do all of that, and adventure is a definite part of it. So I would choose that any day.
I love this. There's nothing more humbling than Mother Nature.
Yeah.
Truly lets you know where your place is in this world. Do we have any questions from down here?
Hello,
Over there.
ma'am. Sir, I'm a huge fan of you, sir.
Hi.
So we have seen your so many shows like Roadies, Splitsvilla, everything. So, sir, how was your experience in working with all those shows? And what did you learn from those shows that while choosing your next shows, you just thought of it? And what were your disadvantages in that?
Okay. Nice technical question.
Thank you, sir.
So on Roadies, I realized I was 20, which is 2003. And the show was not a show that you would say, "Arey, main Roadies pe ja raha hu," and people were like, "Wow!" Nobody knew it. It was the first season. So it was not like Life is Made. We actually built the show over many years, and then when somebody used to go to Roadies, they were like, "Wow!" So one, I took a lot of pride in the fact that I was part of something that was built by us. I'm part of that thing that I built, including Splitsvilla. The first season was done by me, and we built these properties. I was never part of a big thing where I was just cast and I got lucky. So I'm very proud of the fact that I was part of the core team that suffered and was uncomfortable for the first 10 years, and then with a lot of it doing well, which we were lucky, things came in, more resources. But I learned by 3-4 years the reason why I was working on those shows, because I was myself. And a lot of other celebrities don't have either the opportunity or their opportunity of being themselves and still be celebrated. Sometimes you meet actors who are great actors and they're celebrated for their acting skill, and the singers but I was just being loved for being myself. And I would do all the tasks myself, which was the adventure that I needed. And because I do the tasks and I would ace it, I got the credibility to tell people older than me that you're going to be on fire, you're going to be jumping from one building to the other, and let's see how many flags you get on the way. Nobody could question me because they knew that I'd just done it and aced it. So I realized that if I keep building this credibility of doing things myself, if I'm in the gym at 12 o'clock in the night at this age, and I can go pick up my kids and drop them, I build credibility. When I'm talking to you guys, you will listen. So till the time I keep building credibility and be that guy, it'll work for me. It doesn't have to be a successful movie, doesn't have to be a successful show, but God has been very kind. If I left MTV, I did a show called Shark Tank, that also did well. I did a show called Mismatch, that did well. Then I did a show then I did City of Dreams. So I'm not looking to latch myself to something successful. Ye wala show karunga. I'm like, just build on yourself, get credibility. So every time when you're talking, people are like, "Theek hai yaar, ye bol sakta hai," for example. That's all. I only concentrate on that. Thank you.
Hi, sir.
Is this session way too serious than it was perceived? Right? People thought the bade maze aane wale hain, push-ups वगैरह होंगे यहाँ पे, but it's become something else. This is, yeah. Is that it?
Little bit.
Little bit, yeah.
But it's fine.
Hi, sir.
What is this? Down. How come kids on top are not getting questions?
We have the next one lined up right there.
Okay. Yes.
Hold on a moment.
I have nothing against you. I hope you know that.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Sir, what was the best lesson that life taught you?
Best lesson?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What's your name?
Kishant.
Ishant.
Kishant.
Krishant. Yes, I wrote your name today. Yeah. Please sit. Please sit. This is a lesson that I think I'm in the middle of learning also. I'm still learning it. And if you learn it early in life, I think it'll be a huge asset. There is a lot of time, guys. There is a lot of time. That's the lesson. There is a lot of time. When you pick up something, right? You pick up anything, coding, history, geography. You're like, oh my God, for me to become the best in this, a historian or an IAS officer, I have to read these many books. There is time. In a day, there's a lot of time. Just prioritize your time. There is no need to. I never hung out with any of my friends for coffee, no video gaming. If I was a video gamer, I'd be doing it for 18 hours, but I wasn't. So then there's no point spending time there. I would get up in the morning, play basketball, go to school, play basketball, sleep. No hanging out. Because I was the best basketball player, anytime there was time, whoever had time would come and hang out with me because I was the best basketball player. You become the best pianist, the best coder, people will come hang out with you. If not now, if not in college, when you're an IAS officer, when you're the head of a school, when you have your own brand, it'll happen. When you're a host, people will come hang out with you. There is enough time. Don't worry about these things. Do what you want to do, continue. What t-shirt you're wearing doesn't matter in school and college. What sneakers you're wearing, no. Once you start earning, what you buy out of that, the sofa, the fridge, your own house, that will matter. बहुत time है. Hanging out बहुत है. We are 40, yeah, we still party. So don't think, no, we party and we party in like the best place in the world. So don't think that, oh, 20s में ही तो party करनी है. No, बहुत time है. उधर भी करो, but it can't be prioritized. Prioritize what you really want to do. That IS, oh my God, those books. And aptitude, I didn't have the aptitude for it, but I know my friends who did. They were only doing that. The things that I had an aptitude for, I did that. And this is where aptitude, I don't know if you, whatever your interests are, you might not know them now. So don't worry about it also. There is time to understand what you're good at, what you want to do. And in a place like this, I think the teachers and your parents will help you find that. So don't worry about, because some of them are really young. If today they'll go back, no, I don't know what I want to do. No, don't worry. There's time. There's enough time. So that's what my learning is mostly. There is time. You can be good at anything you want.
I'm glad you mentioned that before they start rushing to do aptitude tests. If you don't mind me keeping you waiting, there's a young girl up there who's been waiting for a little while. Thank you. Over to you.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste.
My question for you is that, do you have any regrets in life? Job opportunities?
Wow, that's a good question. And here's the answer. Please say it. What's your name?
Tejashri.
Tejasvi.
Yeah.
Wow, do you know the meaning?
Shining of the God.
Talia. You know, it's one of the only nations where a name means so much and you pretty much want to live up to it. My name is Ran Vijay. It means the one who wins in the battlefield. What happens in a battlefield is sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sometimes something cuts you. Sometimes you have a shield to protect yourself. You can't regret anything if you're at the place where you're happy. So the answer to that question is, because I'm here and all of you esteemed people, people who've achieved amazing things, who are doing good for the country, for the world, are listening to me and I'm on stage with this lady, this is a good place to be. I'm very happy. If I go back and change something that I regret, and this takes me from here to some other place, not happy. So everything, the bad things that happened, the bones that I broke, the scars that I have, yes, I could have not had that accident where I have some hemorrhage. But because I had that, the next 3-4 months, the things that I did resulted in something else, and whatever had to happen resulted for me to be sitting here in front of you. I will not change a thing. I sometimes only regret not studying further. I wish I learned more law. I wish, because that helps in now doing contracts and stuff like that. But then again, when I say this, I also look back at myself, there is enough time. If I'm free for those 15 days, why am I not doing a correspondence course? Right? So there are no real regrets, and I would not want to change anything ever, because I'm very happy being sitting here.
I mean, Kim Kardashian's a lawyer in her 40s. I mean, you still have time to get
Yeah,
started.
I can study.
We have a question right there.
Hi, sir.
Hello?
Among all sports, sir.
Where is he? Hi, hi baby. What's your name?
Vaibhavi, sir.
Vaibhavi. How old are you?
Sir, 10, sir.
Wow. 10, a big girl. Okay, tell me.
Sir, among all sports, why did you wish to choose basketball, sir?
Very good question. Because both my parents were basketball players, and I just loved them. My mom played for Punjab. She played 9 nationals, and my dad was in the army. He used to play everything, but so both used to play basketball. I just picked it up, and I don't think I had an option before basketball, and I became good at it because I played so much of it, and it was pretty cool, the sport. And because of basketball, then I got into sneakers and then hip hop and everything. So I really do thank my parents for pushing me towards basketball. Because if I was playing cricket, then I wouldn't have this time. I'd be playing for India somewhere, right? 100%. Any sport. Any sport anybody plays for 10,000 hours, you will be so good that you'll be representing school, college, definitely state, Ranji Trophy, anything. If anybody wants to be a cricketer, this country seems like, oh my God, there's so much competition, but everybody has a place, especially with our leagues right now. Everybody has a place. So if there's a kid who has potential, parents see it, and there's passion, please send them to play. Yes. So basketball, because of my parents. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And you have a very, very sweet voice. We have
Yeah, she's very sweet.
We have a young boy up there in the gallery who wants to ask you a question.
Sir, when you started this career, sir?
Okay,
When
correction. Lovely young girl.
When did I start? I started it for the love of a motorcycle. I was going to the Indian Army. I was going to the academy, and I had 2 months off. And the bike that I loved, that I wanted to buy after my training, was the prize for this show. So first time I saw, oh, this is the prize for this show. Dad, I will go win this bike and I will go to the academy. Our money will be saved. He said, okay. That show happened to be the first year of roadies. I won the bike. And that's the first time I saw life outside of the army, which had the same kind of things that I wanted to do. So yeah, 20 years ago, 2003. That's it.
Thank you. What a sweet question. We have time for one last question there, I think.
Who was a role model for your career?
For my career, I have to be honest, right? These are kids. I actually, because, please sit. What's your name?
Lekha.
Lekha, thank you for the question. Please sit. Because I also have I think I don't even answer questions directly. And I do a lot of golmaal, so please sit. It could be long, this answer. I don't have a role model for the career. I know it's strange. I have a role model in life. And I also believe role models should be people who are very close to you, that you can touch and feel, ask them questions. So, as a basketball player when I was young and I didn't have too much, I wasn't very developed, I would love Michael Jordan. But I would get up in the morning, try some basket, but I couldn't call Michael Jordan. I was not like, Michael, how to do, yeah? He didn't care. So then I was like, yeah, how does this role model thing work? I started looking at people around me who I wanted to be like. And I said, and I could ask them questions and actually learn from their mistakes also. My grandfather, great guy, has some shortfalls, which I don't want, so I can avoid that. My father, great guy, many shortfalls. Ask my mom. I can avoid that. My mother, not a great guy, great woman, no shortfalls. but I can't be like her because women are unbelievable. But I take as much as I can. So what happens is that because they're around me and I see them failing, it's a little humanized. Oh, ठीक है, फिर तो मैं भी, I can also sleep 2 more hours, it's okay. You know, because, so in my line of work, if I was an actor, if I had that passion of being an actor all the time when I was young, I would have had a role model. I want to be like this guy as an actor. But I wasn't. I got into acting because I was in this profession and I love it. And I do a lot of it as much as I can. There was no adventurous guy who had a career before me that I could look up to and say, "Arey yaar, I want that kind of a career." You know, where a guy is riding bikes, playing sports, and, you know, kind of river rafting, and people are just wanting to talk to him and all that. There was no guy that I could look up to. Not here, not anywhere. In 2003, there was just, so my parents used to ask me, "What do you want to do? You want to be an actor? You want to be an actor?" I said, "I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. I haven't done any acting classes, nothing. Maybe I'll do it if somebody offers me, because that only happens when you become very famous." Right? That happened to me because I was famous. What do you want to do? Who do you want to be like? I don't know. I had no examples. कि यार मैं river rafting करूँगा और mountaineering करूँगा और ऐसा बंदा कोई, there was no example, because either there were sports people or there were actors, directors, writers, singers, dancers, choreographers. And honestly, if I ask all of you and you were to describe what am I doing, what do I do, you'd also be flummoxed. You'll be like, I don't know. He's a host, I don't know what. So I had no real role model, but I went with the flow and I always knew what I wanted. And till date, like, I can't look up to somebody for my career, but I look up to different role models for different things in my life. I hope that's answered your question. I know it's a confusing answer. But that doesn't make sense, though.
It does make sense. I mean,
was there anybody like that I could have looked up to going back in 2003? Is there another person who has this career? Because what's the career? I don't know. I'm not an educationist.
Adventure meets entertainment.
But who is that before? Like,
I mean, I can only think of Bear Grylls. That's the closest I can get to, but not back then. Yeah.
5 years ago, you heard of Bear Grylls.
Yeah.
2003, even he wasn't popular.
Of course not.
Right. So I was like, this was the question that people used to ask me 5 years later. Like in 2008, after Roadies had done, I'd done a movie called London Dreams. So, who do you want your career to be like? I just had no answer for that till date. So I'm trying to build this, and hopefully other people will want this.
Well, now people can say they want a career like Run Vijay.
So all the roadies in Switzerland, they come and ask them, "What do you want to do in life, sir?" I'm like, "Yaar, ye to mujhe bhi nahi pata kaise hua hai." So, yeah, it's a tricky one. I feel I'm lucky.
Hopefully someday we can get you to write a book about all of this.
Yeah, when I've done enough.
We have time for 2 more questions. So if we have any more questions, I saw a lot of raised hands that side.
Actually, I have time, but I think
I've already consulted. We have time for 2
We
more.
have? Okay,
Yes.
I have time. Just ask sir, because he actually has, it's his Sunday.
I know.
The government, so maybe he has to go. Can you tell me the difference between the people who are standing in the white t-shirt and the others in the uniform? Are they the volunteers from the school?
Yes, they are.
Nice.
Hi, can you introduce yourself? The mic is already on.
Sir, what do you do when you are not motivated, sir?
Good question. What's your name?
Sabarish. Sabarish.
Sabarish. There are many times when I feel low. I feel like I've worked so hard and this thing didn't work. And then I realize that a lot of my decisions rely on what is the experience that I'm going to have while I'm shooting for something or doing some work. And I pretty much make sure that I have a lot of fun. So when the thing doesn't work, say it's a movie and we had a great time shooting it, but it didn't work. So I remember all the good times that we had while we were shooting. I feel like, film should have done well. But I'm like, oh, we were in London. Oh, that night we had so much fun. Arey, ye bhi kiya tha, wo bhi kiya tha. Then I think, do I want to change that? Do I want to not have those memories? No, I won't. So then I feel like to motivate yourself, you have to look at some parts of your life that you've done some achievements, some good parts. Look at the things that you want and ask yourself, do I still have the goods? Do I still have the skill? Oh, I want to do this. If I really work hard, can it be done? Huh? Okay, so that is one place that you can start. You're not motivated, but at least start. Then I look at my parents and their faces in my head. If they're looking and saying, that really motivates me. Though my parents, to tell all of you guys, have never put any pressure on me. Never asked me of, like no pressure. They're not pressure. They never, when I said, I took physics, chemistry, maths in 11th for 1 month because I wanted to keep my options open. Physics, chemistry, maths and eco. Okay, eco B or maths B. And after 1 month, I was like, I cannot understand anything. And then you have the summer vacations after that first month. And the summer vacation, I went to my dad and I said, Dad, Mom, this physics, chemistry, maths, I can't. They said, you want to leave eco? I said, no, I want to leave physics, chemistry, maths. What do you want to do? I'll do commerce. Then my dad just looked at me and said, just do commerce with maths. I was like, okay, I will do commerce with maths. So they were always very supporting. Even I was going to the army. I cleared my SSB, my medical, everything. And for me to not join the academy after they had thrown parties and asked people, what does your son do? Oh, he's still studying. What about yours? He is going to the army. So they'd done all of that. And after that, for me to tell them that I want to try this, I don't know what is this? What is the kind of career you want? I don't know. They still, at the end of the day, said, you do what you want to do. We hope you know what you're doing. If not, 1 year later, give your exams again, go to the academy. So I had 1 year, which they supported me for, and then, so they were always supportive, but they motivate me because they were such nice people, such achievers, and now my kids motivate me. I look at them and I'm like, oh my God, these guys are going to be asking me questions, and if I don't have answers, if they ask me to run, they ask me to jump, and I can't do it, so they motivate me. The reason I'm in the gym or if I'm playing something now is because I don't want to tell my kids to be fit and strong. I just want them to know this is how life is. You got to be fit. You got to be strong. You got to be resilient. So my generation above me and a generation below me motivates me when I'm really down.
I love this. You have your parents as your inner voice and you hope to live by example for your children. Lots of amazing takeaways. Due to paucity of time, we're going to wrap up. I know a lot of you still have questions. Can I just say this has been the most unexpected conversation of today, and I have thoroughly enjoyed it. And I don't think I can pay you a greater compliment than this. You're one of the nicest human beings I've ever spoken to.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That is the biggest. And I hope one of you takes a video and tags my mum and she hears this. That's all I need from today.
What is her handle? I promise you everyone here will tag her.
So that's the other thing. I never prepare. I never prepare for when somebody wants a piece of me because I don't have to prepare. It unfolds. There are other things that I go for and they're different. They're not the same. It unfolds because I have nothing to prepare for. I just have to bare my heart sometimes.
It takes a lot to bare your soul for people so they can learn from your life experiences. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
You've been so kind. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you stayed for this whole session. I know I talk a lot. But a huge round of applause for our host. She's been amazing. She holds the stage so well. It's not easy. I know it's not easy because there's so much that happens.
Thank you. You are kind.
Thank you, guys.
May I please invite the management team to please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, can we give it up for Ranvijay Singha? Thank you once again. Lots of incredible takeaways. And for a lot of you, I hope you look back on this talk many, many years from now, because every time when you revisit it, and hopefully, as you're older and a little bit wiser each time, you'll take something different away from this. Thank you once again. A truly invaluable conversation right here. Thank you so very much. I'm going to request you all to please be seated. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after all of that gyan that's been dropped on this stage, which hopefully you've all been soaking in like sponges, it's time to lighten up the mood a little bit, and we're going to have a lovely dance performance. This is called The Dances of India.
da pa ga sa ni, re ga ma da pa ga sa ni.
Jagannath Swami Nayana Pathagami Bhavatu me Jagannath Swami Nayana Pathagami
Slow it down.
Dil dena dil lena, dil dena dil lena. Hai sauda, hai sauda, hai sauda kara kara, hai sauda kara kara, hai sauda kara kara, hai sauda kara kara.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, can we please put our hands together one more time for our incredible dancers? There's many a time in a person's life when you're proud to be Indian, and especially in an institution that pays homage to our incredibly rich culture and heritage, and to witness a performance and a showcase such as this. I don't know about you, it gave me goosebumps, and it was absolutely a pleasure to witness. So, but before we wrap up, this is after all the SSVM Institutions Transforming India Conclave. So it is only fitting that our grand finale performance is by our very own students. So please, you better put your hands together and make some noise that was louder than the last one, because we're welcoming back our SSVM students one last time.
臨時ニュースです。レジット町にて連続通り魔未遂事件が起きています。凶器は人参とみられ、通りすがった人の口に人参を無差別に突っ込んできます。すべて未遂に終わっていますが、警察は犯人を捜索中です。
Catch me if you can!
Can I just say what style, what swagger? I can't believe they started the entire dance in slow motion. My, we're so used to having filters do that for us, but to see them do it in real life, show them a little bit more appreciation and love. That took them a lot of effort. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute privilege and honor to welcome back on stage one last time today, your founder and trustee, Dr. Manimegalai Mohan. Welcome, ma'am. So we have a very, very special announcement that we're going to have ma'am make here for all of us.
So now we are at the end of the Transforming India Conclave 2023. So how many of you are excited to know what it is for next year? Anybody? Oh, okay, fine. Here we go on. Let's see the video. Sorry. One more loud sound to be heard. Yeah. So that's there, ready. So I want every student. So you have seen these 3 days. So many people talking to you all, interacting with you all. And you had a lot of ideas. I think by this time you would have got a lot of ideas. So next year, Studentpreneur, I should see many ready to be here on the stage. And at the same time, so you might think, what is that Studentpreneur? So many children, we are also applying, we are not getting it. See, you have to create a social impact. So whatever business you do, it should have a social impact. And not only a social impact, your business should be patent. It is your idea. Somebody cannot come and claim it's my idea, they have copied and they are getting the award. So one is, it should be a socially impact business idea, and your business idea should be patent. And before you bring it to us, you should have done a detailed research, and at the same time you should have taken it to the market. So don't be in a hurry, okay, this is all I have to do in a year's time. You can take a year, you can take 2 years, you can take 3 years. Because the Transforming India is going to be only with SSVM. So I hope so, we can create a lot of entrepreneurs. Not only a lot of entrepreneurs, we can create a lot of social impact in various ways. So today, being the last day, we had wonderful speakers with us. Chetan, who was here to talk about skipping, how important skipping is. So we always forget our skills. So that's what I was saying to many people. When we were small, what we learnt naturally, you are paying and learning. So what we paid and learnt, you are learning it easily. So this is like a cycle. So when one goes down, the other comes up. So we have only two areas, up, down, up, down. One is the skill, the other is the technology. And next we had with us Raj. So where he said, he never fails to speak or introduce himself or know about a person, at least one person daily. So school is a big networking area. That's what I always say. When you are in the dormitory, you know everybody. When you are inside the classroom, you should know everybody. Their plus, minus, everything. It's very simple to know the world. So that's when you start a company, you will be able to reach any walk of life of people, which is very important today, where some people, they don't get that idea, they go and ask for a consultant. Can you give an idea? I have this business plan. Can you suggest whether this will work or that will work? When you start understanding the people around you, you can be the best successful person. And of course, we do have a lot of IQ, high IQ children. But most of your parents wouldn't have understood your talent. But I have to say here, when something extraordinary was found in a child, the parent had taken and they found that her IQ was 225. That is 225, which is above the normal level. So they had to work on it and go about it today, where she's created a big impact on IQ. So this is the information for all parents. Don't underestimate your child or overestimate your child, which is very important to analyze what is really needed for your child. And then we had a wonderful storyteller, Gita Ramanujam, because CBSE Sagodaya has storytelling competitions. But when we go and when we say a story, we give a lot of expressions, ups and downs in our voice, but we fail to give the actions, the sounds, the real feel of that environment. So sometimes you come back with an award, but when I ask the same children, say a story, it does not have life. That's the reason why we had here Gita Ramanujam, and she also had a workshop where she came back and she said, I made your children walk like this, talk like that, do like this. So first you should understand, you should come out of your shyness. That's very important. And Viduleka Vidyu Raman is somebody where we are all seeing her daily on screens on the comedy. But every comedian has a painful story within them, but she does not put it out. She is very strong. If you ask her to go punch somebody and come, she'll immediately do that, because she is very strong by thought. So children, and at the same time she gave a very strong information here. Now you are young, be fit. So once you are old, and later when you want to go and become fit, when your body is not cooperating, it's too late. So that's what we ask you. Even when a PT period is given, we see 50% of the children going and playing happily. Another 50% who says that, ma'am, I have knee pain, I have ankle pain, I have shoulder pain, I have spinal cord pain. At this age, sometimes I do talk to the children. At this age, if you have so many ailments, at our age, what will you do? And always you should think that you should walk fast, not slow. This is not only an information for the students, it's for the teachers, it's for the parent community. So when we are very active, as I know Gita Ramanujam, she left a last message in her story. That is the mother camel and the child camel. So the mother camel and the child camel, of course the mother camel answers to all the questions of the child. So the elders, we should also understand that we are a mirror reflection for our children. So whatever we do, our children do. So if you think your children should not be on WhatsApp, you don't be on WhatsApp. If you think your children should be reading a lot of books, as parents, as teachers, you read a lot of books. Because that is what was the very strong information and impact given by Geeta Ramanujan. And of course our Corporation Commissioner, Thiru Pratap sir. A wonderful person, I have to say, a very young person at the age of 21. He is the youngest IAS officer. It's something very great. He is from an agricultural family. That's what when I was talking with him, he said, my parents didn't force me to do. I liked it. I wanted to become an IAS. First attempt I cleared. So that's what, see, today the people whoever was here, they didn't say I had to work hard to come to that level. They all had the passion, they made it immediately. But if you have to follow somebody, when your heart is not ready for it, you have to work hard. Be it even reading a book, be it a game, be it learning music, or be it spontaneously speaking English. Everything goes. Where she said, I adore my kindergarten teachers. That's what I had to say. The kindergarten teacher says, indirectly, sleep now. As you grow, you don't get time to sleep. That majority children, they don't understand, so they start opening their eyes. So this is what even we sometimes say in hostel. Not sometimes, regularly we say, go to bed on time. Today on time you go to bed. Later in future, once your profession is high on you, you will never get time to sleep. And Run Vijay. It's something great where he started his career from MTV and now he is in Netflix. So whether acting or adventurous games is quite thrilling, he is more towards adventurous. So you should find your passion, as and how he beautifully told one thing. If you want to learn cricket, you cannot just like that overnight go say to your parent, Mama, I want to learn cricket, find the best coach for me. What did he say? I don't know how many of you would have seriously listened to that. He told one thing. If you want to become a master of something and that's your passion, first prove it to your parents. How is that? Get up on time. Go for that game. You should not expect that your mom or dad should go for that, take you for that game. Go to school on time. Come back, complete your homework on time. Again, work on the area where you wanted to improve. Go to bed on time. Be consistent. This is what for past 3 days I keep repeatedly saying. Consistency in what you do. So whatever you are consistent in it, of course, your parents will support. So that is how I supported my daughter. She was very consistent on singing class. So I thought, okay, when she has an excellent voice, why can't I release an album? And she was very consistent on rifle shooting. I think few teachers who know her already, they know. So the coach will come to World School by 3 o'clock. She'll ask excuse from the teachers sharp 1 o'clock, but she would have completed all her schedule in the school. Though she studied in SSVM, she didn't take even a single privilege what y'all are taking. As and now Run Vijay said, the teacher talks to the other children, hello, how are you? But when their own child comes, what are you doing? So that's how a mother I was different to my child, I am different to you. So the difference what I put on her, she became strong. So the consistency what she had, she won the rifle, Air India Rifle Indian Champion 2012. Because There should be some consistency. And today, seeing her, I feel proud as a mother, but I don't say to her, because she's not here, I'm saying. Because she has still a long way, she's consistent in what she's doing. So she always follows my footpath. Okay, my mom gets up by 5. Though my schedule starts by 9, let me get up by 5. I do my gym, I do this, I do that. And how am I going to improvise on the education pattern what I have taken as a challenge? If I don't see that, I wouldn't have given the parallel building, the international building, which was SSVM as Rue Continuum. I was able to see that passion in her, so I said, yes, now she can take it. See, this power you should give to your parents. When a parent calls and says, ma'am, please see that my child is going for a guitar class, my child is going for a basketball, my child is going for a boxing. It's a high time on the pressure where, since the parent is asking, we have to push the child, where by the end of the day, the child comes and says, my mom wants to learn guitar, doesn't mean I have to go for a guitar class. My mom wants me to do boxing, it doesn't mean I want to do boxing. I have my own passion. So then we say, then why are they sending a mail? You make them understand. See, why your parents have to come to your shoes is, when they don't see nothing is happening progressive, they'll ultimately have to put pressure on you. So, this 3 days conclave must bring a impact on you. Go home, wherever you are, sit silently, think back what we have to do. As I now morning Raj said, have 3 in your mind, goal 1, goal 2, goal 3. So what is that first I'm going to do? Put it in front of you, on top of your cot, and start working on it. So today's day being the last day, the inspirational guru. So day after tomorrow we have the Teachers' Day coming up. To honor the teachers, only this month, September, we normally celebrate this Transforming India Conclave. It's an honor for the teachers. I want every school to celebrate this. Celebrating a teacher is something like seeing a teacher inside the Garbhagraham. That is what I always feel. A school can be. A school building cannot be without anybody. So who's the main person there? The teacher. So without the teacher, Sishyas cannot be. So every student understand the value of teacher. How important your teacher is. When today we learn to give respect for them, tomorrow you will not know, the whole world will be standing in queue to respect you. So with this note, I thank all the people, the avatar team, the lights, the backdrop, and my teachers who had been working backstage, the hospitality team, the volunteers. I have given a big applause for the student volunteers. The student volunteers did a wonderful work. And the photography team, oh wow. Wherever I went, they were trying to take a picture. I said, see, you can't catch a nice picture of me because I don't have photogenic face. Ma'am, please, please. And after when I took the photo, what they have taken, I was awestruck. I said, hereafter you are only going to take my pic. They said. So, each and every individual who have involved in this, it's a great thing and it's a great lesson that you have learned, because some volunteers doing the volunteering work, you would have got an opportunity to see here. Many wouldn't have got an opportunity to see because they would have been busy outside. And the Leader in Me team, you have created a really, really good impact. That's what I told Kanangiri sir. Next year, Leader in Me through Transforming India, through Leader in Me, we will be having it. Because every child we are practicing, every student we are practicing the 7 habits. Please see that that is becoming strong day by day. Once you are starting to make that as your habit permanently, there's nothing left behind you called success. Success is in your hands. It's how you see it. Thank you. For all the parents who are seeing online, for the parents who had given your presence, and the various schools, various school students who have booked the ticket and who came and who attended yesterday's program, and various students from different parts of the country who came with the business idea, and they proved that they can also improvise it next year. So the people who have won, who have not won, that's not the target. You have learned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much. Can we have the house lights on? I believe we have mics going around there. What I want to ask is one final question to all of you. What has been your takeaway from the SSVM Institutions Transforming India Conclave 2023? What is the one mantra you're taking home? What is the one line that you're going to remember? How has this transformed your life? How has this impacted you? In case you'd like to share, we have volunteers with mics. You're also welcome to join us on stage to say a few words. Whatever is comfortable for you, there or stage, anything's fine. And if we have any more students, any teachers, in fact, anyone who is here who would like to share their experience, welcome again. Can I just say how lovely it is to see you put your hand up and volunteer every single time? It takes courage to do that. When I was in school, I didn't quite have the same courage, so I salute you for that. What have you learned these 3 days?
I would say mostly everything which I was not confident about myself. Like I wasn't sure about how I'm going to bring my ideas like on practical, instead of just keeping it in my mind, having it practically, have it in front of me. I learned how I'll do that. And how I'll do it, I learned how far it will take me, how long it will take me to create that, and what all challenges and add-ons like happiness and sadness I'll feel towards when I do that. That's like most of the things which I've learned through these three days.
I think those are truly important learnings that will hold you steady for a long time to come. Thank you once again for sharing that. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to share their experience, their learnings, their takeaways from these last 3 days?
Ma'am.
Okay, you have to help me out here. I have lights in my eyes. I hear a very sweet voice that says ma'am, but I don't know from where.
Ma'am, here, ma'am.
Okay,
Upper
perfect.
gallery.
Hi, how are you doing?
Myself, Mohan Kumar, ma'am. The thing that I learned here is that the change that we want to bring to our surroundings, first we should make it up by ourselves. Then we want to implement it on others.
I love this. Be the change that you wish to see, and it's nice to see that you've internalized that.
And then also, we should learn how to make our potential into power, ma'am.
Ooh, potential into power. We have a future thought leader in the house. Any more truth bombs you'd like to drop here, my young friend?
Creativity is the best knowledge that God has given to humans. Without it, we could like never succeeded in anything. Without creativity, we could have done anything, ma'am.
Well, here's hoping that your creativity continues to flourish in years to come. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Hi, how are you doing? Can I get you to introduce yourself and then share your biggest takeaway?
I am Dhiren from SSVM Maidpalyam. I'm a boarder. So this was my first time in this conclave here. So I got to learn so many things from so many great personalities such as Sonam Wangchuk, Aman Gupta, Ranveer J. Singh, and many more. The thing that I liked most was Sonam Wangchuk's words and, like, as he said, preach and practice. I love the way he used to work and is still working. So yeah, and I'm also really thankful and grateful to our management who just called upon, like who invited such great personalities and who like really motivated us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Ma'am, myself Nitish from SSVM Metapale.
How are you doing?
Fine, ma'am.
What are your takeaways from this conclave?
Ma'am, patience and braveness.
My, can I be so bold as ask you how old are you?
I am 12 right now.
My, learning patience at 12, you're going to go a long way, my friend.
Yes, ma'am. And the conclave was very nice. I enjoyed it a lot. I like it. This is my first year in this conclave, and next year I'm planning to implement myself in the conclave.
Ooh, I like this, brave and bold and throwing his name in the hat right now. Well done, well played.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good luck. I hope to see you on this stage next year. I really hope so.
Hello, ma'am. Here.
Hi, how are you doing?
My name is Gokul Vijay Gopal and I'm from Reed's World School. One thing I have learned these past 3 days is that I have learned many things. Like I could connect with other people from various other schools and I could see all the many famous people here in front of me, which is kind of a rare opportunity, to be honest. So, yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm glad you value the opportunity that's been presented to you. More importantly, learn to network with your peers. That will take you a long way.
Yes,
these are all qualities a lot of us are learning a little too late in life, and it's nice to see you all doing it this early. Anyone else who'd like to share their thoughts?
Ma'am?
At the back there?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine, ma'am. From this conclave, I learned that we should follow our passion, and when we go deep into our passion, we can make it into a profession, and we should be brave. We should be bold to do anything, like how the quote tells, dare to dream and dare to try. So I like it a lot.
Sounds it. We have a daring young person right there. Well done.
Hello. So
this will be our last one. I know there's a lot of you who are volunteering and this is heartwarming to see. But in the interest of time, I've been told I have to make sure all of you get back home on time as well. Over to you, young man.
First of all, I would like to appreciate the management for organizing such a beautiful conclave. There were many beautiful pieces of advices to be taken, but which I liked the most was, don't be the camel in the zoo or a whale in the tank. Play your game, unleash your true potential, and go sky high. That's all I have to say.
I love this. What a fabulous quote for us to wrap up this incredible conclave. Might I take a moment in this opportunity one last time to say advance Happy Teachers Day to all of our teachers who've gathered here today. Truly, from the bottom of our hearts, we salute you for your service. And to all of our students out there, you are the future. And when I look at you, when I see the way you introduce speakers, how you interact with them, the value system, the curiosity, the courage, I must say you give me great hope for our future. Thank you once again. There is no better gift than hope, and you've given me that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be concluding the SSVM Institutions Transforming India Conclave 2023. We've already announced 2024, so we hope to see all of you here. But more importantly, reach out to your friends, reach out to your colleagues, make sure they're joining us here next year as well. But before we wrap up, on behalf of the team that's worked tirelessly for months behind the scenes here today, our event team has a small little surprise for ma'am and sir, but we're going to save that for later. My name is Sahitya Jagannathan. Thank you once again for having me. Thank you for being a fabulous audience. Nandri, Vanakkam. We'll see you all next year. We hope you get back home safe. Thank you.